when the House returns here on C-SPAN. Now that the House has gone out, we'll join the BBC's coverage of the British elections. The polls closed in Britain about 2 hours, 20 minutes ago. More than 4,100 candidates were standing for election in the UK, including the 3 candidates running for Prime Minister. We join the BBC's coverage in progress as results come in, live on C-SPAN.
Of the arguments that Gordon Brown was making to the country and all the things that Tessa and her colleagues were saying about, Gordon Brown's made all the right calls on the economy. The country is saying no, they want change, and that couldn't be clearer.
If it had been decisive, you would have an overall majority. There has not been a decisive verdict.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, we've had one set of exit polls, and let's face it, this has been a different election to normal elections, and things like postal votes are not included in those exit polls, and those traditionally have helped Conservatives.
I'm going to cut across to you because we've got Ken Clarke now, who's been in Parliament
much longer than me.
A lot longer than you. You've been there since 1974 or something, haven't you, Ken Clarke? I mean, why is it that your leader so conspicuously...
74 we had a hung Parliament,
yeah. Sure, so you know whereof you speak. But why is it, first off, that your leader seems so to have cut through, not to have cut through?
Well, I think the election is the most unusual one I've taken part in, and it's partly the disillusion with politics generally, so people are not getting enthused about anything, and they're distrustful of politicians, they're angry about the economic crisis and slightly fearful of the outcome, and it's also quite a complicated issue. You have the worst economic crisis since the war, and you talk to different economists, expert economists, and they have slightly different solutions. And so the central issue is involved asking people a question upon which it's possible to have a long academic debate.
But
there has been some confusion, and it got rather hijacked for a time by a TV celebrity talent contest, which did actually open things up and improve things, and actually brought the issues over to the public a bit as well. But it's not like
Hang on a second,
the old
Ken Clarke, because
elections
we're
where
just
you've
seeing
got a big swing
Gordon
from one to the
Brown
other.
and his wife arrive at their account, I think, in Kirkcaldy there.
Oh, you can't miss a picture of Gordon Brown arriving at his camp.
There's no call for that sort of comment. We have now seen him arriving at his camp.
One of the other channels got very excited about a picture of David Cameron's car driving away from his home.
That is the magic of television, you see. Now, you said absolutely unequivocally during the course of the campaign that even an outright Labour victory would be better than a hung Parliament. If this exit poll, and I agree it's a big if this exit poll is right, and the results we've got so far, we are going to get what you said would be a disaster for this country.
The quote you given is a slightly improved version of something I said before the election, but all the way through I've said a hung Parliament could be a disaster, and I still think it could be a disaster. Fortunately, this one, we don't know yet. I mean, let me put the caveat in that everybody else does, which is that it's very difficult to do exit polls in this particular election. The voting pattern is more complicated, so if it turns out to be right, it'll be a very good guess. The exit poll we're working on at the moment. It'll be different in different parts of the country, and we don't know where the Liberal votes are actually going to fall and what they're going to do to the balance between the other two parties in particular places. So it's very difficult. So, but it looks as though there's still a serious risk of a hung Parliament, but with the Conservatives not too far off, and obviously the biggest single party. The one certainty, I think, is that Gordon Brown has been removed from office. It would be a complete travesty if Gordon Brown tried to carry on as Prime Minister, even worse if he was made Prime Minister, because he's plainly been rejected and lost all authority to govern.
Kenneth Clarke, thank you. Just very quickly, Simon, you're shaking your head furiously.
The Tories can't have it both ways. They have always believed that the system is first past the post and you have to get more than half the people in Parliament. You can't then say, we haven't got the majority, but we still claim the right to govern. They absolutely have to be consistent. Now, some of us say we need a different system, but they've never said that.
I'm being instructed to hand back to David. David.
You're so obedient, Jeremy. What's got into you?
I'm being nice to you, David. Get on with it.
I won't go back to you for a bit. We'll go to Birmingham Edgbaston and join Patrick Byrne. Patrick, what's the story there? When are we going to get a result from Edgbaston?
Well, we're counting on a truly industrial scale here. They're doing everything they can down there to fast-track the Edgbaston count. It is famously an early declarer. It was the first marginal to declare in 1997 for New Labour, and the original estimate was something like 1245, but because of a higher than expected turnout, up in the upper 60s possibly in percentage terms, well, this, in common with other constituencies, just might be put back. The interesting thing is, talking to Conservatives in Edgbaston, is that they're becoming increasingly confident that they're seeing a swing in excess of that's indicated by the BBC's exit poll, and they only need a swing of 2% to overturn Labour's notional majority of 1,500 held by Labour's Gisela Stewart. So there's increasingly confidence in the Conservative ranks that they've more than achieved that on an increased turnout.
Any idea when we get it?
Well, I'm hearing that it could be possibly 20-25 minutes later than the 12:45, so the other side of 1 o'clock.
Okay, well, it's when we expect to get a lot of results in, isn't it, actually, that? I'm joined by Rory Kethlen-Jones, and you've been looking at Twitter and Facebook. Well, Facebook was actually taken down today, wasn't it, because there was somebody had got hacked into it and they abolished it. But is there a lot of fuss about this row about voting, people not able to vote?
Well, actually, what we've seen, David, today on Twitter and Facebook has still been running, is an enormous amount of comment and activity about voting. I've got in front of me on Twitter, somebody's Twitter page, where they tell the whole story of the night, really. They've put this picture up saying really bad organisation in Hackney North, a lot of people not getting in. This person then goes through the whole story with people queuing outside, meat wagons congregated outside, the police obviously called, and then 100 people not getting in. And I'm seeing more tweets. Here's another one, sitting at Hackney polling station as people not being allowed to vote. And another one, this one is in Birmingham. Hundreds of voters rejected from St Paul's Church polling station due to inadequate staffing and facilities. And what we're generally getting is a picture of people turning up in droves, really, from young people that are on these social networks, very enthusiastic about it, turning up and being disappointed. And this kind of reflects just how much enthusiasm I think there has been through these social networks. Just one other thing, Facebook had a counter on its page allowing you to tell if you'd voted. That's where it reached at about 10 to 10 tonight. 1.7 million people just going onto Facebook to say we voted. A lot of enthusiasm, but a degree of anger from people who've turned up and then say they've not been allowed in.
It's disastrous, if they, particularly if it's young people wanting to vote for the first time. Perhaps they'll have to change the hours. Nick?
Very briefly, thanks to Tweet and and Twitter, we've got one from the Tories who's saying they're taken Battersea. We haven't got the result itself, but the head of press of the Tory party twitters, and he's telling us that the Conservative Party have taken the seat in Battersea, or expecting.
OK, well, we'll join Martha Carney down there in a bit and get it. Let's have a look at the smaller parties. We haven't talked about them much, but we haven't had many results in. But we will be watching the smaller parties. Important, both parties in Wales and Scotland, and the other smaller parties too. Emily?
Yes, if there's one political slogan that's stuck throughout the course of this campaign, it's not been from the politicians themselves necessarily, but from the voters, that constant refrain, they're all the same. Will this be the election where voters go away from the main parliamentary parties towards the smaller parties, or at least some of the individuals that represent them? We've picked out a few here, and the first one I'm going to take you to is Buckingham. That comes up for me. Nigel Farage, you will have heard in the headlines today, narrowly escaped a plane crash. He'll be watching this count from his hospital bed. The former leader of UKIP is defying the convention that says the main political parties don't stand where the Speaker has a seat, John Bercow. Nigel Farage standing on an anti-Westminster sleaze ticket, and you might have seen his campaign, the Dolphin, flip-flopping, which he says represents the flip-flopping of houses that MPs have taken in. Peter, no real chance of taking this?
We don't think so, but because it's not a normal contest between the parties, we have no real idea. In a normal contest, as we see here, the Conservatives have 3 times as many votes as Labour, so if it were a normal Conservative Labour Lib Dem contest, we'd say John Bercow will be back with a huge majority. I'd be surprised if Nigel Farage took it, but it is one of the sort of jokers in the pack tonight.
OK, let's have a look at another one then. If I move us on to Barking, where Nick Griffin, the leader of the BNP, is contesting the Labour Minister, Margaret Hodge. I'll show you what that share of the vote looks like. The BNP, interesting enough, in third place last time round, just 1 percentage point behind the Conservatives there. It's not a close rate. Margaret Hodge has a large majority, but the BNP have 8 out of 9 seats on the council. They'll be hoping at the end of this evening, if not to get that seat, to secure the council.
There's been a glass ceiling. Go back to Oswald Mosley's party in the 30s, the National Front in the 70s. In parliamentary elections, they've never got above 16, 17%. So if Nick Griffin can get above 20, get to 25%, he might not win it, but that would be a breakthrough. Can I just say one other thing? There's another seat the BNP are interested in up in Oldham, where Phil Willis, the immigration minister, one of their pet hates, is standing for re-election. The Liberal Democrats have been targeting that, and they're saying, I hear, that they failed in Oldham and that the Liberal Democrats are falling back rather than advancing. Phil Willis looks safe.
Interesting one to watch. This is one seat which might actually change hands this evening. Caroline Lucas, the leader of the Greens, got a remarkable percentage of the vote last time round, just 1 point behind the Conservatives in third place. A very credible candidate, an MEP for the last 10 years or so. In this alternative city of Brighton Pavilion, she could really take this.
And look, we've been getting Labour falling back 8-10 points. If that happens in Brighton, it's a three-way marginal contest. If Caroline Lucas can get the tactical votes going for her, this could be the first Green parliamentary victory in the British House of Commons.
Peter, thanks. The exit polls suggest there hasn't been a great swing to or from these smaller parties, but they might throw up some of these individual, as Peter said, jokers in the pack, which we'll watch with interest. David?
Thanks, Emily. Well, Justin Rowlett is in Brighton Pavilion, and we go down to him. Justin, what's your impression of what's happened there?
Well, the word here is that Caroline Lucas, the leader of the Green Party, probably has taken Brighton Pavilion tonight. Now, I've heard that from the chairman of the party, who says he's quietly confident the Greens have taken the seat. I've also spoken to one of the other candidates, and she says that she believes the Greens have won. Now, I should say the votes haven't actually started being counted here, but that is what they're saying. And the Greens have fought a really, almost a national campaign here in Brighton. Today, apparently, there were 200 volunteers out making sure that people who told canvassers that they were going to vote Green got out. People were getting 3 or 4 phone calls to make sure that they went out and delivered their vote. Having said that, as you saw in the statistics there, this is a 3-way marginal, possibly even with a Lib Dem surge of 4-way marginal. So it's by no means certain, but word is now Caroline Lucas, the leader of the Green Party, has won the first ever seat for the Green Party in the British Parliament. We'll only know for certain though when the count comes in. It should be around 2:30 today.
Thanks, Justin. Well, that's the effect of love-bombing Brighton Pavilion. The pictures you can see on the screen there is David Cameron arriving at his count at Witney. And it'll be interesting, I don't know whether he'll say anything there about the results. His henchmen have been talking away about how things have been. We've heard George Osborne talking about the right of the Tories to take over and the need for firm government and all the rest of it. And when he turns up at Witney, we shall perhaps hear something from him. I think he's going first to a pub, first of all, the New Inn in Witney, to watch the results. I think he needs a pint after yesterday when he was completely on the road all night long, right across the country, Grimsby, all over the shop, showing that he was alive and well and able to govern. And Nick, what do you make of the way his campaign has gone? Must have been, you were close to it, it must have been rather a blow when he didn't win the first debate.
I think not only that, David, but there was panic initially in David Cameron's team that they simply couldn't get this election campaign going. They had this great campaign to expose what they called Labour's jobs tax that they said they'd reverse on national insurance, all these businessmen lining up, and yet somehow it gave them no momentum. And again they tried to get this campaign going. It never went wrong. I mean, it was always slick, it was always smooth. Mr. Cameron never really put a foot wrong, and yet it failed utterly to take off at any stage in the campaign. And therefore you were seeing polls a lot of the time that were saying a vast number of people, over 75% of people, told pollsters that it was time for a change. but less than half that number said that they thought it was a time for a change to him. And that will be the difficulty. And if he doesn't get a majority tonight, he will be able to say that he can govern. But if he doesn't have a majority, there will be people, and we're already hearing them from the Labour Party, saying he's not really won, he's not really got the confidence of the public. And at the time he's got such big problems, that is a problem in itself.
David Cameron with his wife Samantha going into the pub. Andy Ty is there, our reporter, with them. Andy.
Well, nothing there from David Cameron as he went into this pub. There's about 80 or so party members been queuing up all night to spend the evening with him. He's going to spend some time with them now, watching the results come in, but nothing as he entered the pub this evening in Witney, where I understand he's a bit of a regular. It's owned by a local party official. Plenty of rosettes in there, plenty of people so far this evening satisfied with what the exit polls are showing, but they, as everyone else knows, that it's a long night ahead.
Well, thanks very much, Andy, and we'll no doubt see David Cameron when he comes out to his count. So just go back to where we were, Peter, before. Your view, you've expressed very clearly about how, the Queen mustn't be put in an embarrassing position, and she's already said she won't see anybody till after lunch today anyway. What I'm not clear about from what you say is whether you think Gordon Brown will, in reality, try and put something together with the Liberal Democrats, or whether the fact of a major defeat, if that's what it is, he'll call it a day, draw stumps and say I resign.
I have a feeling, it's only that like all prime ministers, at a moment of acute disappointment, the overall feeling might be that going with dignity is the best thing to do, because political history is pretty tough on people. Very often the nature of their farewell, their exit, their last hurrah, colours their reputation for a very long time. And if you appear to cling on by your fingernails, even if the Constitution allows you to, it's not dignified. We all remember, although it was a very clear result in 1997, the immense dignity with which John Major behaved and going off to Oval to see a cricket match and so on. And I think those close to him will probably say that, just as Dennis Thatcher did to Mrs. Thatcher in November 1990, when he told her it really is the time to go, even if you can hang on constitutionally quite legitimately.
Well, we'll see what happens. Very briefly, Nick.
Well, I hesitate to say it in front of the great professor of contemporary history, but there are examples from the 1920s in which the second party does end up governing, and I think they will argue we're in an era like we were then of three-party politics with doubts about the electoral system, and Gordon Brown may well try.
I hope in a moment we're going to be able to talk to Jenny Watson at the Electoral Commission, who's down at Westminster, but apparently we can't quite speak to her for the moment. We've got to sort that out, and then we will. We've got a long list of places to put to her, but the latest news is that voters in Hackney South have been turned away an hour before the polls closed, saying there was no way they could vote. Jenny Watson, what does the Electoral Commission make of this? It sounds like a disgrace from beginning to end, the way this election's been handled.
Well, it's clearly a very serious concern. I mean, the thing that is astonishing to me is that every presiding officer, everybody in charge of a polling station today will have a copy of our guidance, which in fact I have with me here, that is extremely clear that the doors to the polling station must be closed at exactly 10 o'clock, that anybody who has been issued with a ballot paper by 10 o'clock must be allowed to vote, and that nobody may be issued with a ballot paper after 10 o'clock, even if they are inside the polling station and waiting for their ballot paper. So the law is extremely clear, and our guidance is extremely clear.
So now, what happens then if they've broken the law? Do they get fined? Do they go to jail? What happens to these people?
Well, we can't tell returning officers and election staff what to do. We do not have that power of direction. They are independent.
So the law isn't clear because they don't have to obey the law?
Perhaps I could finish. The law is extremely clear. They have the guidance. They should have done what the law says. If they haven't done that, and I'm not going to comment on individual constituencies, particularly when we don't yet know the results, they may well be subject to election petitions. But I must be clear, we don't have the power to tell them or instruct them what to do. Now, clearly we're going to look at this. Clearly Parliament will want to look at this, and it may well be that the law will need to change. We've been saying for some time that the system that we have is at breaking point, and I think what you see here tonight is clearly a need for either greater coordination or for us to have clearer powers of direction, and we're going to want to return to that, and so will Parliament.
But how can people run out of ballot papers? Surely they know how many people are on their electoral roll. How can Chester, according to the Labour Party, have 600 people who haven't been put on the roll even though they'd registered? How can Sheffield Hallam lock people out? Newcastle lock people out? Problems at Leeds and Birmingham and Manchester and Lewisham and Hackney and Liverpool, Wavertree and Garston and Islington South and Newcastle and Penistone and Stocksbridge. I mean, the list is just growing by the hour.
This is a significant concern, and those are questions that individual returning officers who are legally accountable for the decisions that they make based on their own local knowledge and knowledge of circumstances, they will have to answer to us, and they will have to answer to local voters. And what I would have expected to see during the course of the day, when it became clear that turnout was higher than they'd anticipated, was for them to deploy additional resources, was for them to think this through in advance, to put extra staff on, to be moving ballot papers perhaps from one polling station to another, to be getting extra ballot papers. This is the kind of local knowledge that they have, which our system relies on, which means they should be making those decisions. And people in charge of local polling stations should have been feeding that information back to the returning officer and saying, I need additional resources, you need to provide that. With the system that we have.
Why is it so creaky then? You say we've long been arguing the system had to change. Why has it started to creak? Is it the population, the size of the population, the size of the constituencies? What is it?
What we have is largely a legacy from the Victorian era when you had tiny numbers of people who had the vote. I mean, it's been changed since then, but nobody's had a fundamental look at how the system is administered. And we've been saying for some time that it is not sensible to have a system that was designed when maybe 5 million people had the vote, at a time when 45 million people had the vote. And at some point, that system was going to fall over.
But we managed to hold elections in the 1970s and 1980s and 1990s, long after the franchise was changed, to get people on significantly higher turnouts than there has been today. Anybody would think there'd been a revolution today, that millions of people extra had voted. By our own figures, we're talking of a few extra percentage points on turnout, which was hugely down at the last election and the one previously. We're not talking of some unprecedented surge of people at the polling stations or indeed some new systems. I am baffled as to know why it should be so much harder to do this time than it was in the previous 3 decades.
Well, Jenny Watson, you will no doubt be very, very busy.
Well, and indeed, it is a serious concern, and they will have to answer to us for the decisions that they've made.
Yes, and if they can't answer, nothing will happen to them.
Well, that's clearly not feasible, is it? Clearly the law is going to have to be reviewed and changed, and we'll be making recommendations for change, and I'm sure Parliament will want to look at it.
Okay.
And those individual decisions are ones that they'll have to answer to local voters for, and there may well be election petitions following this.
Jenny Watson, thanks very much. We've had one more result in. We've now had 5 declarations. This one from Northern Ireland, West Tyrone, Sinn Féin holding it, Pat Doherty, the majority of 10,685, and that's the 5th result in, a victory for Sinn Féin, and a swing there to Sinn Féin from the Democrat Unionist Party, from the Unionists to the Nationalists, 3.8%. Good. Well, it's now 20 to 1 in the morning, and we might, I think, have just a summary of how things stand with Fiona. Fiona.
Yes, indeed, and we have 2 big stories tonight. First of all, the exit poll, which is suggesting that we are heading for a hung parliament. But then, as we were hearing just then from the Electoral Commission, it says it will be undertaking a review of what's gone wrong in a number of constituencies where hundreds of people have been unable to vote. A number of polling stations closed by the deadline at 10 o'clock, with long queues of people still waiting outside. There have been extraordinary scenes. At one count, for example, at Fallowfield in Manchester, where hundreds of people were turned away. A crowd of local residents challenged local officials.
Should have got more staffing, should have got it more prepared, more staff, should have done it properly, everything.
If you're trying to wash your hands of it,
people missed out their votes out there, it's totally wrong.
Well, the Labour Deputy Leader Harriet Harman has said results are potentially open to a legal challenge if they are close. A polling station in Wavertree had to turn away voters after it ran out of ballot papers. And this was a scene in Sheffield Hallam, Nick Clegg's constituency, with people queuing round the block as the 10 o'clock deadline approached. As police were called in to move people on, one local resident voiced her frustration.
They could have had some sort of contingency plan, and I think it's shocking that the communication, even to send somebody with a loudspeaker, I mean, in Afghanistan I think the process went smoother than this.
It's shocking. There's about 100 people who haven't been able to vote, who are really cared. I mean, it was pouring with rain. So, you know, we take it very seriously, and it's terribly undemocratic. And I think everybody's very angry.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, the returning officer at that count in Sheffield gave this reaction.
We've had a phenomenal turnout, probably the highest turnout in 30 years, a large student demographic in that ward, a lot of new students arriving, no local elections last year, a lot of new voters. It caught us out. I'm not blaming anybody, we need to get this right.
We are getting reports of counts where people have been turned away, unable to vote from all over the country. But so far, 5 seats have been declared, and the exit poll is suggesting we are heading for a hung parliament, the first since 1974. The Conservatives would be the largest party, but would not have overall control. The poll suggests the Conservatives would have the most seats at 305, but that would leave them 21 seats short of an outright majority. Labour would have 255, and the Liberal Democrats would be in third place with 61, other parties with 29. Now, it's worth saying, of course, all polls have a margin of error, which could well be significant in such a tight election, and we'll get a clearer picture as more results come in. And incidentally, as well as following us live here in the studio, you can check every detail, follow live updates from your constituency right through to the final result online. That's at bbc.co.uk/election. So tonight, extraordinary scenes at some polling stations as people were turned away without being able to vote. And our exit poll is suggesting a hung parliament.
Thanks so much, Fiona. Another result in from Northern Ireland, North Antrim. This, Ian Paisley Jr., Ian Paisley's son, has held his seat, or held the seat in North Antrim. Ian Paisley's father stood down here, despite a challenge from Jim Allister, the traditional unionist voice, who was against all the agreements that Ian Paisley and the DUP were in favour of in Northern Ireland. So challenging from the traditional old unionist position, and he got 7,000 votes and failed to take the seat, Sinn Féin in third place. And incidentally, the Ulster Conservative and Unionists, who we may hear more of later tonight, in fourth place. That's Erwin Armstrong there. Those are the Unionists who have said they will support the Conservative Party at Westminster. Good. So, where are we now? We've got 10:45, 1:45. Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
And I'm joined now by Margaret Hodge, who's being opposed in her constituency of Barking by Nick Griffin, the leader of the BNP. How does it look to be going there?
I think it's going quite well, really. It's been the toughest battle of my life, really, Jeremy. The one I feel has been a real moral battle for democratic values as opposed to fascist values. And what my tellers tell me is that the count is going well, but we're probably going to have to wait till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock to get the actual result. What I was hoping was I turned the threat into an opportunity to really smash this wave of fascism. Fascism comes in waves in British politics, and this is the latest one.
We understand that you find their views repellent, but did you come to understand why they appear to be garnering such support?
Well, I think the answer is it's a complex set of issues. This is an area where the pace of change as a result of immigration has probably been faster than anywhere else in the country. And the reason that's happened is that in this area it was primarily all council owned. And when the right to buy was introduced, about half the housing was privatised. And that led to a very swift change in who was living in the housing, either by who bought the homes or because people bought to let, and often let to other London councils like Westminster, Tower Hamlets, places like that, who house their homeless families here. So the pace of change was one thing, Job losses, if you think Ford's used to employ 40,000 people, they now employ 4,000, and that's a fantastic restructuring of the economy. That also was another issue. And I think there were other issues like both... Go on,
We'll get back to you, I think, at your count, but if you'll excuse me, we're going to go away now and we're going to talk to Danny Alexander, who is Nick Clegg's Chief of Staff right-hand man. Are you really proposing to keep Gordon Brown in Downing Street?
What we're proposing to do is to listen to what the voters are saying in this election. At the moment, we're getting a great deal of premature election speculation from the other two parties. We're getting a sense of, sort of arrogant sense from the Conservatives that they should somehow inherit power. We've only had 5 constituencies first. We've had an exit poll, which I think people know are notoriously unreliable. The last time, you may remember, in 1992, the exit poll called it for one party, the other party won the election.
Yes.
We've got a long way to go now, so we're
understand.
proposing to listen to the people of this country.
No, we understand that, but your leader went through this election... Hang on a second, I'm going to have to cut to you. We're going to go to Belfast, I think.
OK, sure.
65, 365. Niall O'Donoghue, 817, 817. Trevor Ringland, 7,305, 7305. Peter Robinson, 11,306, 11306. David Vance, 1,856, 1856. There were 124 rejected ballot papers, and I declare that Naomi Long has been elected to serve in Parliament for the East Belfast constituency.
So, this is a very surprising result. Peter Robinson, First Minister of Northern Ireland, who temporarily stood down earlier last year, has been defeated in Belfast East. The Alliance Party has gained it from the Democratic Unionists. Naomi Long, who was in 3rd place last time, goes top of the poll there with a majority of 1,500. The Democratic Unionist, Peter Robinson, defeated, is in 2nd place, and the Ulster Conservative and Unionist, Trevor Ringland, in 3rd place. And here's the swing. Look, it almost wipes out our swingometer. So that is a massive defeat for Peter Robinson. 22%, 30%, 30% swing, 22.9% swing. Right, well, that's, yes.
Absolutely extraordinary story for Peter Robinson to have lost. One can only assume that this is linked to the scandal that he and his wife were involved in earlier, but has real implications for power sharing in Northern Ireland now. Peter Robinson, as First Minister, was critical in bringing his party into the process of alignment with Sinn Féin, getting the agreement that was necessary to keep power sharing going, and for him to be defeated will raise real questions about where that goes now.
Vernon?
This could be a very significant result for Northern Ireland. The Alliance Party, it's the first time they've ever won a seat. They're a party which pride themselves on not allying themselves with either of the two communities in Northern Ireland, not the Unionist community nor the Nationalist community. They're a cross-community party, and they say that Northern Ireland should forget about these old squabbles and get on with more modern issues in government, the public services, the economy and so on. So it's a highly significant issue, a strongly party in favour of power sharing, as the Liberal Democrats are in Britain. They're allied to the Liberal Democrats. It's a very striking result, I think.
Right, let's go back to Andrew Neil on the Thames. Andrew.
Thank you, David. We've now got Alistair McGowan here, Maureen Lipman and Toby Young. Let me start with you, Toby. You came out as a Conservative this week.
I did.
Are you jumping on the bandwagon?
Well, I'm happy that Cameron has got more than 300 votes, more than 300 seats.
We think. He hasn't got any seats at the moment.
No, but it looks like the exit poll is reasonably accurate.
Should he govern as a minority government, if that's what it is?
Well, you know...
Should he do a deal with the Liberals?
Given what we've heard tonight, some people haven't been able to vote, we've got an inconclusive result, maybe we should do it all again. And Andrew, I'm looking forward to being here again in about 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, it's just because you like a party. Maureen Lipman, what have you thought about this campaign as it went through its amazing ups and downs?
It was good to have a television debate. I didn't think it was going to be.
You like the debates?
It turned out very well. It galvanised the people into voting. It was nothing more than a pop idol X Factor load of nonsense. It didn't do any good for Gordon because he's not televisual. It did a lot for Clegg, which is now not proving the same at the polls. You know, what have we come to, really? If that's the way we vote, then Winston Churchill would never have gotten anywhere.
Alistair McGowan, are you going to have to... Can you do David Cameron?
No, I've been working hard on you, Andrew. You've been on television more recently. And like you, I've been asking myself the 3 most important questions lately.
Who's that, James Naughton?
It's you.
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
I've been asking the most important...
I didn't realise that.
3 questions.
I thought it was Kirsty Wark.
If you let me finish now, you're doing what you do to everybody else. Is Nick going to give the Lib Dems a Clegg up? If Labour don't win, will they be browned off? And if the Tories don't win, will it be a case of wham bam, thank you Cam? Let's find out. Andrew Neil's here.
And what about the Miliband's? Can you do either of them?
No, I can't do the Miliband's.
You've got a lot of work to do then.
Well, I don't do politicians, so it's fine. But it's interesting, a lot of celebrities have been throwing their weight behind various parties. And I heard Eddie Izzard talking about the Labour Party, and he was saying, you know, we've got to follow Europe and take a leaf out of Belgium's book. You know, we've got to ban the burger in public places. People are eating burgers in public, getting mayonnaise all over their faces. We've got to ban the burger. It's not good for people. Jam sandwiches all around. Yeah.
I like that kind of sandwich. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, people were having to queue to get into polling stations tonight. Some people didn't even get a vote. Quite remarkable happening in one of the most sophisticated democracies in the world. People had to queue, I almost tripped there, to get into this party too. Who have I got here? But 2 Snows in a May day. If you were commenting on this exit poll, as we wait for more results to come in, what would you be saying?
I'd be saying, Andrew, we've seen some exciting elections in our time, but this is the most exciting I've ever seen. I've done 12 elections altogether.
I know.
By the way, I'm enjoying this one more than any other because I'm not involved, which is wonderful, wonderful. But this is extraordinary. I mean, here we have Cameron with a sort of comfortable lead over the other parties in the exit poll, but massively short of an overall majority. I mean, those 20 seats are very, very important indeed. And if you add the Labour Party and the Lib Dems together, they're more than Cameron. It's fascinating.
And yet they still don't have an overall majority.
No,
they don't, not yet. Although, as in '92 when Dad was wrong in the exit poll, I'm
sorry, that didn't happen.
I'm still not sure I believe. But I think
he has never been wrong.
But what's amazing about the exit poll for me is despite a surge in Liberal Democrat votes, they are not getting any more seats. In fact, they're getting less seats. And it shows that we need radical constitutional reform in this country.
And I'm going to win my bet with Dan, aren't I, Dan?
What's the bet?
The bet is Dan thinks that Cameron's going to get an overall majority. I bet him 50 quid that Cameron wouldn't quite make it. The exit poll suggests he won't quite make it, but I must admit I could be wrong.
But either way, you're saying it looks like Conservatives, certainly the largest party, and maybe an overall majority.
It looks that way at the moment, which I think it's a disgrace for our democracy, I have to say.
So much depends on what happened. The Torbay result, the first Lib Dem con seat we have in it, going to tell us an awful lot. At the moment, the swing appears to be the Conservatives in those with the Lib Dems. Okay. But if the Lib Dems can start taking seats from con, then they're in business.
All right, it's been great to have you both on an election programme again. And let's go back to David in the election centre. David.
Thanks very much. We've got a Liberal Democrat seat, Thornbury and Yate. Let's just have a look at that. And this is a Conservative hold in Thornbury and Yate in South Yorkshire. But the majority is 7,000. It's down from 11,000. Liberal Democrats take it. Conservatives in second place. And have a look at this swing, which is interesting. Swing from Liberal Democrats to Conservatives, 4.3%. Now, if that's repeated in the Southwest, there are seats held by the Liberal Democrats that could fall to the Conservatives on that figure. Let's just go over to Belfast and hear from Peter Robinson, defeated there.
Representative of
First Minister
East
of
Belfast,
Northern Ireland.
I hand that task and responsibility over to Naomi, and I know that she will fulfil the trust of the people of East Belfast as she works on their behalf at Westminster and in the constituency. Of course, there will be many people who will look at the election and they will draw their own conclusions about my defeat. I have to say that from a personal point of view, I had indicated to many people that I had preferred not to stand in this election. You should always be careful what you wish for in politics. However, I have to say that I have a job to do and I have a job to complete with my mandate in the Assembly. I will continue to carry out that important work. I think it is vital for the sake of Northern Ireland that we continue the momentum moving forward. I'm glad that that is the overwhelming view of people across Northern Ireland. It is vital that we do not go back to the bad old days of the past, though there are those who would seek to drag us there. Even tonight we have seen that there are those who would like to do it by the bomb, and in the election we have seen those who would like to do it through the ballot box. But we will continue to look positively at the future of Northern Ireland, and we will ensure that the people of Northern Ireland have a bright and better future. And no matter in what role I may be able to play my part, I will always do my best to get the best deal for the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
So that was the defeated Peter Robinson, First Minister of Northern Ireland. Defeated, he stays in the Assembly, he's First Minister of Northern Ireland, but defeated at his seat by the Alliance Party, getting their first MP in Westminster. One other result, Darlington, a Labour hold in Darlington in the northeast. Jenny Chapman holds it, but the swing is interesting here, a swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 9%, just over 9%. And Durham North, and in Durham North, again a Labour hold, a similar swing, 8.9% swing from Conservatives to Labour. So, and David Cameron, I think, just arriving in his count now at Witney, having been to the pub and greeted Tory friends there, and he and his wife arriving at their count. Now, we've been talking about Northern Ireland because we had Northern Ireland results in. We've had news just there of a Plaid Cymru gain in Arfon in Wales. First Plaid Cymru gain. Let's just talk about Scotland, Emily.
Yes, I've put the map on this modified version so you can see very clearly the battle that lies ahead for the Conservatives in Scotland. They've just got that one seat, Dumfriesshire, but I'm going to take you to some of their targets, what they're hoping to come away with at the end of the night. Dumfries and Galloway right next door to the one they have already. They hope to take this from Labour. It's a fairly tight battle going on. What about Edinburgh South? This is interesting, a three-way marginal with the Lib Dems right in the middle here. They want this too. And let me just take you to one more. Angus, the SNP at the moment would have to be pushed off the top slot by the Conservatives. Peter, I'm just going to bring you in on this last one as well. Renfrewshire East, this is a very key one for the Conservatives because they could see the Scottish Secretary of State, Jim Murphy, toppled here if they took this. Which of these is really looking possible or likely?
Well, I'm not sure any of them are. Dumfries and Galloway, the word is that the Conservatives haven't taken that. That was the Labour seat in Scotland with the smallest majority over to the Conservatives. We don't know what's happening in Angus. As for Edinburgh South, the word is that the Liberal Democrats seem to be taking that from Labour, not the Conservatives. Now, why does this matter? As you said, only one Conservative seat in Scotland. There may be just one or two at the end of the night. If there's a David Cameron minority government, he'll do it without any real help from Scotland. And in Scottish politics, what will they make of it? What will Alex Salmond, the First Minister, make of it when he says, look, we're run by a party that has practically no representation in Scotland. So it's not just, as it were, a cephalogically interesting thing that Scotland is behaving differently from England, but the political consequences of that difference could be very significant.
Yeah, a real constitutional headache, potentially. We'll leave that one for you.
Thanks very much, Emily. More scenes from Witney. David Cameron going to his count. Well, there's very little to see there, so I think we shouldn't stay there much longer. I'm joined here by Robert Peston, BBC's business editor, who's just come in. Mr. Peston, 1 o'clock, they're opening the bond markets. What's all this about? We've never had an election where they suddenly start trading shares and bonds and goodness knows what right in the middle of the election night, have we?
Well, look, David, as you know, the biggest challenge for any new government is to persuade investors that the government has a credible plan to reduce the UK's record deficit, its record borrowing. And investors plainly think that the efficacy of any plan to do that will affect the price of sterling, and it'll affect the price of government bonds. And as soon as they've got the first inkling about what kind of government we're going to see, they want to trade. And that's why that market is open. That's why many banks and dealing rooms are fully, well, not fully staffed, but pretty staffed up as we speak.
But has it happened before this in other elections?
Look, markets are global, 24/7. Yes, it has happened in other elections. I think this is probably on a bigger scale because what's at stake for the UK is greater. Now, what's really interesting to me is we had the exit poll at 10 o'clock. Sterling had been weakening against the dollar all day, and that weakening continued after the exit poll. So plainly what investors are saying at this stage is that they fear that a hung parliament will make it harder to get a credible deficit plan through, which means challenges in terms of raising taxes or pushing through expenditure cuts, that those painful decisions will be harder to take.
We've had a result in from Kingswood in South Gloucestershire. This is a Conservative gain, the first Conservative gain of the night. Let's just hear the declaration. Or hear from the victor.
Thank you.
Chris
Firstly,
Skidmore.
I would like to thank on behalf of everyone here the returning officer Stuart Hook. He's done a fantastic job tonight. All of the counting staff, you two, the police, and all of everyone who's worked so hard on the day to make this election count run as smoothly as possible. You've done a fantastic job. Tonight, the people of Kingswood have voted for change. They voted for a fresh start. After 13 years of a Labour government, they have voted for a new beginning under David Cameron and the Conservatives. If this result is replicated across the country, it will mean that there is a change in government, a Conservative government, with a majority needed to bring about change that is so desperately needed in this country.
Chris Skidmore, author, historian, he worked for Michael Gove, takes Kingswood. Now, this is an important result. It's the first indication of what might happen later. A Conservative gain from Labour, a swing from Labour to Conservative of 9.4%. In their target list for the Tories, this was above the level that Jeremy Vine was talking about, the 116 they needed to get an overall majority. This was 135th on their target list.
Yeah, they'd be delighted to get a seat like this, and were it to be repeated across the country, then they would sweep to power. All talk of hung parliament would be gone away. Of course, there are certain other places, though, that we're seeing. We saw that result in Arvon, where Plaid Cymru got a seat, where the swing away from Labour was rather smaller. The Tories not the big player there, Plaid Cymru and Labour, and therefore we may see regional patterns here in which we've seen quite big swings in the North East to the Tories, a big swing here in Kingswood, but not perhaps repeated everywhere else. But that result will have them cracking champagne at Conservative Central Office, I think.
Maybe a bit premature to do that. But Emily, can we see Kingswood?
Yeah. Let's pull it up and have a look a bit more closely. You see, now you ask so sweetly, David, I can't. There you go. So looking at that change then, Conservatives nudging into first place. This has always been a bellwether seat, or for a long time been a bellwether seat, which tend to suggest this was the way the government would go. Still a pretty tight race. If I look at that as a change in the share.
Let's do the swing.
Yeah. A massive swing. I mean, really, this was on that sort of 6.9% swing that we talked about them technically needing for a parliamentary majority, and wow, they've way overshot that one.
They got it with votes to spare. And this is the sort of swing in this sort of seat which really would mean that David Cameron will be Prime Minister tomorrow night, possibly at the heads of a majority government. If it's typical of Labour marginals, it's the first one we've had in. However, we are getting other news in, Emily.
I'm going to take you on to that one that you were mentioning. Another one, Basildon South. This is very, very tight, and everyone remembers it from 1992 as being the moment when we started thinking the story wasn't quite what we thought.
That was when Derek Amos was the victor very early on in the night. Tonight, we're hearing from both the Tory camp and the Labour camp that the Conservatives have taken Basildon South, and this will be coming out in the next half hour or so. It is one of these totemic seats. Now, of course, we want to see what the figures are, because it needs only a tiny swing. Have the Conservatives achieved a substantial swing, as they did in Kingswood, or have only just made it? But it does look as if the iconic seat of Basildon has gone Conservative.
Yeah, just to remind you, that's the 2005 show we're looking at now. We haven't had Basildon in yet, expecting that any moment, and Battersea as well. Another very, very tight, ultra-marginal, they call them. David.
Thanks, Emily. We may now be looking for or at an overall Conservative majority. Unlike what the exit poll said some time back, it's looking now feasible that the Tories will have an overall majority in the new Parliament. Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
Well, we're watching this with absolute rapt fascination. With three members of the House of Lords here, two former party leaders, Lord Kinnock, Lord Ashdown and Lady Varsey from the Conservatives. I mean, you must be really chuffed, aren't you, about this latest result, Kingswood, and the implications for Basildon?
I mean, it's a great result, that, because the swing that we needed was just under 7%.
Is this the Ashdown money at work,
9%.
or...?
Ashcroft, if
Ashcroft, I'm so sorry. It's getting on.
That is libelous.
I think, to be fair, Jeremy, that's a story that's been and gone, and I think what we need to concentrate...
It isn't a story that's been and gone. It's a story that may be bearing fruit tonight.
So that's the reform we're going to get.
Well, actually, if you look at the way that candidates have been campaigning, and I've seen most of them in the last 2.5 years, in terms of the amount of door knocking that they're doing, in terms of the people that they've had contact with, that's got nothing to do with money. That's actually got to do with how hard those candidates have worked.
You look at this result and you think about Basildon, and you think about what you felt when you heard the news in Basildon when it went. What do you feel?
Yes, Calais is written on my heart. Basildon is certainly written on mine. It could be a bellwether. It'll be interesting to see how big the swing was, because the margin last time wasn't great. And I still think we're a fair way out from getting a conclusive result. The one in Kingswood was a big swing, but I think there might be particular additional local factors. It's not good. It's not good.
What do you make of what's happening tonight?
Well, my first conclusion is your opinion poll was rubbish, Jeremy. It underestimated, I think, the Conservatives, and it underestimated the Lib Dems. That's my first. And by the way, from the start of this evening, I didn't think we were in for a hung Parliament. I think we're in for a small majority.
I must just warn you, we're about to go to Torbay at any moment, but I know you'll be fascinated to see that result, but I think you can carry on talking until the returning officer there looks as if she's about to open her mouth. But
however, if indeed there is a hung Parliament, it's clear what the Tory strategy is. It is to write a narrative of victory based on Labour's failure.
OK, I'm going to take you out there. She's speaking.
Rates, being the acting returning officer for the Torbay constituency, do hereby give notice that
Torbay, then, held by the Liberal Democrats with a majority of nearly 3,000.
Is as follows. Anne Patricia Conway, British National Party, 709. Simon Alexander Moss, Green Party, 468. Julian Henry Parrott, UK Independence Party, 2,628. David Hedrick Friend, the Labour Party candidate, 3,231. Adrian Mark Sanders, Liberal Democrat, 23,126. Charles Marcus Alexander Wood, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,048.
Democrats hold Torbay.
Ballot papers, and I hereby declare that Adrian Mark Sanders is duly elected. The turnout was 64.6%.
So the turnout, 64.6, she said, it was 60 before, so it's gone up a bit. Adrian Sanders, who is Deputy Chief Whip for the Liberal Democrats, been the MP there since 1997. And here are the figures. There's his raw majority. Let's just have a look at the share of the vote and the change of the vote there. Conservatives on 39%, and the swing Conservative to, it's a 1.1% swing. Liberal Democrats to Conservative. No, Conservative to Lib Dems, I should say.
Perfectly illustrates how we're going to get different pictures in different parts of the country. This was 57th on the list of seats that the Tories wanted and need to get in order to have a majority. So on the one hand, they do not get that, and a very small swing away from them. On the other hand, we saw Kingswood, where they get this massive swing. It's one that isn't on their list of key targets to form a majority that they do get.
I mean, I assume a pattern will emerge from this in the end. I mean, people will look back at this election in a month or two, and we'll see things. I don't know how
It may be a pattern of a series of two-party races, of course, David. You may find that Tories against Liberal Democrats perform in one way, the Tories against Labour perform in another, and so on and so forth.
Well, Emily and Peter Kellner are the geniuses at this, and will be able to tell us. Oh, sorry, Emily.
Geniuses on our own.
It was working so well before.
Shall I kick it? Come back to us when we've got it up.
Oh, all right. Yes, Vernon.
This is the first indication we've had, I think, of a slight setback to Conservative hopes. Previous results against Labour have indicated...
Go on.
Previous results have indicated an overall majority for the Conservatives, but if they cannot win Liberal Democrat seats in the southwest, they have to win more seats from Labour. So there's a slight possibility there. I wouldn't put too much strength on it, that the Conservative advance may be checked.
Let's go down to Putney in southwest London.
Yes, again, I must have take advice from the Chief Executive. What do I do?
Declare the result. They must have gone home to commiserate.
Is some uncertainty what they're meant to do there?
There's one.
Martha Khan is there. I don't know whether she can hear us. Martha?
I can, David. In her regalia, she's about to announce the result from Putney, this seat in southwest London.
I, Jane Cooper, being the returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Putney constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Peter Darby, British National Party, 459. Justin Greening, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,223. Stuart Thomas King, the Labour Party candidate, 11,170. Bruce William David Mackenzie, Green Party, 591. James Peter Charles Sandbach, Liberal Democrats, 6,907. Frederick Hugo Joel Wareham, UK Independence Party, 435. I therefore declare that Justine Greening is elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the constituency of Putney. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Putney, Conservative hold Putney, and Justine Greening, the Shadow Communities Local Government Minister, one of the vice chairmen, one of the many vice chairmen of the Conservative Party. Justine Greening just about to speak there. Let's just see the swing there.
I'd first of all, of course, like to thank the returning officer.
Swing of 9.9%.
People who counted the
from
ballot
Labour to the
papers so quickly
Conservatives.
here in Wandsworth. I know you've got many, many more to do
Majority goes
tonight.
up by 8,000.
It was the greatest privilege of my life to be elected to represent Putney, Roehampton and South.
We've got another result from North Down in County
Jeanette
Down.
Murray, being the Deputy Returning Officer for the North Down
Sylvia Herman.
constituency, declared that the number of votes for each candidate at the election was as follows. Stephen Agnew, 1,043, 1043. Stephen Farry, 1,876, 1876. Sylvia Herman, 21,181, 21181. Kay Kilpatrick, 1,634, 1634. Liam Logan, 680, 680. Vincent Parker, 250, 250. Ian James Parsley, 6,817, 6817. There were 62 rejected ballot papers, and I declare that Sylvia Herman has been elected to serve in Parliament for the North Down constituency.
So Lady Herman refused to stand under the Conservative banner here and stood as an independent. And Ian Parsley, it's not a misprint for Paisley, Ian Parsley, who stood for the Unionists and Conservatives, is in second place, well below her. She's done very well there. Her majority was 5,000 before, it's now nearly 15,000.
What can I say to the people of North Down? I am just overwhelmed.
So, Jeremy Vine, you have something for us.
Yes, David. We're going to have a look and see what happens when we compare the exit poll figures that we've got with the real results coming in. And we'll focus specifically on these 6 constituencies we've seen in the northeast of England. So on the wall you see the swingometer set at 0 with the seats in the colours that they were left by the last general election, Conservatives and Labour seats in blue and red. And the exit poll gave us this figure for national swing, 5.5%, not enough for the Conservatives. They need 6.97% for an overall majority. But is that the actual figure? Well, we're now getting results in, and I can show you now the seats in the northeast of England. I'll identify them, highlight them. There are 19 seats, and 17 of them are Labour, an absolute Labour heartland area. And the swing to the Conservatives in the northeast is very different from the exit poll swing which we've got nationally. Have a look at this. So a massive 8.4% to the Conservatives, well enough if that was spread nationally for them to become the government with an overall majority. And it actually gives them 2 seats here. You can see if these come in Conservative, it'll be borne out. Stockton South, Darry Taylor would lose his seat there. And then Tynemouth, you can see where Alan Campbell is the Labour MP. Now, you can see those 2 seats won for Labour in 1997 in Tony Blair's landslide. Will part of the story tonight be the unravelling of some of Labour's massive gains in that election 13 years ago? Let's have a look at the Liberal Democrats in the same area. Liberal Democrats against Labour in the northeast of England. Again, I'll highlight the constituencies for you. And again, let's take a look, if we can, at what the exit poll told us about their performance nationally. 3.5% swing, Liberal Democrat to Labour. And what happens if we look at the northeast seats and the swing there? Again, it's much higher. Liberal Democrats taking chunks out of Labour, 6.7%, and they would gain Durham, big student city, would go Liberal Democrat. Roberta Blackman-Woods would cease being the Labour MP. So, fascinating story from the northeast. A Labour heartland, hugely strong area for the Labour Party, but it turns out their support there may have been more vulnerable to attack from the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats than maybe anyone thought. David.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. Let's go down to the river again and join Andrew Neil. Thanks very much, Jeremy. Let's go down to the river again.
My next guest here on the boat is Alistair Campbell. I look over your shoulder and see Big Ben says 120. How bad does it look for Labour at this time in the morning?
Well, I still don't think you can tell. I thought it was interesting what Jeremy was saying there about seats where Labour maybe would have thought they'd done better, where they've obviously not done as well as maybe we'd have hoped. But I still think that it's far, far too early to call.
But Mr. Brown hasn't won.
Well, look, we've lost a lot of seats. There's no doubt about that, and the Kingswood was a bad result as well. But the reality is, the Conservatives not long ago were expecting to be way home and dry by now, and they're not.
If Mr. Cameron comes first, but without an overall majority, should Mr. Brown try and form a coalition with the Lib Dems?
Well, let's just see what happens. I think everybody.
Well, Downing Street sources are already telling us that, Alistair.
Well, I imagine that everybody will be thinking about all the different options that are going to come.
What would you advise?
Well, look, if Labour and the Liberals could do a deal, and if there is no overall, if the Tories can't form the government, then that's obviously an option that people are going to look at.
But Gordon Brown would clearly have lost.
Let's see how the results are.
He never got elected as leader of the Labour Party. He never got elected as Prime Minister. He's now lost, and you're saying he should stay in power.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying let's wait and see what the results are.
Well, supposing it is Labour second,
Andrew,
Liberals third.
Before too long, we're going to know. Before too long, we're going to know.
But it is significant that Downing Street is already putting out to the Press Association and the BBC and others that if possible Mr. Brown will seek to form a coalition.
I think what they're probably doing is trying to counter. I saw Paddy Ashdown talking a few moments ago about this narrative that the Tories are trying to create, that they are forming the next government. George Osborne, I've just come from ITV, George Osborne was doing an interview effectively saying they've won the election. The election is not over. Nobody has won the election yet.
Sure.
All the party leaders are going to have to reflect on the results as they come in.
The one thing we do know is that Labour hasn't won it.
I think it'd be very, even I'm not going to tell you that Labour might form a majority government in the morning, but what I can say is it's not that long ago that every single commentator, yourself probably included, thought the Tories were going to be home and dry, and they've not actually had that good a campaign. They are not where they want to be. They're not where they think they should be.
This must be a sad night for you, because in a sense this is the end of 13 years of New Labour.
Well, look,
It's over.
I can remember. No, it's not. It's certainly not over for New Labour by any manner of means. What I think is extraordinary, if we were to win this election tonight,
you're not.
If we had won this election tonight, we'd have been only the third party in 2 centuries to win 4 terms. And if you remember back in 1992. Lots and lots of people said we were never going to win again. We won in 97 with the landslide, another one in 2001 and again in 2005. So Labour has got a lot to be proud of. And I think actually it's interesting. I think if one of the lessons of this election already is that Britain is a progressive country. It doesn't really want
Let
a
me
big
just
Conservative
interrupt you.
government
We're
back.
looking at pictures of Gordon Brown. He's at his Kirkcaldy constituency now, shaking hands with various people. That is one seat that I think we can be pretty sure will stay Labour tonight when we get the results.
Certainly hope so.
If Mr Cameron does form a minority government or an overall majority government, Gordon Brown goes as Labour leader.
Well, again, let's wait and see what happens. I mean, I think Gordon has made it clear throughout this campaign that, you know, he's a big guy, he'll take responsibility, but I'm not going to speculate beyond that.
Who would you like to see as the next Labour leader?
And I'm not going to answer that one either. I'm sorry.
That's a perfectly legitimate question.
It's a perfectly legitimate
You've
question.
been a kingmaker in the Labour Party before.
I'm not going to answer it. I think that, look, there's a long way to go tonight. There have been some very interesting results already. I thought the Torbay was an interesting one, and I think that Vernon was right that it's not all going the Tories' way.
Alistair Campbell, I'm going to interrupt you there because we're going to go straight back to David at the studio.
Thanks very much, Andrew. John Simpson has been with Gordon Brown this evening. John, if you can hear me, can you cast any light or throw any light on this report that Mr Brown has said he'll try to form a coalition if there's a hung parliament, according to Labour Party sources?
Well, certainly I've been talking to people very close to Gordon Brown, and that is certainly the kind of the Gordon Brown line. Now, I mean, it's confused because indeed some of his own spokesmen say they don't know anything about it, etc. But as I understand it, the line is Gordon Brown remains Prime Minister. He will, I now think, perhaps you can even see me. I'm not sure. Perhaps you're just still seeing Gordon.
Looks like you. Looks like you. Sounds like you. I think it's you. Yes. There you are, John.
Yes. Now I'm the one with the white hair. Yes.
That's me.
He says he is the Prime Minister. Of course, constitutionally, he gets the right to see if he can form a government. That's why you're hearing all these things that are coming out to the Liberal Democrats. You know, yes, of course, we're really interested in electoral reform, and we're on the same side, really. We're the natural partners of the Liberal Democrats and so forth. That's what, as I understand it, Gordon Brown's line is. Whether that's trickled through to every member of his team, well, it doesn't seem to. But that's,
no, because the line here, the line that we're getting from apparently from number 10, I'll bring Nick in on this, he'll know, is that he'd try to form a coalition government, not that it's possible.
It's the Press Association have reported Downing Street sources saying this. I've just been talking to someone who works very closely with Gordon Brown, who's trying to downplay it. Frankly, you don't need to talk to anybody. It's blindingly obvious. Every single Labour spokesman that's come on this programme since the moment the programme began has flattered the Liberal Democrats, called for electoral reform and said the Tories haven't won and that it would be helpful if they could work with other people for a stable government. They are saying in a great bright red lights with the klaxon going, come to us. We want to do a deal, they're saying to the Liberal Democrats. Now, of course, what we don't know is whether the seats that will be declared tonight will allow them to have the chance to do that.
Well, Gordon Brown there at the count, and we'll have his result when it comes through. Meantime, we've got a result from Wales I'd just like to see. Vale of Clwyd, first of all, in Denbighshire. Labour held on to this. This was just outside the range that the Tories were hoping to take if they wanted that 116. He's been there since 97. And the swing, 3.6% to the Conservatives. And Anglesey, Innismorn, again a swing, this time from Plaid Cymru to Labour. Labour to Plaid Cymru, 1.8%. And Arfon, which we had a moment before, I think, Labour to Plaid Cymru, 3.7%. There we are, that's the Arfon result. So there's 3 Welsh results in. We're getting more from Wales and Northern Ireland than we are from England. Nick?
It suggests, our analysts are telling us behind the scenes, that you're getting a slightly lower swing to the Conservatives in Wales. Now, remember, the Tory party set a target of 10 at one stage, Welsh gains that they wanted to make in order to get a majority. It would not suggest that they would be able to do that on the sorts of figures we're seeing in Wales, and once again reinforces this idea that you're getting different swings in different regions.
It means the Conservative government will be very much an English government. And Peter Kellner made an interesting point a little while ago. The Conservatives will be the third or possibly even the fourth party in Scotland. How will that play when you have an SNP leader of a government in Scotland who says that Scotland has a let-out from the expenditure cuts of a Conservative government by voting for independence? The strains between England and Scotland are likely to increase very considerably, in my judgment, as a result of this election.
Well, it will certainly be a conundrum. Anyway, we're waiting for more to come in. We've got 326, the winning post. You see how few have so far come in. 11 Labour, 4 Conservative, 2 Liberal, 8 others. Jeremy.
Well, David, thank you very much. We're joined now by David Blunkett, who's in Sheffield. David Blunkett, are you entirely comfortable with the idea of Gordon Brown hanging on to Downing Street as a result of some sort of deal?
Well, there are two provisos. Firstly, only the Prime Minister can concede defeat or decide that he would like to try and reach a deal with others. And secondly, that is entirely dependent on whether the Conservatives get an overall majority. And my own view, at this very, very early stage with the swings we're seeing, is that it's quite likely that the Conservatives will make it, or they'll be so close to it that the decision will be taken. You see, back in 1992, I remember my colleagues going till 5 and 6 in the morning, spouting the line that was put to them on their pages, and the electorate outside and the Chatterati being completely bewildered. And I think within 2 hours we'll know pretty well whether the Conservatives have made it or not. And at that point, people actually might be able to talk something sensible.
But your instinct is that Labour has lost this election.
My instinct is that we regrettably have lost the election, but that we should go for uniting the anti-Conservative forces if we are in opposition. I say if we are. In a way that tries to minimise the damage they can do to our economy, to our social policy, to the well-being of the people who have voted for us in the election yesterday, and above all to stop what happened in the 1980s in my city, which was the destruction of the fabric of the community and the well-being of people in terms of their employment. And that should be our primary task as a party that will, of course, whether in coalition with others or not, will be renewing itself, will be reconnecting, will be speaking the language of people we represent.
David, thank you very much. Paddy Ashdown, what advice would you be giving Nick Clegg tonight?
Don't listen to hoary old war horses sitting on the back seat, and one of them is me.
Okay, thank you very much, David.
Listen, if you let me give you perhaps if you put me against a wall.
Hang on, I'm going to have to cut across you because people want the results, and we've got one coming in, David.
Okay.
Liberal Democrats held on to Fife North East. Interesting, David Blunkett, the first senior Labour Party member to say that in his opinion, Labour has lost this election. We go to the city of Durham for a declaration. Held by Labour, majority of 3,000.
Yes, I am.
Liberal Democrats in second place.
Yeah, Labour have held this. Okay.
Well, this has been held by Labour since 1935, this seat. The old SDP came close to taking it in the 80s. It's the most marginal seat for Labour against the Liberal Democrats in the North East, and I wish they'd get on with announcing it.
If they don't win this seat, the Liberal Democrats, they'll be quite disappointed. Nick Clegg's final rally before arriving home in Sheffield was in Durham. It was a target they wanted. They want to have a real presence in the North East. They run the council in Newcastle, and their argument had been if they had trouble against the Conservatives in the south of England, that they could do well against Labour in the north of England. So Liberal Democrats don't get this seat, it will be confirmation of the picture coming out of our exit poll that this isn't as good a night as they might have hoped for.
Can't imagine what they're waiting for. They all seem to be standing there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates. Oh, here she comes.
I, Colette Longbottom, being the acting returning officer at the parliamentary election for the City of Durham constituency held on the 6th of May 2010, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Blackman, Woods, Roberta Carroll, the Labour Party candidate, 20,496. Coghill, Marshall, Nigel Revel, UK Independence Party, 856. Collins, Jonathan Charles, Independent, 172. Musgrave, Ralph Stevens.
The electorate was 73,534.
We're going up to Kirkcaldy for the Prime Minister's result, and we'll come back to Durham
Rejected papers 60, and the percentage
after we've had
was
this result from Kirkcaldy.
37%. I, Ronnie Hines, returning officer, give notice that the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Peter Adams, UK Independence Party, 760. Susan Archibald, Independent, 184. Gordon Brown, Scottish Labour Party, 29,559. Douglas Chapman, Scottish National Party, 6,550. Derek Jackson, Land is Power, 57. McLaren of McLaren, Independent, 165. John Mainland, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 4,269. And Lindsay Patterson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 4,258. I declare Gordon Brown elected to serve in Parliament as a member for the Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency.
Well, I hope we'll be able to hear from Gordon Brown. Yes, he's got notes for his speech coming out, so he holds his seat safely. His majority goes up by nearly 5,000 votes.
Thank my fellow candidates for the dignified manner in which they have fought this campaign. And can I thank this great college, of which I'm proud to be and remain the Chancellor, and which is now a central focus of our whole community life. I want to thank the staff for what they have done to give us a great welcome. And let me tonight thank the returning officer and the staff who have administered this count with such speed and courtesy and care, ensuring that everyone who has met the rules has had the chance to vote, as I hope and believe is the right of citizens everywhere throughout our country. Let me say to the people of this great constituency, there is no greater privilege than to serve in Parliament the people you have grown up with, men and women you've gone to school with, whose children have also grown up here. A few yards from here is the home in which I grew up as I was young. Immediately across the road from here is the church where my father preached and where I first began to learn about social justice. And decades ago, I learned here in Kirkcaldy something that has never left me. I learned what true friendship is. And so many of us who meet first at school have been friends for life. And many of them are here tonight, and I thank you for your unwavering support for me personally, and also for your support for our cause. I'm proud of much that the Labour government has achieved: the minimum wage, the child tax credit, the NHS renewed, more police officers, 500,000 children out of poverty, 2 million more jobs than in 1997. And I'm proudest of all to have been returned as a Member of Parliament for Fife, now 7 elections in a row, by the people who know me best, who I am, who I stand for, and what I went into politics to achieve. I entered Parliament to fight for jobs, and that's what, even through a global financial storm, I have been doing. I entered Parliament to improve schools and the opportunities of young people to get apprenticeships and to go to college and university and get a degree. And that's what I have done and am doing. I entered Parliament to fight against discrimination and dignity, and for dignity and equality, and to deliver dignity for older people. And that's what I've been and I continue to do. And I entered Parliament to support our wonderful armed forces and to ensure that this country fulfills its obligations to the poorest countries of the world. And that is what I am doing. And I entered Parliament to save and renew our NHS, and that is exactly what we have done. But this moment, I want to speak directly to the people of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, to thank so many of you, Alec Rowley, my agent, Marlon Livingston, member of the Scottish Parliament, Peter Livingston, Helen Eadie, member of the Scottish Parliament, and Bob Eadie. I want to thank all our councillors and all our party members. And I also want to thank my wife, Sarah, for her love and for her support, and for her legendary campaigning skills too. Above all, I want to thank the people of Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy for returning me once more as your Member of Parliament. The outcome of this country's vote is not yet known. But my duty to the country coming out of this election is to play my part in Britain having a strong, stable and principled government, able to lead Britain into sustained economic recovery, and able to implement our commitments to far-reaching reform to our political system, upon which there is a growing consensus in our country. So tonight, thanks to your support, I enter the 27th year of my service as Member of Parliament, and thanks to your votes, with more support than ever before in the time I have been a candidate. I am deeply honoured. Thank the people of Cowdenbeath, Kirkcaldy and all the surrounding communities. I will not let you down. Thank you very much.
Gordon Brown speaking at Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, his constituency where his majority is well up by 5,000 or so, but making a speech that sounded to me almost like a valedictory speech, listing all the achievements that he said he was proud of and thanking the people who knew him best in the constituency and saying the outcome of the election is not yet known, but his duty lay in achieving stable government. But I got the feeling he was pretty well wrapping up his career as leader of the Labour Party.
I thought his face, David, I thought more importantly his eyes and the eyes of his wife Sarah spoke of defeat. They spoke of disappointment. They did not speak of a man believing that he will still be Prime Minister, but he was careful to use that form of words, wasn't he? The outcome's not yet known, but it's my duty, he said, to play my part in creating a strong and stable government. So at least allowing that if there is a hung parliament that allows him to look at forming a coalition government, or perhaps stepping aside to allow someone else to form a coalition government between Labour and the Liberal Democrats, that he now says it's his duty to do so. But there was nothing in what he said or his demeanour that suggested to me that he believes he's going to continue for very long as Prime Minister of this country.
Andrew Marr is with the David Cameron camp. Did you hear what the Prime Minister said, Andrew? What do you make of it?
Yes, David, I did hear that, and David Cameron is not very far away from me. It will have been watching it as well, and I think will have been focusing on those words about it. Gordon Brown saying it's his duty to lead the country out of the recession. A pretty clear hint there, and we've had much more than hints on the programme all evening from other Labour figures, that if they possibly can, they'd like to do some sort of deal with the Liberal Democrats. Now, that would arouse a sense of outrage, I think, in the Conservative camp, the people around David Cameron, who feel that as things go at the moment, they are on course to clearly win this election. And the country would then be in an incredibly difficult position if we had two different leaders, both trying to form governments. That embroils, of course, Buckingham Palace and all the rest of it. Now, we're not there yet, but we are in a position where I think the Conservative camp, David Cameron's people, are watching this result by result, and even at this stage in the morning aren't really able to call this and tell what's happening. Gordon Brown was not conceding defeat quite yet. David Cameron has so far not come out and claimed victory. There has not been an election like this in my lifetime, and it's quite clear that it's going to go on for quite a long time yet. I think if David Cameron was able to come out and vent his feelings, it would be that by every sort of standard of ordinary morality, he was winning this election, he deserves to be Prime Minister, and yet, at this stage, he can't say that's going to happen.
And Andrew, do you think that Gordon Brown, as we've been talking about at this table, Vernon Bognor has been saying, and I think Peter Hennessy was saying, that Gordon Brown has an absolute right, as indeed Ted Heath did in February '74, to try and stay in office as Prime Minister if he can, by putting together some sort of agreement or coalition or support mechanism or whatever with the Liberal Democrats?
Well, the constitutional position is that he remains Prime Minister until it's clear that he cannot command a majority of the House of Commons. So if he lifts up the phone at some point in the course of the morning to Nick Clegg, and they do some kind of deal, and he feels that Libs and Lab together can form a majority, then he has the right to carry on. The problem is that if the country seems to have rejected Gordon Brown as Prime Minister and has elected a large number of Conservative MPs, clearly the largest party in Parliament, then there will be a sense of natural right versus constitutional right.
And of course, the difference is that Ted Heath had more votes, more popular votes, even though he had fewer seats in the House of Commons than Labour. He actually had 250,000 or so more people voting for him. It doesn't look on these figures as though Labour's going to be able to claim that.
For once, David, we are in a position.
Right. One other very interesting. Sorry. One other very interesting parallel I should say, is that of course Ted Heath was asked by the then Liberal leader Jeremy Thorpe whether he could deliver voting reform, and he said the most I can offer is a Speaker's Conference and a vote of the House of Commons, and that was not enough for the Liberals then, and I suspect whoever they were dealing with, it wouldn't be enough for the Liberal Democrats now.
We think we're about to get a declaration from Tooting, Wandsworth Town Hall, where Tooting and Battersea are all having their counts. Let's just go up on the platform there and see.
Do you think? No, I'm a bit short, I think.
Oh, there's some pause while they check things here. The Conservatives gained Battersea, incidentally. Let's just see that result while we wait.
Mr. Vickers, yes. Again, I seem to be missing a candidate. But
okay, let's just see the Battersea result, can we? Can we put that on the screen? Thank you very much. Conservative gain in Battersea. .5% swing to the Conservatives.
Liberal Democrats, 7,509. Mark Adrian Clark, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,514. Susan John Richards, Independent, 190. Sadiq Aman Khan, the Labour Party candidate, 22,000. Can I finish, please? 22,038. Strachan David MacDonald, UK Independence Party, 624. Shireen Hanouk Paul, the Christian Party, 171. Albert Roy Vickery, Green Party, 609. I therefore declare that Sadiq Aman Khan is elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the constituency of Tooting. Congratulations.
So Sadiq Khan, who's been there since 2005, is a Transport Minister, attends Cabinet, the first Asian to attend Cabinet, and the shout you may have heard was "Yes, we can," a bowdlerisation of Obama's slogan, "Yes, we can." Oh, they're offered it again. Here are the results, if you just want to see those.
Can I begin by...
This is majority, 2,500 and...
Thank you.
24. It's down by about that amount, actually, since last time. The change since 2005. Labour up 1%, the Conservatives up 8%, the Liberal Democrats way down 5%.
The media, from the various calls I've had today.
What's intriguing is these different swings we're getting. 3.6% swing to the Tories there in Tooting, nothing like enough for them to become a majority government. We've seen some swings up at 9%, we've seen others, and this was just outside the range of the seats that they need to get in order to have a majority. But if, as we've seen in certain areas of the southwest, the Liberal Democrats have done rather better at holding on to their seats against the Tory advance, they need to get seats like this in order to have a chance of getting
Did you spot the difference between the swing in Battersea and the swing in Tooting?
I forget the figure. I think it was about 6% in Battersea from memory. I haven't got the figure on me. But it was significantly higher.
6.5%, yes.
Significantly higher.
Let's go to South London with Emily.
Interesting, when we were listening to the count, it sounded by the number of votes as if the Conservative candidate had taken this. He hasn't. Sadiq Khan, a junior transport minister, has kept his position. Let me show you what that does. So Labour up just a fraction. The Conservatives have made these gains, but as Nick was saying, just not enough. And very interesting, Peter, you and I had the same reaction. The turnout must have been huge.
I think the turnout's up about 9%, 10 percentage points. Turnout's up almost everywhere, but not by this amount. Now look, we've had, I think, 4 Labour marginals where we've got the figures. One, Kingswood, had a huge swing, 9.5%. The others, Battersea 6%, Telford 6%, now 3.5% here. It may be because it's a big ethnic minority vote. Some signs, Labour seats with a high ethnic minority votes, a smaller swing. But at the moment, the 3.6. But the variety of swings, Nick Robinson was saying, we're going to be hours before we know really whether the Tories are merely the largest party or whether they're close to an outright majority. Very varied swings all over the place.
OK, the other one we'll be looking at time to come is Ipswich, another junior transport minister there, Chris Mole. A similar swing needed, around 6%. Will they manage that one, or will it be the same result as in Tooting?
Let's just see Guildford, which we've had in while Emily was talking there. The Guildford result, Conservative hold, number 1 in the Liberal Democrats' target. It was a very tight thing between Conservatives and Liberal Democrats. 22,000, there was just a majority of 89 at the last election in 2005. But the Conservatives have held on there, and here's the change. Conservative vote in Guildford goes up 9%, Liberal Democrats go down 4%, Labour down 5%. Turnout, 72%. They're carrying out to decent turnouts like we used to have in the 60s and 70s.
There's just the beginning of a hint that this exit poll that looks so odd about the Liberal Democrats may not be wrong, actually, because we are seeing these drops, but we're seeing them in seats where we get increased turnout. And is it perhaps because people thought this is a two-way battle for number 10 and they came out in large numbers in that direction?
Pictures of Gordon Brown and his wife just leaving the count after the result that we heard in Kirkcaldy there.
One would have thought in a seat like Guildford that Labour voters would have swung very heavily to the Liberal Democrats to enable the Liberal Democrats to gain that seat from the Conservatives. It's a very disappointing result for them, as the City of Durham is.
Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
Well, I'm joined now by Ed Miliband, who's at his count in Doncaster. Ed Miliband, David Blunkett was saying to me a few minutes ago that he thought the Conservatives were going to end the night with an overall majority. What does it feel like to you?
I've no idea, really, to be completely honest. I mean, it's one of these cases where the people have spoken, but we don't quite know exactly what they've said, and it's going to be much later in the morning before we know. I think if your exit poll is right, 2 things come forward, I think, in my view. First of all, we need a stable government, and we will have to see who can form a stable government. And of course, Gordon Brown, as the Prime Minister, and the constitutional position is clear, gets to have the first crack at that. And secondly, people have voted in their majority for reform of our voting system. And this is essentially the first time in 100 years, I think, that that's really happened. Ourselves and the Liberal Democrats both clearly committed to that. That cannot be swept under the carpet at this election, as Peter Mandelson was saying earlier on. But let's see whether your exit poll turns out to be true, because we've got a huge variation, obviously, across the country.
It is hugely complicated, as you say, but your judgment is that it is OK for Gordon Brown to soldier on, even though he has no overall majority?
Yeah, we have a very simple system, a parliamentary system in this country. If one party gets the majority, the leader of that party becomes the Prime Minister. If no party gets the majority, then it is up to the parties that are in the House of Commons to try and form a majority between them, and the Prime Minister gets the first go at that. That's just very simple. And to be honest, George Osborne starting to say, you know, that somehow David Cameron should have the first opportunity to do that, or whatever, is completely irrelevant in my view, because the position is very clear.
So you're with your brother, it's Brown or bust, are you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. Let's see what the result of the election is. I will make one point to you, Jeremy, which I think nobody has made, although they may have made this point, which is that I think one of the reasons you're seeing in our marginal seats a lower swing, as far as I can tell, than in some of the safer seats, Labour or Tory, is frankly we have foot soldiers on the ground who have been getting out the vote, and I want to pay tribute to them tonight. And basically in those seats, the foot soldiers where we've held on have beaten the Ashcroft money.
I'm going to have to cut across you there, Ed, because I've got to go back to David Dimbleby. David.
Well, we've had 57 declarations in now. We've got a current swing from Labour to Conservative of 3.3%, but it's much altered by results we've had from Northern Ireland and from Scotland, I'm told. So I don't know what the swing is settling at, if indeed it is going to settle. We know this is the most extraordinary election. Everybody's at sixes and sevens about who's doing what. We heard David Blunkett saying Labour had lost it. We don't know who's won it. We shall see. Let's have a summary of where we are at the moment, can we, Fiona? If you can make sense, if you can make good sense of this chaos.
I'll certainly do my best. We've had 57 seats so far. We've got 593 to go. So far tonight, the big story is the extraordinary scenes at polling stations around the UK where hundreds of people have been unable to vote. The Electoral Commission said it will conduct a review after angry voters complained of being shut out from polling stations, which couldn't cope with the number of people who turned up. Police were called into some areas when voters refused to move on. In Wavertree, the polling station simply ran out of ballot papers.
All day you had the queues, no one bothered to get more staff in, to get more organised.
Frustration and anger in Manchester's Fallowfield. Staff couldn't cope. It cost hundreds of people their vote.
We're being disenfranchised, and that's not on. This could make all the difference between somebody losing or winning.
Voters in Nick Clegg's constituency waited and waited. Many were turned away.
We take it very seriously, and it's terribly undemocratic. And I think everybody's very angry.
Hear, hear. Yeah. The returning officer blamed a large number of students turning up without their polling card. Extra staff were sent, but it was too late.
It should not have happened. We will learn from it. We cannot turn the clock back, regrettably. We could not extend beyond 10 p.m. Once the problem occurred, we had no remedy open to us.
A picture's emerging of polling stations being caught out by a high voter turnout and too few staff. Voters were locked out in Ealing in West London and here in Leeds. The Electoral Commission said it was cause for serious concern.
Clearly we're going to look at this. Clearly Parliament will want to look at this, and it may well be that the law will need to change.
Already there are suggestions of a legal challenge to results where voters were turned away. Philippa Young, BBC News.
Well, we've had the first big upset of the evening, first political scalp. The Democratic Unionist Party leader Peter Robinson has lost his seat in East Belfast. The Northern Ireland First Minister, who's held the seat since 1979, was ousted by a candidate from the Alliance Party. The result follows the political scandal which surrounded Mr Robinson and his wife early this year. Well, hundreds of seats still to go, but our exit poll is suggesting we may be heading for the first hung parliament since 1974, with no party having an overall majority. The picture should get clearer as more results come in. The night is yet young, but at the moment, this is the current state of the parties. Labour there's just got up one with 30 seats so far, Conservatives with 14, Lib Dem on 4, other parties with 11. How the city reacts to the election result will be crucial to Britain's economic recovery. In an unprecedented move, the bond markets have opened within the last half hour to allow traders the chance to respond quickly to the results as they come in. Bond prices have firmed up and the pound is up by about a cent against the dollar. Some analysts are suggesting investors seem to be betting on a Conservative majority. And I should tell you that as well as following us live here in the studio, you can also check every detail and follow live updates from your constituency right through to the final result online at bbc.co.uk/election. So tonight, extraordinary, unprecedented scenes at polling stations as some people were turned away without being able to vote, and the Electoral Commission says there will be a thorough review.
Thanks very much, Fiona. Let's just have a look at one or two more results we've had in. Blaenau Gwent. Labour have gained, you might say gained back Blaenau Gwent from People's Voice. There was a great row there over the years, a by-election in 2006, because Labour tried to impose, we've got Newbury up there, but let me just finish on talking about Blaenau Gwent, because Labour tried to impose a candidate, and the Labour candidate stood as an independent and held it. Well, that has now ended. Labour's taken it. Anyway, let's go on to Newbury now. Conservative hold in Newbury. Liberal Democrats in second place, David Rendell. And the Liberal Democrat vote falls by as much as the Conservative vote rises. The majority was 12,000 before, and it's up 8,700 or so. So the Conservative hold there. Gedling. Labour hold on to Gedling in Nottinghamshire. Vernon Coker re-elected there. Schools Minister, his majority goes down by 2,500 or so. And there's the figures, down 6%. Conservatives flatline, Liberal Democrats go up 2%, BNP up 3%. They weren't there before, so that's a phony increase. It's just what they've got.
David,
Turnout 68%.
Forgive me, that result will cheer up the Labour Party. That was 92nd on the Tory list. We keep reminding you there are 116 seats they have to get a majority. That was 92nd. And the Tories have failed to get it and fell pretty miserably indeed in their effort to get it.
Are you taking a bet now on the hung parliament?
I'm not taking a bet on anything.
Well, I'm not taking a bet
at the moment. But yes, it seems to me
a professional bet on a hung parliament.
You know what I mean is the results
I don't want money to
so,
change hands.
Are so varied. It's hard to say. But
Yes.
it seems to me there isn't a pattern here that would give confidence to the Tories they get a majority. There are 10 Tory targets in the East Midlands. That was an important one for them, and they haven't got it.
Yes.
And the evidence, interestingly, David, is that when you leave England, you go to Wales and Scotland, the Tories are performing much, much worse. Now, they had no great hopes in Scotland of gaining seats, but they really did have hopes in Wales. And the evidence we've got to date shows their vote share is just not doing enough to get them those seats.
The swing we're getting from Labour to Conservatives in England so far is 6.7%. It's way down at 3 or something, isn't it?
6.7% is on the cusp.
Over the UK, it's 3%.
If it were the UK as a whole, of being enough to get them a majority. But across the UK as a whole, they haven't got it.
OK, let's go boating with Andrew.
Well, the wheel is still lit, the party's still in full swing, and I'm joined by Kirsty Alsop, Chris Addison and Shappi Khorassandi. Welcome to you. If this is Mr. Cameron's night, what job will you take in a Cameron administration?
I wouldn't work for the government, I'd rather fly to the moon. I have a perfectly good job, we have enough people working for the government.
You would turn down David Cameron if he was Prime Minister?
I would turn down David Cameron. There are enough people working for the government at the moment, we don't need any more.
But you're happy to see him elected, if he has been?
Yeah, I'm very happy to see him elected.
And he might not be.
I think he has
Gordon
been.
Brown may still be Prime Minister.
I think David Cameron has been elected, but I think that we need fewer government jobs, so I would not take a job from David Cameron.
All right. Chris Addison, when the Gillian Duffy moment happened, the down point of Mr. Brown's campaign, everyone said it's straight out of the thick of it, was it?
Somebody said to me today, Simon Blackwell, one of the writers, said that somebody had messaged him saying the only way that the thick of it could be more realistic would be every time something happened, someone should go up to Malcolm and say, this is just like the thick of it, because it does seem to happen a lot. It was a real low point, but I think particularly a low point for the press, who kind of shut up shop for 48 hours and failed to report on, some incredibly important
I wonder if
figures.
your script writers would even have come up with a script like that.
Well, do you know what? Constantly, we do things where we say this must be beyond the realms of anything actually that could happen, and then it happens. And then it happens. It's like we're predicting things. Maybe we should start predicting our own, rich success.
What are you thinking?
Like the other two candidates hadn't said worse stuff when they got into a cab. You know what? I don't think that the other two main candidates gave enough of a hard time to Brown about that, because they were just going, phew, thank goodness for our technicians. So
are you so sure that it is a Conservative victory? Downing Street saying that they will look to form a coalition.
The Queen says she won't see anyone before 1 p.m. I think by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Lazy.
No, that is
She wants a lion. She wants a lion.
They've been like this all night, so I'm going to leave them just to talk, because general elections are always great times for cartoonists. And in this country, we've got some of the greatest cartoonists in the world, and we've got one with us tonight. Let's see what he's got. My old colleague from my Sunday Times days, Gerald Scarfe. Gerald, what have you got for us?
Well, this is the first contender. It's Gordon Brown. He's got an albatross around his neck, which you know is everything from The Economy to Mrs. Duffy. Then I've had a go at Nick Clegg here, who is walking on water.
That was after the first debate.
That was after the first debate. Even the fish says he's amazing. And then, but people on water, you have to know that things like that can happen.
And that's the way it's been going a little bit tonight.
It's going that way a little bit tonight.
Though maybe not as bad as the exit poll suggested.
We see. And then, of course, Mrs. Cameron is expecting, and so is Mr. Cameron. Great expectations. He's expecting a great result.
So he's pregnant as well as his wife. Gerald, these look fantastic. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
That's it from the book. We hope to see you later, but let's go back to the studio.
Thanks, Andrew. Let's go down to the West Country and to Exeter. Ben Bradshaw, Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. It's his constituency.
792. Bradshaw, Benjamin Peter James, the Labour Party candidate, 19,942. Crawford Keith Montgomery, the UK Independence Party, 1,930. Farmer Robert David, British National Party, 673. Foster Hannah Margaret, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,221. Gail Christopher George, the Liberal Party, 1,108. Oakes Graham John, Liberal Democrat, 10,581. And I do hereby declare that Benjamin Peter James Bradshaw is duly elected.
So Ben Bradshaw holds on to Exeter. He's been there since '97. Gay MP, who in his first battle said he was gay and had an opponent from the Conservative Party who tried to defeat him on those grounds, but he's been safely there. His majority is down 5,000, 6,000 or so from last time, but nevertheless he's there. Swing from Labour to the Conservatives, 6%, just a little bit on the low side for the Tory ambitions to be fulfilled in Exeter. Turnout, incidentally, up there by 3 and a bit % like everywhere else. Now, we were going to get a result from Dunfermline and West Fife. Labour have held Dunfermline and West Fife, but I don't know if we can put that one up. I don't think we can, perhaps, but the majority has been cut. This was one that the Liberal Democrats took at a by-election, in 2005, and then it was taken back tonight, or yesterday I should say, by Thomas Doherty for Labour, Dunfermline and West Fife. So let's have a look at Scotland. We know that the Tories are in difficulty in Scotland, and we know that the swing to the Tories is as opposed to in England, but Jeremy has perhaps a more elegant way of putting it. Jeremy.
Well, I'll try, David. Let's have a look at the map, first of all, coloured in as it was left by the last general election in 2005. And let's isolate Scotland. And as we were saying earlier on, of course, it looks from the air as if it's all Liberal Democrat and SNP because of the sheer size of their constituencies. But actually, it is hugely Labour in strongholds around Glasgow and Edinburgh and the cities, so the red is dominant in Scotland. We've had some results in. I've coloured them into the map for you. So you can see here, Ming Campbell re-elected there and Gordon Brown there. But it's worth us taking a look at the general picture in Scotland, the seats that were won at the last general election. Come over to our data table and I can show them to you. So, 41 seats for Labour, 11 seats for the Lib Dems, 6 Scottish Nationalists and 1 Conservative. Share of the vote is the key thing here. Have a look at this from the last general election. 40% for Labour, a country mile ahead. Liberal Democrats 23%, SNP on 18%, and Conservatives on 16%. So with 41 seats in Scotland, Labour hugely dominant. Now, of course, since this election in 2005, you've had the 2007 Holyrood elections and the SNP coming through and effectively winning them, becoming a minority government in Scotland. But it's just a reminder of the battle Labour's opponents need here. If we have a look at swing, I'll show you what's going on in Scotland. We heard Nick Robinson earlier saying that swing to the Conservatives was really happening in England, but outside it was a very different story. We'll have a look at this. We'll highlight the Scottish constituencies on the swingometer there, and let's have a look at the swing in Scotland. Now remember, the national exit poll gave us a swing of 5.5% to the Conservatives. What's happening in Scotland? Let's take a look. It's actually a swing to Labour here, 0.9% to Labour. Now it takes them close to Dumfriesshire, which is the Conservatives' only seat in Scotland. David.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. Let's just have a look. We've had one result in while Jeremy is speaking from Glasgow East. Let's hear this. Glasgow East, which was taken in a by-election by the SNP in 2008.
In Glasgow East constituency,
so the SNP will be trying to hold on this.
That the total
John
number
Mason
of votes
is currently the MP, or was it before dissolution?
Was as follows. Francis Curran, Scottish Socialist Party, 454 votes. Margaret Patricia Curran, Scottish Labour Party, 19,797 votes. Joseph T. Finney, British National Party, 677 votes. Hamira Khan, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 1,453 votes. John Mason, Scottish National Party, SNP, 7,957 votes. Arthur Misty Thackeray, UK Independence Party, 209 votes. Kevin Ward, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,617 votes. And I declare that Margaret Patricia Curran is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow East constituency.
So a good lively reception in Glasgow to the news for every candidate, as a matter of fact. But Margaret Curran takes it. It's interesting, this was a seat that when John Mason won it in a by-election, it rocked Gordon Brown's leadership for a bit because it was so extraordinary that the SNP would take a seat from Labour. But anyway, they've taken it back. Majority 11,800. Let's just see the change from the national result in 2005. SNP up 8%, Labour up 1%, Liberal Democrats down 7%. So that doesn't show the by-election, of course. That's the raw figures. Right, let's join... Oh, hold on a second. Yes,
Just
Nick.
a brief thought. Glasgow East, you may recall, was the by-election that followed the great row about the 10p tax, which caused Gordon Brown such trouble there was even a possibility he'd lose his job as leader of the Labour Party. A crisis, he said it was a mistake. So I think, in a sense, not that surprising that Labour have gone back in that constituency. What's interesting, again, is look at those figures. You're seeing the Liberal Democrats lose huge amounts of support, the Tories lose support, Labour just gain a bit. Remember, of course, the SNP are the government. They're the incumbents in Scotland, and they are making difficult decisions, which is easy to campaign against.
The Labour vote is holding up well in Scotland, and the Conservatives aren't making great advances in Wales either. That may not matter too much for their chances of forming a government, because there simply aren't that many target seats in Scotland and Wales. There just aren't too many marginals. What they'll be more worried about is a seat in Gedling in the North Midlands, which required a 4.9% swing to gain it, and the Conservatives failed to do that. They'll be much more worried about a seat like Gedling, which they failed to win.
Good. Thank you very much. Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
Thank you very much, David. Well, we've now got two further members of the House of Lords. Procession of Lords tonight, Lord Reynard, Lord Faulkner. But I will start with you, Saeed Varsi. You're not doing very well.
I think we are. I think
We've
we've
only
had
gained
some
3
good...
seats.
We haven't had a lot of announcements yet. If you look at, I mean, I'm going to have to refer to this. We've just apparently gained Loughborough on a 5.5% swing. We had a 7% swing. We held Guildford, but we had a 7% swing to us from the Liberal Democrats. If you look at the pattern that's emerging over the evening, there clearly appears to be a swing to us both from the Liberal Democrats.
You haven't won Tooting, you haven't won Gelding. I mean, you know, these were all target seats.
Yeah, let's look at the figure, the number that they were on the target list. If you look at the ones that were right up there on the target list, we are taking them. But if you also look at the general swing, and I think that's important, Jeremy, there's a swing to us from the Labour Party and there's a swing to us from the Liberal Democrats.
But to get an overall majority, you needed to take those seats, and you haven't.
Well, like I said, it's early days yet. There's a lot of seats still to be called.
There are lots and lots of seats still to be called. But let me ask you guys, do you understand what's going on tonight?
It's very difficult to see an overall picture because it doesn't feel like the results are backing up the exit poll at the moment. The Tories seem to be not doing as well as the exit poll suggested. I agree with you, they don't appear to be getting towards an overall majority. The numbers will look, I suspect, rather different to what we've been thinking they were going to look like at the beginning of the evening.
Lord Reynard, what do you think's going on? Because you guys aren't doing particularly well either.
2/3 of the seats are safe, and of course there were no surprises there. In the third of the seats that are not safe, I think we'll see quite different things in different places. Not very long ago, the Conservatives were boasting they would gain a lot of our seats, yet the evidence so far is they're certainly not doing that. But the night is yet young. Your exit poll has been wrong before about the Liberal Democrats in particular. Last time you said we'd get 51 and we got 62.
But let's talk about
Let's see how many we
results.
get this time.
You wanted to take Durham, didn't you?
Well, of course we'd like to take a Durham.
You failed.
And of course the Conservatives expected they'd take Torbay, but we doubled our majority.
But you know, a couple of weeks ago, it almost was being said that Nick Clegg could walk on water. We are not seeing the results in the constituencies.
Well, that was being said by some people, but we started the campaign below 20%. We don't know where we'll finish it. Certainly above that. And certainly I think British politics will never be the same again. Because now all three parties
How many times have we heard that?
are somewhere between a quarter of the vote and a third of the vote. That's three main party politics permanently here in Britain.
There is going to have to be a change in the system after this, isn't there? I mean, something has altered.
Well, the public are giving all the political parties a message, and they're doing it through the existing system. I think we need to see the result before we determine what changes, if any, are needed. I say they're giving the message because it's pretty clear, isn't it, that they're saying, I don't claim that we're popular at the moment. The Tories are exciting no enthusiasm.
You must be thrilled that your friend Gordon Brown is going to be, as far as we can see, in Downing Street for as long as he can hang on.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you quite mean by that. If there's an overall majority, that'll be till tomorrow. But if the Tories miss 326 by a significant amount, then what are the public saying to the Tories?
All right, David?
Aberconwy, a Conservative gain from Labour. Gita Bebb takes that, a majority of 3 and a bit thousand. And Labour goes into second place, swing to the Conservatives 7.6%. And Loughborough, Conservative gain from Labour in Loughborough, University Town, near Nottingham, between Nottingham and Leicester, and a swing to the Conservatives there of 5.5%. So we've got news of from Broxtowe, of a recount, and I hope I can join John Hess and find out what's going on in Broxtowe. John?
Well, the situation here, David, is a recount has been called, and I think it's an indication of how close it is. This is one of those key marginals that are dotted around Greater Nottingham, just off the M1 motorway. We heard so much about the importance of motorway man and motorway woman in this election campaign, and there are up to 12 Labour marginals that could be affected by tonight's result. We're getting a very mixed picture in the East Midlands. We've just heard about Loughborough, Labour holding on to Gedling. Labour sources here are saying that they may have lost already Leicestershire North West, and they're also talking about Ashfield. That's the former seat of the Defence Secretary, Geoff Hoon. Controversially, Labour put in the TV presenter, Gloria De Piero. There's a very strong challenge from the Liberal Democrats, and that's supposed to be very tight as well. Here in Broxtowe, on the outskirts of Nottingham, it looks as though we may have a result in about 15 to 20 minutes or so.
Just one recount, is there?
at the moment, David. Yeah, just the one. But I think what's starting to emerge is that what we might find here is that element of tactical voting that we heard so much about. This is an area where normally the Liberal Democrats would get about 15 to 16% of the popular vote, and the Labour Party have tended to rely on the Liberal Democrats voting tactically to keep out the Conservatives. There might be a different picture here this evening.
Well, it was 42nd in the target list for the Conservative Broxton. We'll get the result when it comes. Let's have a look now. Emily, can we see the effect of the Tories on the Lib Dems
yeah, we're looking
and what's
for
happening?
patterns, and it's very difficult to see anything consistently emerging. But they don't appear, the Conservatives, to be toppling these Labour ministers. We saw Gedling, Vernon Coker hanging on there. We saw Ben Bradshaw and Exeter hanging on there. But what is happening is they are pushing away these attempts by the Lib Dems in very marginal seats in the south. Let's take you to Newbury and show you the kind of swing. So the Conservatives holding on here, but the kind of swing they're getting here is the sort of one they'd really like to be replicated to give them that majority overall. Same sort of pattern in Guildford. Let me just show you that. Again, they've held on to this. This was the #1 target for the Lib Dems, but the Lib Dems failed to take it. 6.9, just slightly less, but 6.9 exactly on that technical swing needed for a parliamentary majority. Peter.
And we're hearing that they also held Eastbourne, which was another Lib Dem target. This matters not just for the Liberal Democrats, but the whole Labour strategy tonight of a coalition with the Liberal Democrats depended on the Lib Dems taking a number of Tory seats, pulling the Tory total down, pushing the Lib Lab total up. Well, it's not happening in these Tory Lib Dem marginals.
Just to remind people, if you're looking at this, this is the 2005 result. We haven't had Eastbourne in yet. We're waiting for that. But it looks as if, Peter, that the Clegg effect that we heard so much about is not really translating into seats.
Absolutely. The Liberal Democrats did only a 1% swing in Eastbourne. It looks like the Tories have held it. Another swing to the Tories in a Tory seat being defended against the Liberal Democrats. Nick Clegg will be unhappy with this, but I think Gordon Brown won't be too pleased with that either.
It's very rare to find any kind of pattern on a night like tonight, but we'll be looking out and seeing if we get 3 in a row at least here.
This is a very mysterious election, isn't it? Very confusing, and no clue yet what's going to happen, except it now looks quite hung.
I think it does, because we've seen target number 43. The Tories didn't get. I think I'm right in saying. Gedling, we know they didn't get. Telford was off the list, but they didn't get. There are a few signs there of Tories struggling to get seats that they ought to get. But there is this extraordinary story of Nick Clegg walking the debates, apparently. Huge approval ratings. Talk of a massive increase in his support. And he's really struggling to gain any seats at all at the moment. Keep having to stress at the moment. And it maybe is a reminder to us that people saying they think someone does well in a debate is rather different from them actually voting for them.
But it's a bit early to add up their actual votes. And they may have done well in the popular vote.
Well,
I don't know whether their votes...
in the popular vote. And the difficulty always under this voting system is that their vote can be thinly spread across the country, not bringing you gains in seats, but an increase in vote share.
We've got a result coming in from Vale of Glamorgan. This is the second target for the Tories in Wales.
41. Davis, Alana Elizabeth, Labour Party candidate, 16,034. Harold, John, Christian Party, proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 236. Johnson, Ian James, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 2,667. Barney, Kevin, UK Independence Party, 1,529. Parrott, Ellen Ed Shan, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 7,403. Thomas, Rodri Hugh, Green Party, 457. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 17. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 4. Being unmarked or wholly...
Well, I'm not sure quite what's happening there. Very fastidious returning officer in Vale of Glamorgan, unlike some of the ones we've had, explaining exactly what had happened. We haven't had the result, and we'll show it as soon as we can. But we're now in Montgomeryshire, and that was a Conservative gain in Vale of Glamorgan. Important that. We'll come back to that. Here is Lembit Opik, MP since 1997 in Montgomeryshire in Powys.
I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer at the election of the Member of Parliament for the Montgomeryshire constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Dwi yswydd am lofnod isod sef swyddol canlyniadau a ddoliad aelod, sy'n yfol dros y ddoliaf sydd drafaldwyn drwy hyn a hysbysu bod nifer y pleidlasiau a gyfnabod I bob ymgysydd diweddig y ddoliad fel a ganlyn. Colborne Nick, Labour Party candidate, ymysgydd pleidlafur, 2,407, 2,407. David Glynn, Welsh Conservative Party, ymgysydd Plaid Geirwedol Cymru, 13,976, 13,976. Ellis Milton, National Front Wales and United Kingdom, 384, Tricant Wytheg Pedwar, Vacan Helef, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales, 2,802, Dwyfil Oeithcant Ddwy, Lawson Bruce, Independent, Annibynnol, 324, Tricant Dwytheg Pedwar, Opik Lembit, Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyfrydol Cymru, 12,792, Indeg Dau Mil Saith Cant Naddeg Dau, Rowlands David William Lloyd, UK Independence Party, Plaid Annibyniaeth y D, 1,128, Miliwn Cant a Dwytheg Wyth. And I do hereby declare that the said Glyn Davis is duly elected member for the said constituency.
Well, this is a big victory for the Conservatives in Montgomeryshire. Conservatives have gained it from the Liberal Democrats. Lembit Opik, who had a majority before of 7,000, has lost his seat in Montgomeryshire to the Conservatives, to Glyn Davis, former member of the Welsh Assembly, a farmer. And this was 210th in the Conservative targets. So very low down, so to speak, their target, and they've taken Montgomeryshire. Here's the swing. Huge swing. Just over 13% to the Conservatives. And Vale of Glamorgan, which we were looking at, is the other one, which was also a Conservative gain. Conservative gain from Labour, from Alana Davis. Alan Cairns takes it, Welsh Assembly member again. There's the change, up 4, down 8 for Labour, and the swing, 6%, Labour to Conservative.
Well, there we're seeing surprises again, aren't we? Vale of Glamorgan was second on the list of Tory targets in Wales. Not a huge swing required. They'll be very pleased to get that, but they should get it if they're going to get a majority. Montgomeryshire's come from nowhere, really. An asteroid has clearly hit Lembit Opik, who's been warning about an asteroid hitting the Earth for a long time. Well, a political asteroid's just hit him.
But Lembit Opik is, he's rather a characterful, colourful MP. You'd have thought he'd be one of those people who'd hang on by...
Those are words that have a number of meanings, and not always to everyone's taste.
Not all favourable in Wales. I didn't know about your taste, but not so favourable in Wales. Sian Lloyd joins us from Cardiff now. Sian, what do you think about what's happened there?
Well, yes, it's very interesting, isn't it, to see the swing, because the earlier results that we saw coming in, the Vale of Clwyd and Clwyd South, the Conservatives didn't quite get the swing that they needed there.
But what about Lembit Opik?
Well, yes, Glyn Davis, the Conservative candidate, is very well known on the ground there. He has been an Assembly member, a very high-profile one, who has worked very, very hard. I know that they've been out on the stump a lot, and I wonder what the people of Montgomeryshire actually thought about Lembit Opik's profile and exposés in the press. Obviously, this was a huge swing. I am hearing at this count in Cardiff, Clwyd West is counting behind me, that it's very, very tight between Labour and the Conservatives here. Now, 11% swing would be required for the Conservatives to take it from Labour. It's been a Labour seat all along. Only once has it been held by the Conservatives in 1983, since the Second World War. So we're waiting to hear what's happening here. The declaration, we're not sure when it's coming. We've been told that Cardiff South and Penarth is likely to come first. and that's expected in a half an hour's time. But the other picture that we're getting from Wales is Plaid Cymru, and it is expected that they are going to be disappointed this evening. They failed to take Ynys Môn, which was one of their top target seats, and Ieuan Wyn-Jones, the leader of Plaid Cymru, is the Assembly member for there. And Llanelli too is one of their targets, although they did manage to bring down the Labour vote there by about 5%.
I'm going to stop you there, thank you. I'm going to stop you there. We'll come back to you later on because we want to go to Basildon South, where we've got a result being declared.
Metcalfe Stephen James, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,624. Roberts Christopher, British National Party, 2,518. Smith Angela Evans, the Labour Party candidate, 13,852. Smith Kerry James Darrell Luke, the UK Independence Party, 2,639. William Jeffrey, commonly known as Jeff, Liberal Democrat, 5,977. X, none of the above, 125. I do hereby declare that Metcalfe Stephen James is duly elected, and the total turnout is 62.2%.
So, Stephen Metcalfe works in a family printing business, has taken this, won this seat from Labour, Basildon South and Thurrock East. It's a new seat, but it takes in a lot of the old Basildon, which in '92 was famous as a sign of a Tory victory, though I'm not sure that it qualifies quite for that this time round. The swing in Basildon South, 7.5% to the Conservatives.
Yes, it's not the same seat as was fought in 1992. They've been, but it symbolically was huge then, and that will be a pleasing figure. But if you go north up the country to Bolton North East, a result that I think we're just getting in, have had in, the Tories have failed to get Bolton North East. Symbolically important for them to try and win in the Boltons. It's 115th on their target list, and my understanding is they've not taken that seat.
No, you're dead right. The majority is 4,000 for David Crosby. So he's only dropped 400, and the Conservative vote went up 2%. So swing of just 1 and a bit percent.
My guess would be that the Tory High Command would have absolutely expected to get Basildon very easily, and will be quite worried that they're not getting a seat like Bolton North East.
No, OK. Let's have a look at Wales. Jeremy, can we have a look at Wales, which is turning out very interesting?
It's absolutely fascinating what's happening. Let's look at the map here first of all, just to say that if we're looking for a pattern, here it is. These are the seats coming in, trying to make sense of the shape of these results. I'll put the swingometer on the screen behind me so we can actually compare what's happening in England with what's happening in Wales. So we've identified the English seats here. If you just come over, and we'll see what the swing is in England that we've seen so far. And you can see 5.7% of the Conservatives. Now, the initial thought was that England and the English swing to the Conservatives was outstripping what was happening for the Conservatives in Scotland and Wales by miles. It may be in Scotland, but actually, have a look at this. We'll bring the Welsh seats up, and now we ask the swingometer to show us the swing to the Conservatives in Wales. And it's down a bit, 4.9%, but as we've heard from Montgomeryshire and we've heard from Aberconwy and Vale of Glamorgan, the Conservatives are doing pretty good business in Wales tonight. So as far as the splitting, the regionalising, the hodgepodge elements of these results, Wales is not that far behind England in terms of Conservative swing against Labour. David.
Jeremy, thanks very much. I just want to pick one thing up with you, Nick, which is the extraordinary... Well, look, we've had 112 seats in. The Liberal Democrats have got no change in the share of the vote from the election of 2005. Now, what was all that about? I think everywhere we went, everything you heard, every time, people watching the debates and all that, it was all going to be Nick Clegg, Nick Clegg, Nick Clegg. Nick Clegg obviously believed it. And at the moment, I mean, it may change a bit, They're exactly the same, their vote. Where have all these people gone to?
Well, it's certainly the case that Nick Clegg himself, after that first debate victory, was very, very nervous that the classic two-party squeeze would operate, and that when voters were told both by Labour and by the Tories that really it was only a choice between those two, that you really only ended up with Gordon Brown or David Cameron in number 10, that would squeeze down people. And I think there was a...
Well, it's a nutcracker. It's a hell of a squeeze.
Oh, no, I know.
It's
It is extraordinary. I would never...
If this is so... It's a sign that you cannot break through from this two-party system.
Well, extraordinarily difficult to do it, despite that massive leg up he had with the high profile that he's had in those races. And what we're seeing is higher turnout in these marginal seats, and it's hurting the Liberal Democrats, because it seems to me in some Labour-held seats, Labour people are coming out to secure those seats, and in some Tory target seats, they are coming out in large numbers, and the Liberal Democrats have really been hurt by it.
I mean, the current state of things is down 11 for Labour, down 1 for the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah.
Up 12, I think, for the Tories.
You know, they were beginning to talk, the Liberal Democrats in private, of getting 80. They used to have 62 seats. Some even had wild dreams of having 100 seats. And the key of this election was to be seen to break through. Now, the reason this also matters is if Gordon Brown is hoping to be able to say tonight, and all the hints are that he is, that although he has lost, although Labour have lost, that there is a mandate for, if you like, an anti-Tory progressive
Parties
alliance.
of the left, progressive, that's
Bit
right.
tricky
yes.
to argue that on the basis of the results we've got at the moment.
Yes, all right. Let's go. I'll come back to you, Vernon, but Andrew seems to be having a very, very jolly time down on the river and got some interesting people with him, so let's go down there. Andrew.
Thank you very much. We've got the first editions of the newspapers, but they all went to press before they had any idea what the result was going to be, so I think we can ignore them, except for one. The Financial Times, which is not leading on the election, but on markets tumbling across the world. We are now in a sovereign debt crisis that started in Greece, went to Portugal, then Spain, and hit New York. The editor of the Financial Times is with me. What do the markets make of a hung parliament?
Well, I think they can live with it. Actually, so far, the bond market opened early, as you know, this morning.
Now.
And there's been a reasonably favourable reaction in the gilts market to the idea of a possible Conservative majority.
But they have no idea what's going to happen, do they?
They don't, but they also think this idea that the sky is going to fall in if there is a hung parliament, the Tories say get 300 or so seats. This is manageable, and I think the city believes that.
Richard Lambert, Director General of the CBI. What do the markets make of a hung parliament's ability to cut the deficit?
Well, it's interesting that over the last few weeks, when the probability of a hung parliament has risen sharply, the markets have been very stable. Sterling hit a 3-month high last week.
It's now 148 to the dollar.
Yeah, but funny things are happening. This is kind of noises off. I mean, this is a sort of sideshow in what's happening in the international bond market. Clearly, there's a crisis going on in the bond market. Clearly, the sovereign debts are on everybody's mind, and that will give extra incentive to the next government to get a grip on our public finances. I think we'll give them extra sort of urge to get going.
Steve Easterbrook, if we have an uncertain result, which seems to be the way we're heading at the moment, what does that mean for business? Make you more nervous?
Yes, I think it's what business has been fearing. I think business has been eager for this election to come around and actually deliver a government with a strong enough mandate to give business certainty. Business needs to make investment over long term, be it on staffing or capital investment. I think if there's any delay in that certainty coming through, that concerns business, because it actually concerns consumers.
Until we see the shape of things, we don't know what it's going to be like, but it looks like we'll either have a minority Conservative government or some kind of centre-left coalition. Now, both must bring question marks over how you're going to cut this massive deficit, because the decisions are going to be painful.
Yes, and of course none of the parties has set out in any clear detail how they propose to cut the deficit. Having said that, I think that there is a clear willingness to do so. What we need is a credible plan over the next year on how to reduce this. You know, it's 163 billion pounds, Andrew. Pretty soon that adds up to some serious money.
Well, it's heading for a total debt of $1.5 trillion.
Yeah, cuts in public services, wage freezes, all this is going to have to be part of the package.
There has to be a concern, Mr. Lambert, that this sovereign debt crisis that is sweeping across Europe at the moment, it cannot leave Britain untouched.
We're not Greece. for a number of reasons. One, we're not members of the Euro, for which we have to thank Mr. Brown, among other things.
Yeah, not the Financial Times, which was always in favour of it. Including when you were editor.
Oh, we're talking about
you've changed your mind too. You like the Liberal Democrats.
Currency. We have long maturity for our debt. We have, a pretty good national balance sheet.
Right.
We're not Greece. It's going to be all right, Andrew.
Relax. McDonald's in Britain priced in euros yet.
Not yet.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's go back to the studio.
Thanks, Andrew. Whitney, David Cameron is there, and it looks as though he's just checking through his vote. He got 25,000, nearly 25,500 last time round. And, well, he could, I suppose, claim victory, or at least give an indication of what he thinks is happening tonight and what his position is. But on the other hand, quite often leaders of parties don't use this opportunity to do that. They speak in rather more general terms. But he looks as if he's studying something quite carefully there.
I think he'll be very, very cautious about claiming victory. There are too many poor results for the Tories in some of their target seats to do that. I've no doubt that he'll claim that Labour have been rejected and that Gordon Brown has been rejected, because that is the narrative the Conservatives want to get going this evening, that whatever their result is, they will claim it's clear that Labour have lost.
Well, we'll go back to Whitney and we'll certainly hear David Cameron's speech when he wins that very safe Conservative seat in a bit. In the meantime, it's 2:30, just after 2:30. Let's join Fiona and see what light she can throw on things. Fiona.
Well, certainly doing my best, David. Yes, we've had, how many seats we had declared? 125, there are hundreds to go, and no clear picture is yet emerging. One big story so far tonight, though, is the extraordinary scenes at polling stations around the UK, where hundreds of people were unable to vote. The Electoral Commission has said it will conduct a review after angry voters complained of being shut out from polling stations, which couldn't cope with the number of people who turned up.
Should have got more staff in, should have got it more prepared, more staff, should have done it properly, everything.
If you're trying to wash your hands of it,
people missed out their votes out there, it's totally wrong.
Frustration and anger in Manchester's Fallowfield. Staff couldn't cope. It cost hundreds of people their vote.
We're being disenfranchised, and that's not on. This could make all the difference between somebody losing or winning.
Voters in Nick Clegg's constituency waited and waited. Many were turned away.
We take it very seriously, and it's terribly undemocratic. And I think everybody's very angry.
Hear, hear. Yeah. The returning officer blamed a large number of students turning up without their polling card. Extra staff were sent, but it was too late.
It should not have happened. We will learn from it. We cannot turn the clock back, regrettably. We could not extend beyond 10 p.m. Once the problem occurred, we had no remedy open to us.
A picture's emerging of polling stations being caught out by a high voter turnout and too few staff. Voters were locked out in Ealing in West London and here in Leeds. The Electoral Commission said it was cause for serious concern.
Clearly we're going to look at this. Clearly Parliament will want to look at this, and it may well be that the law will need to change.
Already there are suggestions of a legal challenge to results where voters were turned away. Philippa Young, BBC News.
We had the first big political upset of the evening earlier on. The Democratic Unionist Party leader Peter Robinson lost his seat in East Belfast. Northern Ireland First Minister, who's held the seat since 1979, was ousted by a candidate from the Alliance Party. The result follows the political scandal which surrounded Mr Robinson and his wife early this year. And there's still many seats declared, and as I said just now, no clear picture is yet emerging. But the exit poll is suggesting we may be heading for the first hung parliament since 1974, with no one party having an overall majority. The picture will of course get clearer as more results come in. But at the moment, this is the current state of the parties. Let's have a look there. Labour, there you are, with 60 seats so far. Conservatives, 44. The Lib Dems with just 6, and other parties with 18. And how the city reacts to the election results will be crucial to Britain's economic recovery. In an unprecedented move, the bond markets opened at 1 o'clock this morning to allow traders a chance to respond quickly to the results as they come in. The price of government bonds has risen sharply. The pound is up by about a cent against the dollar, and some analysts are suggesting dealers seem to be betting on a Conservative majority. And incidentally, as well as following us live here in the studio, you can also check every detail and follow live updates from your constituency right through to the final result. All that online at bbc.co.uk/election. So at 2:40 in the morning, some extraordinary scenes at some polling stations as people were turned away without being able to vote. The Election Commission says there'll be a thorough review, and as for voting, no clear picture yet.
Thanks, Fiona. Annunciata Rees-Mogg, who denied that people had tried to make her change her name to Nancy Mogg, failed to take Somerton and Frome from the Liberal Democrats. It was number 11 on the Tories' target list. But it was held by David Heath, been the MP there since '97, Liberal Democrat shadow leader of the House. And this is that's just the raw result. We'll leave it at that and have a look at High Peak. Conservative gain in High Peak on a swing of 6.5% from Labour. Andrew Bingham, the new MP. And now Eastleigh, Chris Huhne's seat. Home Affairs spokesman for the Liberal Democrats, and they're going on stage there. He's the second figure from the right. He's been there since 2005. He ran against Nick Clegg for the leadership of the Liberal Democrats, came second to it, a financial journalist, an economist. He has a majority of 534 in Eastleigh.
Good evening, everybody.
12th target for the Tories in terms
Pamela
of possibility.
Holden-Brown, being the returning officer at the Eastleigh constituency for the parliamentary election on Thursday, 6th of May 2010, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Barraclough, Leopold Dominic, the Labour Party candidate, 5,153. Finch, Raymond Terence, UK Independence Party, 1,933. Huhne, Christopher Murray Paul, Liberal Democrat, 24,966. Hutchins Maria, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,102. Lowe, Keith, National Liberal Party, Liberty, Independence, Democracy, 93. Pusey, Tony Stephen, the English Democrats, Putting England First, 249. Stone, David Robert, Independent, 154. There were 75 spoilt ballot papers, and the turnout was 69.43%.
So you wouldn't have thought it from his face. Chris Huhne looked like somebody in defeat, biting his lip, almost fighting back the tears, but no reason for it at all. He won Eastleigh, and his majority went up from 534 to just over 3,000, and a swing to the Liberal Democrats from the Conservatives of 3%. So that was good news for the for the Liberals, or the Liberal Democrats, I should say. They took Eastleigh, they took Somerset and Frome, and apparently they've also gained Eastbourne. Nigel Waterson, the Conservative, is out at Eastbourne. He's been there since 1992. And his place has been taken by Stephen Lloyd, majority of 3,500 in Eastbourne. Here's the change since last time. 6% up for the Liberal Democrats, down 2% for the Conservatives, down 6% for Labour. So that's 3 bits of good news for the Liberal Democrats.
But one bit of bad news, we're just, for them, they're just hearing that they've lost Harrogate and Knaresborough, is news coming through. So I suspect that look on Chris Huhne's face is because of the national picture, not his own. You saw the huge contrast between the grinning picture on our graphic and the rather miserable picture on his face, even though he's kept his seat, was because he and many other Liberal Democrats believed this was a day they would break the mould of British politics, to use the phrase that used to be used in the 1980s, and at the moment it doesn't look that way.
Harrogate and Knaresborough is interesting because it's 156 on the Conservative target list, a 9% swing, just over 9%, from the Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives. Phil Willis standing down there, the seat taken by Andrew Jones, yes.
And that may tell its own story. The sitting Liberal Democrat, popular figure Phil Willis, standing down, and they lose the seat. Chris Huhne, a very high-profile Liberal Democrat, still fighting, and he keeps on to his seat. And it may well be that we're seeing some sort of incumbency factor here. The Liberal Democrats, we know, work hard to keep seats, but when the candidate goes, it's hard for them.
We must deliver William Hague to Jeremy Paxman because he's just waiting there at his count. Jeremy.
Indeed, thank you, David. William Hague, it doesn't seem to me that David Cameron's doing much better than the Conservatives did when you were leader.
Well, we're doing dramatically better. We're doing we've already won many seats that we could have ever imagined of gaining in the 2001 or 2005 elections, and it has to be said, we can all see from the results, enormous number of variations going on around the country. You've just been looking there on the programme at some Liberal Democrat successes, but then we're just celebrating here the Conservative gain in Harrogate. So there's a lot yet to come this evening, but what is clear is that the Conservatives are getting more votes and more seats than any other party, and of course we're very pleased about that.
Can you just tell me, what do you think the Conservative approach ought to be? Should there be an attempt for somehow the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats to hang on to power?
Well, that could only happen, it only happens if there is a hung parliament, and we don't even know the fact of that or the dimensions of that yet, but it could also only happen if the Liberal Democrats were to go back on how they said they would approach it, which is they said that the party that got the most votes and the most seats, and as I've just said, that looks like very likely to be the Conservative situation at the very minimum, that party should be the one that gets the chance to try to form a government. And I think in those circumstances, since that's the Liberal Democrat position, for Gordon Brown, a Prime Minister who was never elected in the first place, remember, to try, after being emphatically rejected by the country in this election, to hang on with a new pact with the Liberals, I think that really would be a shameless piece of politics.
Can you just hold with us a moment there, William Hague, because I think that Lembit Opik is able to join us now from his count where he's lost his seat in Montgomeryshire. Were you being punished for the cheeky girls and all the rest of it?
A superficial and patronising assumption, not least to the Tory who beat me fair and square. So you can do that analysis if you want to. I just say I feel really quite disappointed that I lost.
You have lost one of the safest Lib Dem seats in Britain. How do you want to put it?
Well, the last time we did it was a similar circumstance when Labour were collapsing and the Tories were doing well in 1979. I can't really give you a very informed analysis just minutes after the announcement, but let's be honest, I didn't expect the result, and I think nor did my team. We'll give you a detailed and informed analysis once we've had a chance to look at it ourselves. But, you know, it's a sad time for me. On the upside, of course, if you stand for politics, then you have to be willing to countenance the possibility of defeat. And that's what's happened to me today.
And what do you think your party should do, should there be an approach from Labour to keep Gordon Brown in number 10?
Well, you don't get me in such a weak condition as to start pronouncing on questions way above my pay grade. I think the one thing I would advise, and it's nothing new, is it's all about programme for government. Nick Clegg is smart enough to know that he's not there to prop up other parties. He's there to get the Liberal Democrat manifesto forward. We've had that experience in Wales, and I'm sure he'll take that approach again. So watch this space, but let's get the results in before we start making those kinds of pronouncements, and let's see if we can make other gains than the Lib Dems as well.
Indeed. Back to you, David. I think you've got some exciting news from Birmingham Edgbaston.
It is that there's a recount in Birmingham Edgbaston, which was one that the Tories were hoping they'd take from Gisela Stewart. It was number 39 on their target list. I'm told there's A, been a recount, and B, Gisela Stewart has been high-fiving her supporters. Whether that bit is true or not, I don't know. And whether that means she's taken it, I don't know. But it is very significant there's been a recount in this seat in the West Midlands. West Midlands is an important area for Tory gains this time, and they were hoping to take that one.
Oh yes, they'd be hugely disappointed not to do that.
If they haven't, we don't know.
Gisela Stewart is a popular, hard-working local MP, has been critical of the government, as some people would describe her as almost on the opposition benches at times. Maybe she's gained from not seeming to be too close to Gordon Brown.
I'm keen to talk to Andrew Marr, if I can, in Witney, because I gather he's been speaking to some of David Cameron's close aides and has some news for us about David Cameron's attitude to this result, if indeed it is that they don't have an overall majority. Andrew.
Yes, David. I think what we're going to hear from the Conservative leader when he makes his speech, I would have thought in about another 10 minutes or so here in Witney, is again to say that Gordon Brown, the Labour Party, have lost this election, but not to go a great deal further than that. A very, very difficult time of the evening to make a speech for the Conservative leader. The view is still very strongly that if, as William Hague was saying on the show a little while ago, if the Conservatives are easily the biggest party in terms of votes and seats, they really have a moral and a natural right. But, and this is the important bit, David Cameron will not dispute the constitutional right, the traditional right of Gordon Brown to try to see if he can form a parliamentary majority if that's what happens. I think we will also be hearing some very strong words on the democratic outrage, as a lot of people see it, that across the UK people have been unable to cast their ballots. That is something that David Cameron, I think, will say, whatever the new shape of the new government is, that government has to get in very, very quickly and ensure that this never happens again, because it's a kind of national disgrace.
But Andrew, how fascinating. So he's in effect saying that the future of government is really in Gordon Brown's hands still. He accepts that and will sit back while Gordon Brown makes overtures to the Liberal Democrats? Or will he be making counter-overtures to the Liberal Democrats to try and get them to come his way?
What? I mean, he can't stop Gordon Brown lifting the phone to Nick Clegg at some point in the next few hours if that's what happens, of course. But as you heard William Hague saying, this would be politically outrageous. Well, lots of things happen that are politically outrageous, and yet in politics they still happen. I think he will assert all the way through that he has a moral and a natural right to try to form the government, but that we live with the system that we live with. And after all, the Conservatives are not suggesting that the system ought to be greatly changed in that regard.
No.
So, a mixture of anger and resignation.
David Cameron was reported as saying that he disputed the right of the Prime Minister to try and carry on some weeks ago, and he was very, very keen to point out that he wasn't arguing with the Cabinet Office guidelines, with the civil servants, with the great and the good who've decided that's how the Constitution work. What he was saying, though, is if he'd won the election, he'd won the election. He didn't think that Gordon Brown should try and take it from him.
Let's try and find out what's happening in Birmingham, Edgbaston. Patrick Burns is there. There's been a recount, Patrick, and we were told that Gisela Stuart was high-fiving her supporters as though she'd won. Obviously, you may not know, but what do you think?
Well, it certainly, there was, as you say, a real surge of excitement in Labour ranks, and we saw several of the party workers running down the gangway there, and several high fives. And we can see ballot papers, you can probably see them now, being counted on the table. This doesn't look to me like a full recount. We know that part of the delay, this was, remember, one of the supposedly first declarers, and here we are 2 hours later than the original result was expected. We know there was some kind of issue about verification,
she seemed to be shrugging there. She was shrugging her shoulders there towards her supporters.
Yes, I think we have possibly a very close and surprising result on this night, where every time you try and generalise, up pops an exception. The exception is more common than the rule at the moment.
It is very strange. Do you think, Nick, as you watch David Cameron, you've seen his face, I think he's still there. I think we've still got pictures of David Cameron? No. Oh, no, I'll leave the point for the moment. Let's go to Broxtowe, because we've got a declaration, rather theatrical set in Broxtowe, held by Labour, 42nd on the Conservatives' target list.
Each candidate at the election is as follows: Cobb Christopher Paul, UK Independence Party, 1,194. Mitchell David, the Green Party, 423. Palmer Nicholas Douglas, the Labour Party candidate, 2,000 20,196. Shaw, Michael Patrick, British National Party, 1,422. Soubry, Anna Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,585. Watts, David Kenneth, Liberal Democrats, 8,907. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Okay, so one vote is enough, and actually there's a majority there of 389 for the Conservatives, who gain Broxtowe in Nottinghamshire, commuter suburbs to the west of Nottinghamshire, classic sort of Middle England seat, and the Tories gain it from Labour, 389, and a tiny swing, 2.6% to the Conservatives from Labour. It should have been quite an easy victory for them. And now we go to Witney for David Cameron's declaration. Large number of candidates cashing in on the fact that it's David Cameron. You can easily identify the candidates who may think they're not going to win tonight.
Well, I think David Cameron will be thinking now, how, if I win, do I do what the Conservatives have been briefing, that they will produce a stable and responsible government? How can it be done?
Not if I win Witney, but if I can claim to win the election, whatever that may mean.
But he must know that if he does win the election tonight on the hung parliament, he's got a big job to do.
11233. Barshak, Aaron Alexander, Independent, 53. Bex, Colin Rowland, Wessex Regionalists, 62. Cameron, David William Donald, the Conservative Party candidate, 33973. Kirk, John Patrick Mervyn, Independent, 151. Goldberg, Joseph Daniel, the Labour Party candidate, 7511. Hope Allen, Monster Raving Loony William Hill Party, 234. MacDonald Stewart, the Green Party, 2385. Tolstoy Miloslavsky Nikolai, UK Independence Party, 2001. Wesson Paul Gerald, Independent, 166. There was a grand total of 117 rejected votes, and on a turnout of 73.757%, I hereby declare that the said David William Donald Cameron is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Witney constituency.
So David Cameron takes Witney again, and he achieves a swing from the Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives of just over 6%. But now let's hear what he has to say at this crucial stage in the evening.
Thank you very much. Can I first of all thank the police, thank the returning officer Keith Butler and all of his team, all the people who worked in the polling stations across this large rural constituency, and all of the people who came to count the votes tonight. As ever, a brilliantly run, very well run general election day, and I'd like to thank all of those that took part. Clearly, in some parts of our country, that has not been the case, and an early task for a new government should be to get to the bottom of what has happened and to make sure that never ever happens again. I would like to pay tribute to my opponents, who all conducted this campaign in a thoroughly reasonable and straightforward way. I apologise for not spending as much time as I would like in the constituency over the last month as I travelled the length and breadth of our country. And I want to thank, as a result, all my local helpers who worked so hard in these elections and in the local elections. It's wrong to single out anybody, but my agent, Barry Norton, who knows, I think, every inch of this constituency and almost everyone who lives in it, did a fantastic job, and I'd like to put on record my thanks to him. Above all, I want to thank people in West Oxfordshire who once again put their trust in me to be your Member of Parliament. And let me say this, whatever happens tonight, whatever the future may hold, I will always work hard as a constituency MP, standing up for your interests, taking up your cases, acting on the things that you care about. It is an immense privilege and a pleasure to represent this wonderful part of our country. 85 rural parishes, wonderful market towns, a lovely part of our country, but not without its issues and its difficulties. And whatever happens, I will go on standing up for you and being a good constituency MP. Now, nationally, we have to wait for the full results to come out. But I believe it is already clear that the Labour government has lost its mandate to govern our country. I can see, although there are still many more results to come out, it looks as if the Conservative Party is on target to actually win more seats at this election than we've done at any election for perhaps as long as 80 years. And I think that we should be proud of the campaign that we fought. It was a positive, it was an energetic campaign, it was a campaign about bringing change to our country. It was not a campaign that needed to make negative points about others. It was a positive campaign we should be proud of. Most important of all, what is clear from these results is that the country, our country, wants change. That change is going to require new leadership. And whatever happens tonight, we will stand ready to do all that we can to help bring that leadership, to help bring strong, stable, decisive and good government for our country. And what will guide me in the hours ahead, and perhaps longer than the hours ahead, will be the national interest, to do what is right for our country, to make sure we have that government, we have that stability, we take the right decisions. We do live in difficult times for our country, but this is a great country and we will come through them and be stronger. And at all times, what I will do is put the national interest first to make sure we have good, strong, stable government for our country. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, David Cameron saying that we have to wait for the result, but Labour has clearly lost its mandate to govern, and they're on target to win more seats than they have for 80 years in a general election. The country wants change and new leadership, and he is ready to bring leadership. And that's what will guide him in the hours ahead. Not actually claiming to be that leader, to take over government, but saying the others don't have the right to stay, or Gordon Brown anyway doesn't.
He can't do it because the results don't yet let him do that, but there was a real sense, I thought, of uncertainty in the way he spoke. Whatever the future may hold, he said at one point. Whatever happens, he said at another point. He stood ready to do something, not saying, I am now going to be the guy who does this for you.
Ready to bring leadership and to bring the stability the country needs, and that kind of thing.
But without any hint that we've got yet from Conservative sources is exactly what that means. We're clear what Gordon Brown and the Labour Party mean by it. They are clearly signalling that if they could, they'd form a coalition with the Liberal Democrats. We are not at all clear from the Conservatives yet if they fail to get a majority, and we've had quite a few results in that where they should have gained seats on their target list. Target number 11, target number 12, target number 92.
Are you, sorry, I'll just get this straight. Are you suggesting that he might be talking to Nick Clegg and saying, look, Brown is finished quite clearly, Labour's finished, let's talk?
I'm suggesting that this is not going through his mind for the first time. He's had a lot of warning about this. The Tories at one stage hoped and believed they'd easily get a majority. They've had quite a lot of warning that they won't. They've had a lot of thinking to do about the relationship with parties like the Ulster Unionist Party and the DUP, but they must have thought through in detail what their approach to Nick Clegg would be if they need it in order to say they can secure a government. Now, that wouldn't mean a coalition necessarily, David. They could come to an arrangement with the Liberal Democrats that the Liberal Democrats didn't try and defeat them in Parliament in return for some promises on their policy agenda.
But there be, yes, demands for change in the electoral system, which you might or might not leave. There are more cars on the move. There are cars on the move everywhere at the moment. I've just been watching pictures of David Cameron leaving Witney, and here is Gordon Brown leaving Fife on his way to the airport. Let's hope the volcanic cloud has vanished. and I assume going to, I don't know which airport, Edinburgh, I imagine, to come down south to be in Downing Street, or he goes to Stansted and then on his way to Downing Street, where he'll wait for the rest of the results to come in.
That's
Nick.
right, but it's the most curious of all nights, isn't it?
Isn't
In the
it
sense
bizarre?
that no one has the face of a
But
victor.
there's no sense of real drama. It's just everybody biting their nails, really, and waiting and waiting and waiting. You haven't got from anybody except David Blunkett saying Labour's lost. It's the only person who's sort of broken cover and said, I agree, something's gone wrong.
The reason for this, I think, is that David Cameron is acutely aware of not only how difficult it would be being Prime Minister anyway at an economically difficult time like this, with the trouble that we're seeing in the markets now, but how much more difficult it will be if he does not appear to have a clear mandate and is fighting for every vote. I'm going to embarrass Professor Bogdanor now. He studied with Professor Bogdanor. He knows constitutional history.
Yeah.
He knows how difficult it was for governments in the 1920s.
All right, well, we'll talk a bit more about that in a moment, but Edinburgh South West, Alistair Darling, Chancellor of the Exchequer, he'd have been watching the markets tonight, and this is his seat about to declare, and then we'll talk to Vernon Bogdanor because he tutored David Cameron, so he'd know the kind of man he is and how he'll react in these circumstances. But let's just get this result from Edinburgh South
Liberal
West.
Democrats, 8,194. Colin Anthony Fox, Scottish Socialist Party, 319. Jason Jeffrey Rust, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 11,026. Colcab Stewart, Scottish National Party, 5,530. And I declare that Alistair Darling has been duly elected to serve in Parliament as a member for the Edinburgh South West constituency.
Edinburgh South West. So Alistair Darling now speaking at his count at Edinburgh South West.
For the efficient way in which you have conducted the count this evening. I'd also like to thank the police for all the work they have done, not just at the count, but throughout this day. And also to thank my fellow candidates in this constituency for the way in which they conducted this campaign. And lastly, but most importantly, I want to thank everyone in Edinburgh South West who supported me today. It is a great honour and a privilege to serve as a Member of Parliament for a constituency in this city, and I look forward to serving my constituents in this next Parliament. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh well, taciturn Alistair Darling as ever, not giving any games away, not talking about the state of the country or what's happened to the economy or what's going to happen now.
Interesting thought, David. If we don't get a change of government straight away, he will stay Chancellor. He will have to deal with the markets and the crisis in Greece and so on and so forth.
John Simpson is at the airport at Edinburgh, where the Prime Minister is just on his way to come down south to Stansted Airport. John.
David, hi. Actually, I'm on the plane, and so is the Prime Minister, and we're on our way. We'll be just taking off very shortly, I think. A strange mood among Mr. Brown's entourage. The earlier hopes seem to have faded, and yet everybody, of course, has to say, well, we won't know until the last results are in. It's all kind of clear, but it doesn't look to me as though that brief hope that seemed to exist really just before the exit poll came out. That hope is still going. I mean, it seems to be fading pretty fast. I mean, every time there's a Labour win, a little shout goes around and everybody cheers up a bit. But I just think it's slipping away, and they can feel it slipping away.
So, John, if that's so, you would speculate that Gordon Brown might well tomorrow or later today, I'm forgetting it's Friday, not Thursday, resign as Prime Minister?
I don't think he'll do that, because I don't think he'll give the game up until the game gives him up. I'm sure of that. But if it becomes, once we've got all the results in, once we can see what's happened, I don't think he'll go before then. I'm fairly sure of it. But just even that speech when he was elected had a very sort of elegiac sound to me as he was sort of recounting all his achievements in office. I think he's fully prepared now to go, and he'll just see whether actually the circumstances are right and when they are right.
I suppose Nick's watching. Well, we're watching you on the tarmac there, John. So don't go away. But I suppose, Nick, there's no way that Gordon Brown might stand down and make way for another leader, a different leader of the Labour Party. Because if he is deflated, demoralised by the campaign, feels like that rather valedictorious speech that he can't do much more, do you think there's any way he might let the Labour Party stay there, say we must have another leader and who could talk more easily to Clegg?
Well, the argument's built into his own words. He says he wants a stable government. If there were an offer, in effect, for a stable government involving the Liberal Democrats, but not him, involving another leader, he would have to, by his own words, recognise that. Don't underestimate the personal...
Nick Clegg could say to him, look, I can't do a deal with you. I said during the campaign you were finished if you didn't get, majority, but I could do a deal with somebody else because we are the progressive left and we must stick together.
Perfectly possible, although hugely controversial as that figure, that new Prime Minister, if it ever happened that way, would not have stood in the debates. Don't forget the personal element here. It's a huge personal rebuff for Gordon Brown. He didn't get formally elected. Of course, he was elected as leader of the Labour Party, but there wasn't another candidate against him. He has not stood for election as Prime Minister. He will feel this moment very, very painfully, not least because he believes, and as he travels around the world, he is told that he got a lot right in this economic crisis.
But he must have seen it coming, because he knew from the opinion polls, the popular sentiment, a majority of it was against him, not for him, didn't it?
But in the last few days, they had a sense that something was picking up for the Labour Party. He found his voice, there was some passion there, they had a hope there. But there's a difference, David, between knowing it's going to happen and it happening. And it's horribly painful.
John Simpson on the plane there, is that the view of the people travelling with Gordon Brown?
I suspect it is privately. I mean, it's the kind of thing nobody obviously wants to say at the moment with a lot of journalists hanging around listening, but I suspect it is, yes. And I mean, both you and everybody else there knows better than I do, since my area is mostly foreign affairs, what the state of play is likely to be. But I mean, it's just very difficult now, I would have thought, to have it possible for two parties, neither of them have done very well, to link together. And I think that's really what people here are saying.
Vernon?
The final test is what happens in Parliament with the Queen's speech, which is on May the 25th.
Or what they think might happen if they wait till then.
Yes, and the test would be, could Gordon Brown or some other Labour leader get through a parliamentary debate? Those are the rules. The Prime Minister, there's no vacancy in the post of Prime Minister until Gordon Brown resigns or is defeated in Parliament on the 25th.
Now look, we've not talked to you. We've missed a trick with you. You taught David Cameron.
Indeed.
You know David Cameron.
Very well.
Tell us about him.
Well, he's one of the ablest students I've taught. He got an outstanding degree. But even more important than that, he's got a very fine temperament for a politician. He's very cool, he doesn't buckle under pressure, he reflects and thinks before acting, and he will know what to do in this situation. And I think the speech he gave in his constituency was a very good sign of that. Very calm, very cool, not triumphalist. It hit the right note, I think.
Could you teach him, Vernon, though, about the elections of the 1920s, when exactly the sort of deals we're talking about between other parties had to be done, because he studied a lot of this, hasn't he?
I suspect all this is etched on his brain.
I think that's a yes.
I think it's a yes, but it's very rare that a university don claims that his pupil remembers anything that he's said or agrees with any of it. You not only think that he's the cleverest pupil ever, but he actually agrees with you.
He's one of the ablest pupils I've taught. He disagrees with me on a large number of things, but nevertheless, I think he's absorbed a great deal of my teaching.
Right. In the pitch black to your right, Vernon, is or was the Prime Minister's plane on its way to the airport. I think we can leave that enchanting view for a moment, because it doesn't show us anything at all, and rejoin Jeremy Paxman. Jeremy.
Oh, David, well, thank you very much. Well, it's that sort of stage of the evening when we really need to know who's going to be the next government, and we're joined now by Liam Fox and David Miliband. Liam Fox, state your case first.
Well, we've been at the count here in North Somerset, so we've not been au fait with all the latest results. Clearly, we've got some time to wait to get a very clear picture of what's happening. The swing doesn't appear to be uniform, but anyone could have told you that already. I think it's very clear that the public have voted for change, and I think it's clear that Labour have. I think we now wait to see how the numbers tally up, and that may take some time. We may get no sleep tonight, and it may be well into tomorrow before we see what the final numbers look like.
OK, David Miliband, you state your case as to why we should continue to be governed by you guys.
I'm terribly sorry, Jeremy, but I really could hardly hear what Liam Fox said, so I apologise for not being able to engage very well. I think you asked me where I think things stand. As far as I can see, the opinion poll or exit poll projection that you did at the beginning with the other broadcasters suggesting that no party would win this election is being borne out. There are some remarkable wins that Labour is achieving in places like Gedling and Telford, and so that suggests to me that the prediction of a hung parliament remains the case. If indeed no party has won an absolute majority, then it seems to me perfectly reasonable and right that parties should talk to each other to see if they can find common ground to establish a strong and stable government. There's no harm in that. It's a good thing to do when the voters have clearly not embraced any of us and given us the absolute majority that we were all seeking.
OK,
I hope that answers the question that you asked, but I'm terribly sorry if it doesn't, but I didn't really hear it terribly well.
You're very kind, you're a very clever man. You've asked exactly the question you couldn't hear. Lord Reynard, you're sitting here, senior Liberal Democrat strategist. You could be the kingmaker, your party could be the kingmakers. Well, who would you go with?
What we always said is the people are the kingmakers. Now, you and the politicians have been weeks arguing. Today, the people have been speaking, and they haven't finished speaking. I think we have to let them finish speaking first, and then probably take a little time just to consider what message it is that they have sent.
So you have no view?
I think what you have to do is pay respect to the voters, let them have their say, let's get the results in.
Nick Clegg made it quite clear, did he not, that the first option should be given to the party which had the largest number of seats.
Well, no, what he actually said was that the person who perhaps has the largest number of seats and the largest mandate should have the first opportunity to see if they can form a government. But that, of course, is the first opportunity for them. What we actually think needs to happen is the parties all need to work together rather more.
So you're up for hire,
and if no one party actually has a majority in the House of Commons, that's no bad thing. There's no one party in the House of Lords where we all sit. What happens is you actually need the support of another party to do anything, and that's not a bad thing.
Oh, the House of Lords is some kind of democratic model now, is it?
No, it needs to be reformed to make it democratic. Labour should have done that and hasn't done that. But what does work in the House of Lords is a lot of legislation is revised very successfully in the House of Lords, and many people think that's a good thing. Now, if one party doesn't get all its own way over everything, I think that gives people more of what they want.
OK, Liam Fox, do you find this prospect of horse trading attractive?
And I think that one of the things that is difficult for the public when you get into a hung parliament territory, if that's where we end up, is that the decisions about what programmes will be followed will be decided by politicians behind closed doors rather than by voters at the ballot box. It's difficult to know exactly where we will end up. But what's very clear is it looks as though we're going to make the biggest number of gains that any party has made in a single election probably since 1931.
Just forget
Labour making very heavy losses.
Forget the sloganising for a second or two. Let me ask you a very simple question.
Well, I think it's important to put it in context.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Can you imagine doing a deal with the Liberal Democrats?
Well, I think that the first thing is to determine what programme we have to have. If other people in the House of Commons would support the Conservative programme, then that would be one issue. But the idea that we would trade away principles, I think, is quite another.
It's about 3:20 in the morning. Couldn't we just have a straight answer? Can you imagine circumstances under which you could do a deal with the Liberal Democrats?
I think we will just wait to see what the result is first, Jeremy. And then when we get the result, we will look and see what programme the country needs.
Well,
and rather than talking about what politicians want and who they like, let's get a programme for the country.
You've ruled it in, haven't you? Can you hear me? David Miliband?
Were you talking to me, Jeremy?
Yes, I'm so sorry the comms are so bad.
Noise, but I can't hear your voice. Try again and I'll listen very carefully.
See if you can do a bit of lip reading if you've got a monitor there. I'm saying you exercise no such inhibition of the kind that Liam Fox is suggesting, that there had to be a great thinking about it. As far as you're concerned, there's enough common ground for you to enter immediately into discussions.
Well, just so you know about the lip reading, your TV screen has gone down because it's raining, so the lip reading is going to be rather impossible. But I think I heard you ask whether or not I was barring or would be saying that it was impossible to imagine circumstances in which talks would take place. I think that if the voters have decided collectively that there is no party that can win their affections in 325 constituencies, we're honour bound to recognise that we're in a new political situation. And it's very old politics to say politicians shouldn't talk to each other. Of course we should talk to each other and see whether or not there is common ground that can provide strong and stable government for the country. That must be the right thing to do.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me right now, David Miliband? Because
what I can hear is every third or fourth word.
Well, that's probably enough, actually. Can you tell me, we're being told that talks have already begun between Labour and the Liberal Democrats. Talks have already begun between the Labour and the Liberal Democrats. Is that true?
Well, I have absolutely no idea about that,
Okay.
certainly not to my knowledge. I mean, I've met my local Lib Dem here, but I don't think that counts as national level talks, because I've also shaken hands with the Tories, so I don't think that really counts.
All right,
as
thank
far
you
as
all
I
very
know,
much.
Every
Okay.
party has been...
Thank you very much. Sorry about the comms difficulties. David.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Well, the Liberal Democrats talk about balanced parliaments, but when you look at the pattern that's emerging here with 227 seats in, it doesn't look as if it's going to be, in any sense, balanced. It sort of tips one way, then it tips the other. It could be that the Conservatives, even with the support of those people who would be keen to support them, Northern Ireland Democratic Unionist Party and others, wouldn't have a majority. But equally, it's perfectly possible that Labour and the Liberal Democrats combined won't have an automatic overall majority.
I think that is why the biggest question tonight is what is in David Cameron's mind about his capacity to build a coalition. You saw fascinatingly there, David Miliband would love to have some sort of deal with the Liberal Democrats. He's got an agenda for change that he wishes Gordon Brown had adopted. Liam Fox is hugely reluctant. But David Cameron will be thinking tonight, what do I have to do? I can claim victory in terms of votes and seats, almost certainly, but I may not have enough. Is he willing personally, to which I think the answer is yes, to pick up the phone to Nick Clegg, but could he bring his party with him? A party that believes in single-party, powerful government, a generation of politicians brought up under Margaret Thatcher. It would be very, very difficult indeed.
Well, there was this idea that he could bring them in by saying, look, we won't support a change in the voting system, but we'll give you a referendum on the change in the voting system, all right, within a year. And by the way, we'll argue against it. But if you want to have it, you've got Labour Party that will do it. Now, would that be something that he might do and that would appeal to his colleagues in the Tory benches? Because after all, they've got the chance of power after 13 years.
I don't think it would appeal to them one bit. I mean, I think they're starting...
They wouldn't cut cut him off at the knees, would
Their
they?
starting position, I think, would be to go to the Liberal Democrats and say, it's in the country's interest to have stable government. We're not asking you to join us in coalition, but we're asking you not to bring us down as
Yeah, but there's a lot of politicking under the cover of stable government and the grand national needs and all that. Underneath it, people are fighting like ferrets in a sack.
Every single leader will claim they're doing what's necessary in the national interest while thinking about...
And all journalists are doing what isn't in the national interest by arguing about what might happen.
Yeah,
or throwing doubt on whether it will hold.
I
Very
don't think the
briefly,
Liberal
then.
Democrats could support the Conservatives without a referendum on electoral reform, and I
Yes.
don't think Cameron could deliver that from his party, even if he was so minded to
Even
do
if he said the Tories would oppose it, that they'd have a referendum but they'd be
I
against
don't believe the Conservative Party would accept a referendum on the electoral system.
All right.
This is a trump for Gordon Brown. He can promise that. It's very difficult for the Conservatives to do so.
Well, Trump is putting it very strongly.
No, but I think Werner Bogdan...
One hope the Liberal Democrats have of getting into the system, electoral reform, if Gordon Brown was prepared to offer an immediate referendum on proportional representation, the Liberal Democrats would think very hard about it. They're meeting on Sunday morning, the MPs. It'd be very difficult to reject that, in my opinion.
Interesting. So that's where your money lies. Let's join Jeremy Vine. Just have a look at the Tory battleground, Jeremy, can we? Because it is such a... Only you, Jeremy, only you can make it clear.
I wish I could. I mean, we're looking at these very irregular results, David, and trying to see the pattern. And we start with the map of the result from 2005, and then I'll show you, that's the political geography where we are now with all the results in. If you can spot a pattern there, do describe it to us. We will put up the Tory targets now, the ones we started the evening with before we had even the exit poll. We were talking about this list of 250 seats, these seats the Conservatives had their eye on. The easiest one to get right up in the top left-hand corner, Gillingham, 15 vote majority, Crawley 37 votes, and so on. Down you go. Down you go. These are all coloured in as they were, by the way, in 2005. And then the least vulnerable to Conservative attack, the bottom right-hand corner. Now, let me colour it up in the colours of the seats we know about so far this evening, because if we're trying to spot a pattern, surely this is the moment we can try and do it. So here we go. And let's point out a couple of things here. First of all, it seems to be the case that in this column and the one next to it, the easiest columns, the ones where the seats should be easiest for the Conservatives to take, where they have taken them, Battersea, for example, Chester again, seats up here, Basildon South, another one, 6-7% swings going on there. So they've taken them quite handsomely. However, immediately I have to say, look at these two seats here, Somerton, Eastleigh, Lib Dems have held them off. And one of the things predicted during the Lib Dem surge is that the Liberal Democrats would possibly save those seats, even in the first column. Well, they have. Same for the Scottish Nationalists in the second column, holding the Conservatives off. So we go down the board here, and you get to, remember I mentioned Waveney here, the 116th seat on the board. They need 116 for, it's just one along here, isn't it? No, yes it is. They need 116 for an overall majority. Waveney is the 116th. We don't have that one yet, but we do have Bolton North East, which is just above it. And the result from Bolton North East is that it's gone to Labour. There it is. So the situation, if you're looking at the board, 115th seat goes Labour. The Conservatives might start to worry. But then it gets puzzling again, because as you look down the board, we saw Lembit Opik speaking earlier from Montgomeryshire, all the way over the other side of the board. Huge swing to the Conservatives there. Kingswood, we heard about earlier, wasn't one that was necessarily in the Conservative plan to take that, but they did. Harrogate they took. So as you look, maybe we can just look at the whole board here. If there's any chance of spotting a pattern tonight, it's on this board right now. But I think actually we're going to have to see some more results. And crucially, these second, third, fourth columns, how much blue do the Tories get in there as these results come in, and can they failed to get some of these seats here. You can see seats coming in even as I'm speaking. They failed to get some of the seats in the left-hand column, the second column. Can they make up for that by going past Waveney and picking up Labour seats that look pretty difficult on paper? David.
Jeremy, thanks very much. Well, Nick Clegg is yet another person in a motor car, and he's heading off here to his count in Sheffield Hallam. I think these pictures of motor cars are very interesting in their way, but rather unrevealing, except of Leylandii and other sorts of hideous hedges. But somewhere in there is Nick Clegg, and probably a Nick Clegg rather chastened by tonight's results, because after the euphoria, even though he tried to keep the euphoria down, it really hasn't yet been a very good night. He was in Eastbourne on Wednesday, and he managed to take Eastbourne, and he had a good rally there. But on the whole, Nick, I think you'd agree, it's not been... Well, he's in an interesting position, but it hasn't been the kind of night he was hoping
But isn't this part of the extraordinary story of tonight? He may have failed, but about to be playing a crucial role in deciding who the next government of Britain is, if not, in fact, having a job in the next government of Britain.
He's had one gain so far and 3 losses.
Yes. But there's no doubt at all he'll be hugely disappointed, so will his party, with how they've done and how his success hasn't translated into vote success. But nevertheless, they may be about to determine who the next government of Britain is, and they may well play a role in it.
One of his losses was Newton Abbott, Conservative gain from the Liberal Democrats. This is Anne-Marie Morris, who's a lawyer, taking over from Richard Younger-Ross, who's been the MP there since 2001. He was one of those criticised by the Standards Commissioner in the House of Commons, and for various expense claims that he made, so that may have had an effect there. This was the old Teen Bridge, now Newton Abbott. And the swing there, 5.8%. to the Conservatives from the Liberal Democrats. Now, whether that's special, whether it tells us something about what may be happening in the southwest, we shall see. Oxford East, on the other hand, has been held. Andrew Smith for Labour, former Work and Pension Secretary, holds on to this. His majority from 332 only. Liberal Democrats were in second place. Liberal Democrats really hope to take this. They're number 4 for them. And there was a swing from Liberal Democrats to Labour of 4%, and his majority went up to 4,000 and a bit. So, there we are. It's 3:30, and time to rejoin the boat. And Andrew Neil.
Thank you very much. In a moment, I'm going to be speaking to 3 of Britain's best-known journalists to find out what they make of it. But first, I've got Al Murray, the pub landlord, and Rolling Stone legend Bill Wyman. Welcome to you both. Now, I suspect we've been on air for about 5.5 hours, and I suspect a lot of the punters still have no idea, as we don't, about a result. They must be getting impatient.
Well, I feel like Noddy in Toyland on my first day. What on earth is going on? Now, where am I?
You're asking me?
Well, you don't know, obviously. And you're not big ears. I'm not saying you're big ears.
Yes, I am.
I just feel it's an extraordinary...
It's getting a bit frustrating, isn't it?
No, it's a good night. But I voted for aircraft carriers because I believe in aircraft carriers. Whoever's going to build aircraft carriers, I voted for that.
And Bill, you still think the Conservatives can win?
I really hope so, yeah.
You are a Conservative?
Yeah, I was working class. I grew up and Labour did nothing for me. And
you must be a little bit disappointed then that it's not so clear cut.
Put the Stones for any gigs?
I'm sincerely hoping that the Conservatives will get through there.
What do you think?
I think I need something to happen. We need something to happen. I don't really care what it is. Something needs to happen.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to go over to speak to the journalists, because, you know, journalists have had all sorts of opinions and analysis of how this election has gone, and I think a lot of them tonight have turned out to be completely wrong. So let's hold 3 of them to account right now. Andrew Ronsley, what's happening?
Actually, I think a fairly clear pattern is beginning to develop now. There's a swing to the Conservatives, which is quite stonking if you look in areas of southern England. It's getting up to 10% in some of those seats. But it gets harder and harder for David Cameron as he goes up the M1 or the M6. He gets to the Midlands, he's struggling. And then into the North seats they really needed to win to be confident of getting a majority. They're not getting, which I think means we're looking at probably a Conservative minority government. Certainly looks unlikely the Conservatives can get a majority.
That's disappointing. I mean, if they can't win in a recession against an unpopular Prime Minister with a multi-million-pound campaign, when can they win?
I'm not convinced that Andrew's right. I mean, I think it's quite
Andrew's
likely.
Always right.
It's pretty well.
Not always.
It's pretty well certain there's going to be a Conservative government, and it's a question of whether.
Why do you say that?
Because of the momentum. You can't get a deal that's going to stick now between a Labour government that's been very clearly defeated and a Liberal Party which hasn't really broken through. It's not really in their interests. All the momentum, all the swing, all the development has come from the Tories. The question is it quite enough? So, and when David Cameron was speaking earlier at his declaration, what he was sort of saying was, well, look, I will actually try and find a way of doing a deal if I can't win outright.
You don't think he'll just form a minority government?
Well, what he said, that was all the stuff about the national interest. National interest is always a code for being able to reach out if you have to.
In my experience, it's usually a code for self-interest. Do you think that he's right, or there's still a chance of a centre-left kind of arrangement here, isn't there?
I'm sure that Gordon Brown's going to want to do that. Gordon Brown is going to want to see, I think, how it falls. If there were 260 Labour MPs and there were 60 Liberal Democrat MPs, he could do it. But it would be a coalition of the defeated. That's the trouble.
Yeah. That is the problem.
That is the trouble. And the momentum is with the Conservatives.
Well, there's one other problem, which as Nick Clegg said, he thought the party that had most votes and most seats would have the right to be the first to try and form a government. And it looks likely, although Mr Cameron may be short of a parliamentary majority, I don't think anybody's going to argue he won't have most votes and most seats. Now, Mr Clegg may, who knows, he may be ruining he made that declaration, but make it he did.
What happened to this Lib Dem surge we've all been bigging up for the past 4 weeks?
Well, I think that...
Well, you may say.
Well, one may say. I think that the crucial moment was when the last hour, the last 45 minutes of the third debate, when Nick Clegg tried to defend the amnesty on immigration and on the euro. Brave positions to take, but actually you could see that he was on the back foot.
All right.
And momentum began to drain from then.
Just before we go, we're going back to the studio in a second. Charles Moore, what are you doing here taking our hospitality and you won't even pay the BBC licence fee?
Well, I'm appearing in the magistrate's court.
You're a freeloader. I'm going to call security to get this lawbreaker out. Back to the studio.
And so say all of us. Thank you very much, Andrew. Burnley, a Liberal Democrat gain. Let's just see that. Swing of nearly 10% from Labour to the Liberal Democrats in Lancashire. This was an MP standing down, Kitty Usher, just after one term. She was famous for having a bit of a set to with the Commons Fees Office over removing Artex ceilings from her home, which she called dilapidations. So a new candidate moved in and is forced into second place. Gordon Birtwistle, council leader, takes Burnley. And Nick Clegg is now, fine. Is scarpering from the house into the car behind the Leylandia, or whatever those hedges are, not speaking. Plenty to think about.
A huge amount to think about. What does he do now if David Cameron picks up the phone? On the one hand, he said that whoever is the largest party would have a mandate to try and form a government. On the other, he knows there's a gulf in their policy positions. So how does he handle a position where he now doesn't have the moral authority of a huge gain in votes, for example?
Brief glimpse of his wife there, Miriam. You remember when Ted Heath tried to ring Jeremy Thorpe, they couldn't get through, and they didn't get through till midnight. And Jeremy Thorpe said the telephone wasn't working, so maybe that's the secret. What you do is you actually just keep, my mobile was off. I run out of battery and wait while you work out what to do.
Famously, Jeremy Thorpe also had to walk through 3 fields because he didn't want to be seen.
Yes.
Now, the big change this time round is that the civil service have put an enormous amount of preparation into this. The Cabinet Secretary has studied what happened in the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Assembly. He's flown to New Zealand to see what happened in that Parliament. And they will facilitate this. They have got secret rooms where they'll have meetings. They will provide staff to try and make it happen.
Thank you very much, Nick. Let's have a look at the whole picture, Fiona, the big scene.
Well, the
world
scene,
as you see it, Fiona Bruce.
As we see it from up here in our eyrie, well over a third of seats have been declared so far. We look to be heading for a hung parliament, but it's not at all clear what form it's going to take. The swing so far from Conservative to Labour suggests that the Conservatives are not on course at the moment, at any rate, to get an overall majority, though they are likely to have the most seats, and the Liberal Democrats don't seem to be making significant headway. It may be some time before we know who might be capable of becoming Prime Minister, and it may depend on a handful of seats. This is the current state of the parties. Let's have a look at them. There we are. Conservatives, so far, 122 seats. Labour, 107. Lib Dems on 19, and others on 24. Well, David Cameron, the Tory leader, was speaking in the last half hour, and while he maintained Labour had lost the election, he stopped short of claiming the Conservatives have won.
Now, nationally, we have to wait for the full results to come out. But I believe it is already clear that the Labour government has lost its mandate to govern our country.
The election watchdog, the Electoral Commission, is to investigate what went wrong at a number of polling stations where people were turned away and denied the chance to vote. There were long queues right up to the 10 o'clock deadline as election officials struggled to cope with the turnout. Hundreds of people who'd queued for hours through the evening were turned away. And police were called to one polling station in Sheffield after dozens of people were told it was too late to vote.
The election is from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
The scenes of frustration and anger were filmed by disappointed local residents.
Had some sort of contingency plan, and I think it's shocking that the communication, even to send somebody with a loudspeaker. In Afghanistan, I think the process went smoother than this.
We've been queuing for about half an hour, and then we got to the front, and obviously we were told can't vote. And I was really excited because it was my first time voting, and just not being able to.
There's only been one significant political scalp so far, and that's the Democratic Unionist Party leader, Peter Robinson. You can follow all the results, not only here in the studio, but also online. Back now to David.
Thanks so much, Fiona. News that Conservatives have gained Hastings and Rye in Sussex, a swing of 3% to the Conservatives, 23rd in their target seat. But they're about to give the declaration in Carlisle, right up by the border with Scotland, held by Labour since 1964, and it's just beyond the 116 range for the Tories' overall majority. It's 132 in their list of possibles, but anything could happen tonight because anything is happening. Eric Martler, who's been the MP there since '87, is standing down. The chair of the Labour group on Carlisle City Council is taking his place as a candidate.
The acting returning officer.
Liberal Democrats are in third place.
Constituency election. Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Michael William Bowden, the Labour Party candidate, 15,736. Peter Philip Howe, 263. Neil Hughes, Liberal Democrat, 6,567. John Metcalfe, Carlisle Socialist and Trade Union candidate, 376. Michael John Owen, UK Independence Party, 969. John Bernard Reardon, the Green Party, 614. Paul Brandy Stafford, British National Party, 1,086. Andrew John Stevenson, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,589. And I do hereby declare that Andrew John Stevenson is duly elected. Thank you.
So the Conservatives gain Carlisle from Labour, a swing from Labour to Conservative of 7.7%. Majority of 782 to John Stevenson, who's a solicitor, who takes over from the new candidate, Michael Bowden for Labour. Right, Jeremy, we go to Jeremy Paxman. Jeremy Paxman, you've got someone to talk to, I think.
Oh, I certainly hope so. I think we're going to be talking to Alistair Darling. Alistair Darling, are you there?
Yes, I can just about hear you.
Excellent, good. Was coming out to 4:45 in the morning. Who's in charge of the country?
Well, the government remains in place until such time as there's a change in that. So we are here, and we will have to see what the shape of the government of the House of Commons is tomorrow morning. It is important, of course, that we do have a stable government established for very obvious reasons, but the exact shape of that, who it is, we'll have to wait and see because we don't have the final shape of the House of Commons yet.
But isn't this uncertainty about who precisely is going to be in command of the ship the worst possible outcome from an economic point of view?
Well, look, firstly, people should be in no doubt that one of the strengths of our constitution is that there always is a government. We are the government until such time as that changes. I think it is important that we have strength and stability, a clear sense of direction. I think people perfectly well understand that following a general election that there's inevitably some uncertainty until you actually see who can actually form a government that can command the confidence of the House of Commons. But I think everyone is concerned, is very focused on the fact that for very obvious reasons we need not just a stable government, but also a government that's got a convincing plan to secure our recovery and then, of course, to get our borrowing down. That's very important. But as of now, 4:45 in the morning, as you say, we don't know the final shape of the House of Commons. Inevitably, for the next few hours at any rate, there's going to be some degree of uncertainty, and I think people perfectly well understand that.
Are you expecting to move back into Downing Street?
Well, as I said to you, what happens and who forms the government next and after the election will depend on what the House of Commons looks like. Now, at the moment, I think I picked you up correctly, or your programme correctly, just a few moments ago when we were trying to get this connection through, that the pattern is mixed. We are holding some seats that people thought we'd lose. Clearly, we're losing other seats that we might have expected to hold. The swings are not uniform. We shall have to see. And as I've said before this election, whatever happens, the political parties have to get on with it. Whatever the electorate decide, we have to get on with it, and a government has to be formed to make sure that we have that strength and that stability that people would expect.
But that government could only be formed, couldn't it, under Gordon Brown? There could be no other leader of the Labour Party for that opportunity to exist.
Yes, Gordon Brown is the Prime Minister. He's the leader of the Labour Party,
But he's been rejected by the electorate.
Well, the electorate are passing a judgment on us all collectively, one way or another. But as I said to you, no matter how frustrating it is at this hour of the morning, we still do not yet have a clear picture as to what the House of Commons will look like. And the government, whatever government it is, has to be in a position to command a majority in the House of Commons, or at least be able to form a government that can provide the stability and the certainty that people want. That's absolutely essential. But we shall have to wait and see. The results are still coming in, as you know, and there is still a picture that's pretty mixed.
Alistair Darling, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Nick Clegg is apparently in our sights or within our camera. I'm not quite sure where, but perhaps he's not. No, he's not for the moment. Incidentally, interesting news from Rochdale. Oh, there's Mr. Clegg.
Here he comes.
Arriving in Sheffield Hallam at his count. 43-year-old, same age as David Cameron, and looking relatively cheerful, relatively calm, as he had all through, with his wife Miriam Gonzalez Durantes, a Spanish lawyer there beside him. She hasn't been much on the campaign trail, but she's with him tonight. I wonder what thoughts are going through his mind.
Well, I think his thoughts will be what went wrong, and I think he'll also be thinking, what on earth do we do now? Because he's got a pretty unpalatable series of choices. They may dramatically change his fortunes, that of his party, but he's going to meet a request, perhaps, to prop up a minority Conservative administration, difficult, or to go in with a defeated Labour Party to push them out. Very difficult. These are not easy choices.
But of course, a tiny, at the moment, a tiny increase in his share of the vote, only.
But of course, the one thing Nick Clegg has got is enormous experience of this. He lived and worked in Europe for a long time, where this sort of deal-making, this sort of coalition building is absolutely meat and drink to the European political systems.
Rochdale is quite interesting. Labour have held Rochdale, where Gillian Duffy, the famous Rochdale 65-year-old grandmother who met the Prime Minister, and he said afterwards in the back of the car, you remember, with his microphone, there was some bigoted woman that I had to meet. Anyway, there was a theory that the women of Rochdale would rise up as one to defend the honour of Gillian Duffy and vote against Gordon Brown, but actually not. Here's the change since last time in Rochdale. Let's just see it. There we are. The Labour vote went down a bit, 5 points. The Liberal Democrats went down 6. Conservatives went up 8. But in any case, it was 1. Oh, and the Conservative gain in Hastings and Rye, we did that, I think. 3% swing from Labour to the Conservatives.
But if the Mrs Duffys and her supporters had voted Liberal Democrat there instead of Conservative, which quite a few of them obviously did, there would be a Liberal Democrat member of Parliament. Very, very close, very small majority there.
Emily's got something for us. I don't know what it is, but Emily will explain.
Yeah, just such a wide variation of swings. We're going to look a bit more closely. What just happened in Carlisle was pretty startling, actually. You might remember at the beginning of the night we were talking about Carlisle being the kind of seat that David Cameron and his team really needed to gain to make inroads into the north. They have done that. This is exactly the sort of swing above that 7% that they needed to replicate elsewhere, and yet they haven't managed to replicate that in places where they really should have done. They haven't taken Bolton North East, for example. Look at that very, very slender swing towards them. It's just not been enough. Even in places where they have taken them, what we're seeing again is a small swing. Don't forget, we're looking at the molecular detail here, not just the gains and losses, but what's rippling on beneath the surface. And this swing is not really enough. Peter, if I just bring you in here, Broxtowe, even smaller. I mean, extraordinary, actually, that before we had Carlisle, the pattern seemed to be they just weren't coming up to the mark. Carlisle slightly throws that theory out the window.
Well, now what we're getting is a huge variety of swings, Emily, and that's a problem for the Conservatives, because it means they're winning some seats, like Erewash, like Nuneaton, with big swings, like Carlisle we saw just now, Dartford in Kent. But there are other seats where they're only taking narrowly or they're missing out on. So we're reaching the point where I think we can be fairly sure that although the Conservatives will unquestionably be the largest party by some margin, they will fall short. Chris Renard and other politicians were saying, what are the voters telling us? By some genius, 30 million voters collectively, it seems to me, are saying we dislike Labour rather more than we dislike the Conservatives, and after a holiday romance with the Liberal Democrats, we have our doubts about them as well. All three parties are getting a very sobering message from the electorate.
And briefly, any geographical messages you're taking away? I mean, we've heard a lot about motorway man, motorway woman.
Well, what we're getting is in the northern belt, Yorkshire, Lancashire, that belt, the swing to the Conservatives is a bit lower in the key Labour marginals than it is in the Midlands or the South. And the problem is there's about a couple of dozen Labour seats with majorities that the Tories really need to topple, which they may not get if some of the early seats, like Bolton, like Chester, are typical of that Lancashire-Yorkshire belt.
Peter, thanks very much. Don't forget, if your own constituency result hasn't come in yet, but you're hearing tips, you can watch on our website, bbc.co.uk/election, and you can look at the nationwide picture there as well.
Thanks very much, Emily. Well, we're joined now from Cambridge by David Monks, who's the chairman of the Society of Local Authority Chief Executives, known by the acronym SOLICE. And I should think SOLICE is what you're in need of tonight, Mr. Monks, because it seems as though the returning officers haven't been doing that great a job.
Oh, I think I disagree with that. It's not an easy job. We're local authority chief executives, so we're well used to criticism and unpopularity. But I've been watching some of the coverage, and I just wanted to come along and make some points to help. I think you're fairly clear now about how votes can be issued and the timing and the ability of people to vote if they're in the polling station with the ballot paper in their hand before 10 o'clock. That's fine. I just wanted to say as well that this 10 o'clock deadline is an absolute. We don't have discretion on it. It's set by Parliament, and I think it would be wrong if we had discretion on it. I mean, what are we going to do? Choose people in the queue to come in and vote?
But why have you got the queues? Why don't you have more people, more ballot papers, more space? There's even one story of a place where they couldn't count because they hadn't got enough tables to count on. I mean, this is meant to be a first world country. We're meant to be one of the first democracies who know how to do these things. Here we are giving an example which would shame countries that are just starting their democracies.
Okay, well, let's look at it carefully. What we've got here is a very Victorian system that many of us as Solace members have argued is much in need of modernisation. In fact, it's probably in need of scrapping, because we need a system for the 21st century which is suitable for our lifestyles in this time. But just to go back to this particular point on the size of the polling stations, if we put extra staff in, those that have voted today will know that each polling station has one register and one register alone. So when extra staff are put in, it's not going to really help. You might be able to help them manage the queue a bit, but there's only one person ticking the names off on the register.
I know, but I can see you could have difficulties. What I can't understand is how I won't go through the list, well, I will go through the list. 3-hour queues in Sheffield, Hallam, long queues in Leeds, Birmingham, people locked out, voters turned away in Manchester. Lewisham, curiously, breaking the law, presumably, people are allowed to vote till 10:30 after the exit poll has been announced. 2 places in Liverpool running out of ballot papers. I mean, it suggests a kind of failure of imagination. I mean, the voting hasn't gone up, the number of voters hasn't gone up that much since the last election in 2005, has it?
Well, let's be clear on this, David. As a returning officer, you do not need imagination. You need to apply the rules firmly and fairly. And these are the rules set by Parliament. Let's just deal with this Lewisham issue, because I've talked to them tonight.
Yes.
What in fact has happened is that people were admitted to the polling station from the queue, I think it was about 70 or 80 of them, and issued with a ballot paper before the 10 o'clock deadline. So that was within the law.
And then they were kind of locked in by then.
Sorry, I missed that.
And they were locked in, so they couldn't hear what the exit poll was.
Sorry, I missed that.
They couldn't hear the exit poll. They were kind of locked in the polling station with their ballot papers. They couldn't go out and say,
No,
hey, have you heard the news? Have you heard the news? Heard what's happening? Well, I'll go back in and vote this way or that way.
No, I don't think that's accurate. The Lewisham people I've spoken to would say they acted quite properly. They brought those voters in. It was very crowded, but they were leaving after they cast their vote. And that is within the law.
Nick Robinson's got a very brief question to put to you. I hope it'll be brief because we've got other things we must move on to. But I'm grateful to you for coming in, Mr. Monks. Go on quickly.
How is it different from the elections of the 70s, 80s, 90s, which were run, as far as I recall, perfectly successfully? Because if it was a Victorian system now, it was then too, surely.
He means the 1950s, 60s, 70s, I think, not the 18.
Yeah, so I'm not that old. I can't remember that. No, I take the point. When I was a chief in the West Midlands in Warwickshire, we were doing 83% turnouts there, and the system, although under a lot of pressure, a lot of strain, we could get it to work. I think there are issues very, very special here today about a very late surge of people going down to the polling station at 9-ish or just before 10 o'clock in certain particular places.
OK, Mr. Monks, I have to stop you there. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming in. I hope you get some solace somewhere along the line from all that. I'm grateful to you for speaking to us. Richard Bilton is in Barking. Let's go back to a place that still hasn't declared, where the National Front is challenging Labour. Richard?
David, actually, we've got two counts going on here. We've got Barking, as you say, one of the East London constituents is being counted. And then over here we've got Dagenham and Rainham. And actually in both counts at the moment, we have stories that seem to be unfolding. If we can go first of all to Barking, the constituency you mentioned, which is Margaret Hodges' constituency at the moment, the Minister and sitting MP. Nick Griffin, the leader of the British National Party, targeted this seat. Lots of effort here. I was in Barking today and people were saying to me, look, you know, they've been very, very high profile, out and about. What we're hearing now, and it's still an hour before we'll get a declaration, is that actually the BNP wanted to get to second in this seat, but it looks like they'll be back in third behind the Conservatives. That's what we're hearing from both Labour and BNP sources. Now, over here, Dagenham and Rainham, we've got a story developing here as well. This is the seat at the moment of John Cruddas, who's been talked about somebody who might be involved in the Labour hierarchy in the future. Now, he had a 6,000 majority last time. We're told tonight it's very, very close. He hasn't actually appeared yet at 4 o'clock. We haven't seen him, but we're told very, very close, and we expect a declaration about 5 o'clock. The other thing that we've heard here, as we've heard across the country, is that the turnout very, very high.
Richard, that's fascinating. Thank you very much for that. The turnout in Dagenham and Rainham was 56% before. So anyway, the news from Barking is that it looks as though the BNP not only haven't gone into second place, they've stayed in third place, far from challenging Margaret Hodge for the seat. So let's have a look. Where should we go to now? Halton Price and Howden. David Davis is there, and I think he's going to talk to Jeremy from his count. I think that's possible, is it? Jeremy?
Well, I certainly hope so, David. Yes, David Davis, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, it seems to me your party could have done just as well, even with you leading it, couldn't it?
No, it's done very well. Let's see what the result is before you make these early judgments. I mean, so far you've got results all over the shop, and I still think that we are going to get an absolute majority at the end of the night.
Why do you think that?
Well, because you've got a number of counts coming in late, a lot of recounts going on, even near here in Hull North, which are reflecting the fact that you're not getting a uniform swing across the country. You're getting very, very big swings in seats which are marginal, where the people know that they're choosing the government. Another one, Brigg and Gould, close to me. These seats will actually be what determines the outcome, not the averages in seats with big majorities.
And should it turn out to be the case that there is some attempt by Labour and the Liberal Democrats to cobble together what was referred to earlier as a coalition of losers, what would you think about that?
Well, I think the public at large will see it as a coalition of losers. They would, whatever criticisms you have of the first past the post system, it should not be used to keep in office a government that's clearly been rejected by the public at large, and it certainly shouldn't be propped up by the Liberal Democrats.
But I don't understand that. I mean, if they have more seats, why shouldn't they?
What, between them?
Yeah.
Which particular coalition would you like to pick? You know, the Liberal Democrats plus the Labour Party?
Well, let's rule out one possibility to start with.
Which
can you imagine the Conservatives?
I can pick you all sorts of permutations.
Fine.
The truth is, you need a decisive government. Listen, Jeremy. The simple fact is, we've got a country with a broken economy that needs mending, a broken society that needs healing, which needs actually to be revitalised, led in a different way. That can't be done by some cobbled together compromise of a Prime Minister desperately trying to hang on to office long after he's been given the sack.
Could it be done by a minority Conservative administration even?
1,600 jobs to go.
Well, I think if we have to, then that's what we'll have to do. I mean, your forecasts, which I think are low, give us about 305 or thereabouts. The simple truth is it would be possible to deliver a government on that basis, so long as the other parties don't behave irresponsibly. And I think we can reasonably assume that. So, yes, I think it could be done from a minority government. I would much prefer, frankly, a majority one, because some of the decisions will be very tough indeed, and that's hard to take from a position of minority.
David Davis, thanks very much. David Dimbleby.
Our reporter Graham Satchell has news of what's going on in Southampton Itchen, where Government Minister John Denham is defending his seat, his majority 8,500 for Labour.
Yes, David, hello. He's got a very comfortable majority here, as you say, about 8,400. Would take a swing of about 10.5% to the Tories for him to lose that seat. We've been watching the votes being counted here all night. They have counted them twice, not officially a recount. The returning officer not happy. And we think that John Denham may have just sneaked home, but it's close. About 100, maybe 150 votes, maybe less than that. The results haven't yet been offered to the candidate, so we may get an official recount here. He was targeted by the Conservatives. David Cameron was here in Southampton, part of the so-called decapitation strategy to get rid of sitting ministers. But it looks like John Denham may hold this, but it's extraordinarily close, and his majority of more than 8,500 will be obliterated if he does.
This was one of the safest, or indeed the safest seat for Labour in the southeast, isn't it?
That's right. We've got two seats here in Southampton, Southampton Itchen and Southampton Test. Around us, we have a sea of blue and yellow, if you like. But here in the city centre, a more urban area, both Labour held. It's a target seat 199 for the Tories, this Southampton Itchen. As I say, we still don't have a result, but it looks like John Denham may have just sneaked home.
All right, thank you very much. Well, we'll hear news of that, but now we go to Wyre Forest in Worcestershire, where this famous independent candidate, Richard Taylor, I say famous because he's one of the few independents that's actually stuck it out. He's been there since 2001, originally fighting to save Kidderminster Hospital.
18,793. Howells, Gordon Clifford, British National Party, 1,120. Knowles, Nigel, the Labour Party candidate, 7,298. Taylor, Richard Thomas, Independent Community and Health Concern, 16,150. Wrench, Michael James William, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,498. There were 135 rejected ballot papers in
So
total.
this is an interesting result, because this is Richard Taylor, who's been an independent, who actually cut a swathe in the House of Commons and was much admired for dealing with the problems of Kidderminster Hospital, and won twice, been there since 2001, has been defeated now by the Conservatives. A swing not particularly meaningful from him to the Conservatives of 7.4%. So Mark Garnier, former hedge fund manager, stood here in 2005, takes Wyre Forest in Worcestershire. Jeremy.
David, let's have a look at our map of the UK on the wall as it was coloured in, and then I'll just change it so you can see the new colours and then we can see the gains flashing, seats where there has been a change of ownership by the parties. And the interesting thing about all of this is that the swingometer and the swing, we've heard people say there's no uniform swing going on here. We can actually put up uniform swings, but the parties will take seats either side of them in the most dramatic way. So seats are very, very hard to predict. We could be at this for hours without being sure of the actual final destination of this election. So just to take the Liberal Democrat Conservative swingometer here nationally and take a look at the swing, which is 1.4% to the Conservatives since last time. Bit of an increase to the Conservatives nationally against the Liberal Democrats. If I now colour in the seats as they've been won and lost, you'll see something quite remarkable here. Now you can see for a start that the Conservatives, it's 1.5% swing, but they're winning all the way down here, winning Harrogate down here, Montgomeryshire from Lembit Opik right down the far end, got Newton Abbott, they're winning here, way outperforming the national swing that we've got for them. And also, if it's a 1.5% swing, roughly, to the Conservatives from the Lib Dems, how on earth are the Liberal Democrats taking Eastbourne from the Conservatives or holding Eastleigh? Fascinating to see these results coming in, because you keep getting a swing figure and then you find a seat miles away from the central pivot that goes exactly the way you don't expect. David.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Well, I said several hours ago that we were going to put the results on the face of Big Ben, or on the Tower of Big Ben. It's 7 minutes past 4 in the morning. Here is the election result. As seen if you were standing there outside the House of Commons, outside the House of Parliament, there's the winning line, the white stripe. And look how way down, way down, way down we are before we reach the Conservatives first on 158, Labour on 123, and then another long pause, and we come to the Liberal Democrats. On 23, they barely show on the bottom of Big Ben there. It's just as well we went to that, because it'll soon be dawn, and then it won't any longer show, will it?
Won't look so smart.
And it won't look so smart. It's very, very smart. I just wish there were crowds cheering. But anyway, the key thing is, are they going to get to the line? Not tonight, they're not going to get to the line. Will they get to the line tomorrow? I.e., will anybody get 326? Doesn't look like it. It looks as though it's going to be a hung parliament at the moment, without a shadow of a doubt, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Yes, I've got a list here of Tory misses, in other words, seats that were on their list of 116. There's number 11, number 12, number 29, number 30, and you go on.
And then they make gains where you wouldn't expect it.
Not as many, but three. Yeah. I've got Montgomeryshire, Harrogate and Carlisle that were way outside that zone that they've gained, but there aren't quite enough. But the Tory leadership, I think, on the basis of what they're hearing at the moment, will feel that they have a moral case, or they're building towards a moral case to say David Cameron should be Prime Minister, but they'll be worrying about where the votes come in Parliament.
We've just passed the halfway mark, I have to say. My goodness, it's a marathon, this election. 330 have now been declared, 320 to go. I should say 319, because there's one seat that is not voting for another 3 weeks because of the death of one of the UKIP candidates in Yorkshire. The Cameron car is now on its way to London, and he'll be going down to the Conservative Party headquarters, and no doubt sitting it out there and waiting to see what happens. Don't you love pictures of cars? Cars going down motorways. I remember when in the old days, before they used helicopters on these things, I came down from Huyton with Harold Wilson in a car just behind him all the way down as dawn came up. And next morning I said to him, as you watched the dawn come up, did you think, and he looked at me and said, I was completely bonkers. He'd been sound asleep in the back of his car, hadn't been watching the dawn at all.
But this is a journey that David Cameron must have taken many, many, many times in his head. And when he was doing it, he would have been hoping that there he would have been celebrating in the back, saying, I'm home and dry. I suspect he's worrying, actually, now about quite how he does it and the scale of the task that will face him if indeed he does move into number 10.
Well, Vernon Bogdanor knows him because he taught him. Well, how do you think he'll react? What do you think he's thinking now?
He'll react with great calmness, I think.
Calm is your thing.
But it's a great problem running...
Well, how do you know he's calm? Why do you say he's calm?
He's a very reflective and calm person. I knew him well as an undergraduate, of course, and I've kept in touch with him since. But the problem of running a minority government in these difficult economic circumstances is, of course, very great.
and it'll test all his resources to succeed in that task, I think.
Let's join Michael Crick, who is somewhere or other. I can't find him on my pictures here, but he's with Ed Balls, or was with Ed Balls. Anyway, I don't know if he's with him now. Michael.
Yes, David, I'm at the count in Morley and Outwood, which is the new constituency where Ed Balls is trying to get re-elected. It's looking very, very tight here. It looks we could be heading for one of the dramatic results of the night. The Conservatives need a swing of 10.5%. And there's a lot of talk about how this could go to a recount. If you look at Mr. Balls and his entourage, they're looking nervous and grim. A senior figure I spoke to in the Conservative campaign thinks they may have narrowly won here, but that there's a wide expectation that we will probably be going to a recount here. Mr. Balls, of course, a close ally of Gordon Brown, somebody who is likely to be in contention for the Labour leadership should Mr. Brown step down. But of course, if he was to lose this seat, that would not be possible.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Well, we'll hang on for this and see what happens. We'll come back to you in a moment. Just while we're there, 2 Asian women who've won seats, one for Labour, one for the Conservatives, Priti Patel and Shabana Mahmood, Birmingham Ladywood and Witten. A Labour hold that was in Birmingham Ladywood. Well, it's fascinating news about Ed Balls. I don't know what we make of that. We shall see. While we wait for it, let's go to the boat and join Andrew Neil.
Thanks, David. The party's thinning out a little bit here, but the bar's still open, which means there's still a lot of journalists around, as you would expect. Let's speak to a couple of them. Nick Cohn, let's talk about the story that never happened, the Lib Dem surge. They had the debates. They were bigged up by the journalists. They got the support of The Guardian and your newspaper. What went wrong?
I think what's happened is that working class left-wing Britain has just been terrified by the prospect of a Tory government. And this is a folk memory. The whole press, the whole media really, the Sun, the Times, the Sunday Times, the Telegraph, the Express, the Mail, all been saying, vote Cameron, vote Cameron, vote Cameron. There are deep folk memories of Britain of what Tory government
Yeah, but why didn't they vote Lib Dem?
Well, that's ridiculous things to do.
Your paper told them to vote Lib Dem.
Well, editors are entitled to write editorials. I mean, there's a strong body of opinion among journalists. They should be allowed to do anything else. But come on. If you want to stop the Tories, you vote Labour.
Oh, you might not have stopped the Tories. Labour's not doing very well.
Well, it's doing far better than you might have expected.
It's possibly one of the worst results in living memory, even before you were born.
Look, any party going to election under Gordon Brown and even winning a seat is doing really quite well. They're doing far better than expected.
Ian Hislop, explain how this works. Gordon Brown's clearly lost the election.
Yeah.
The people have rebuffed the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get to form the government.
It's a very curious night. The Tories are very reluctant to say they've won. No one will admit it. The Labour Party won't admit they've lost. And the Lib Dems have been squeezed out. What are we waiting for? It's an extremely sort of dull process. I mean, in previous years you said, we waited up for Portillo. What are we going to say? I waited up for Lembit.
No, we waited up for Ed Balls,
well,
which is still to
we
come.
Will see. We will see. That's why we're still here.
What's the moral authority by which Gordon Brown can form a government having lost the election?
None.
Oh, we agree. Absolutely
but who does have the moral authority? This is the strangest election I've ever seen. It is really weird. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and no one knows who the next Prime Minister is going to be.
And if you were David Cameron, would you really want to form a minority government when you've got financial contagion, a sovereign debt crisis, and the worst cuts in living memory to make?
Well, I mean, if you're going to be unpopular, why not share the unpopularity? Find some other people to share the blame with. I'd form a coalition with all of them. It's going to be grim. Spread the blame.
Is Ian Hislop coming out for a national government?
It is, a government of all the talents. They're not a lot, but the few we have, put them in.
And can you be Minister for Fun?
Yeah, why not?
All right, thank you both. Let's go and speak to 2 stars of The Apprentice, Tim Campbell and Saira Khan. What do you think of this business where hundreds of people, maybe thousands, wanted to vote in our democracy and they couldn't do it?
Well, it's ridiculous. You hear stories about what happened in Hackney and people have taken the time and understand how important it is to vote, particularly now it's so wide open as you've just articulated. I think we've got to do some massive investigation about what's happened with the system and how people have been having fights on the streets to wanting to get into the vote. Yes, there's been reports.
This has been going on.
Exactly, fist fights in Hackney.
What do you make of this?
What's fascinating to me is that a lot of the people in this country are employed by the public sector. Now, if they can't on election night, get people to come in and vote, that just goes to show that this whole ministry of paper clips and pushing paper around is ridiculous.
But you got to vote.
I did.
And you got to vote?
100% this morning.
We all got to vote here. Lots happening. Let's go back to the studio. David.
Thank you very much. Well, now, I'm just looking at a result from Ochil and South Perthshire. Labour have held on to that. SNP in second place. Gordon Banks, been there since 2005. And Annabel Ewing for the SNP in second place, previously MP for the old seat of Perth. So we'll go and talk to Sian Lloyd in Cardiff in a moment. Let's just first hear from Alex Salmond with Jeremy Paxman.
Alex Salmond, Ochil, that was about your top target, wasn't it? And why have you failed to take it and indeed made any other appreciable inroads?
Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning.
I think we can safely say we've fallen a few short of our target of 20 seats. On the other hand, we have achieved our highest share of the vote in a Westminster election for 36 years and have substantially increased our majorities over the seats we held. I know you'll want to note these things as well, Jeremy.
I also was just wondering about the impact of your advice to English voters to vote Lib Dem. That worked pretty well too, didn't it?
No, I didn't actually give that advice. My argument to English voters was it'd be a good idea to vote to deny the Conservative Party an overall majority, since I think a balanced parliament would be a better prospect than a Tory majority.
So the current situation is there is no one with a mandate to be in charge of this country. I mean, is this what you call a good, healthy, balanced government?
Well, I've been running a minority government in Scotland with the SNP for the last 3 years. And if I may say so, it's been a lot more stable than the majority government that's been running in London, Jeremy. But we're seeing a dramatic divergence again between the voting patterns south of the border and what's happening in Scotland. And that question, I think, is going to dominate post-election politics in Scotland, whether or not the Conservative Party managed to get an overall majority.
I don't want to intrude on your natural reticence, but I wonder if you'd like to give some advice on what the best kind of arrangement will be. Tory Lib Dem coalition ad hoc arrangement, Labour Lib Dem coalition ad hoc arrangement. What from your vantage point seems a wise thing to do?
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll see the final results and then we'll deploy our voting strength with that substantially increased vote in the best interest of the Scottish people. And if we can, we'll keep some cards pretty close to our chest.
Alex Salmond, thank you very much. David.
We're about to have the declaration from Swindon South. Labour held with a majority of 1,500. Wootton Bassett, where the coffins are brought back from Afghanistan, is in the constituency, where they line the coffins as they come through. And we'll get this Swindon South result. Apparently we can't hear Swindon South. I can't imagine why. I'd hope we were going to see it. And instead we have the Prime Minister's plane landing at Stansted. So apparently we can now go to Swindon South, so as his plane touches down, let's go to Swindon South.
At the election of a Member of Parliament for South Swindon, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Robert James Buckland, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,687. Carsten Evans, Independent, 160. Damon John Hooton, Liberal Democrats, 8,305. Alistair James Kirk, the Christian Party, 176. Jennifer Ann Miles, the Green Party, 619. and Christine Snellgrove, the Labour Party candidate, 16,143. Robin Howard Pingy,
Swindon.
UK Independence Party, 2,029.
Robert Buckland for
And the number
Conservatives
of
gains
papers
Swindon
rejected
South.
was 153.
From Anne Snellgrove, been there since 2005, who was a Parliamentary Private Secretary to Gordon Brown.
Parliament for South Swindon.
So the Conservatives now have 42 gains so far. Nick.
Well, it's a lot of games. It is worth remembering this. We've said the whole evening, haven't we, that it's uncertain, but it is worth remembering they're making a lot of gains. There are quite significant swings to them. They're on a scale that may be in line with or even slightly more than Margaret Thatcher got in 1979, but they started with a vast electoral mountain to climb, and they've not got to the summit.
But I mean, the important thing to say is they have beaten Labour.
Oh, undoubtedly.
I mean, in a fist fight between the two of them, there's no, if nothing else existed, they've won.
Exactly that.
Over Labour.
But the difficulty they will have, particularly in a situation like this, we don't know what their vote share will end up being, but it may be around about as low as Tony Blair had in 2005, and he was the Prime Minister with the lowest ever national vote share on 36%.
Emily, what have you got for us?
Well, I think the national picture at this stage rather leaves you scratching your head, but what we're noticing is the local issues that are starting to come through. Maybe this will be the election very much fought by constituency. For example, Redcar. This is where the Chorus plant shut down. Did that put people off Labour? Vera Baird, Solicitor General, out now. She's lost it. Look at the swing to the Lib Dems here. A really, really mighty swing to get Labour out. Peter, what do you make of that one?
This is an extraordinary result. I think it must be one of the biggest swings we've had this evening between the two of the three main parties. Now, the Liberal Democrats have been hoping for the last few weeks that they could take Redcar, and people like me sort of looked at the numbers and said, you must be joking. And they said, no, seriously. And they've done it.
And I'm going to show you another one, Ashfield, which was formerly the seat of Jeff Hoon. And Gloria De Piero, who Tony Blair once described as his favourite TV presenter, has taken that from him. But it was a narrow miss for the Lib Dems, this one. Yeah. I mean, Jeff Hoon clearly pushed out of the party on Lobbygate scandal and trying to unseat Gordon Brown a few months earlier.
That's right. And another huge swing. We look at the swing figure, Emily, 17% to the Liberal Democrats. Now, people of my generation will remember that Ashfield was a famous Labour loss in a by-election in the mid-70s after David Marquand went to Brussels as a European aide to Roy Jenkins. It looks to me as though the people of Ashfield, it applies perhaps to other places, don't like people being foisted on them as celebrity or seeing somebody going off to make more money elsewhere. But you see here two huge swings to the Liberal Democrats, and yet, Labour held Rochdale, which should have been an easy take for the Liberals. We hear that the Labour maybe have retaken Chesterfield, Tony Benn's old seat. So it is a very, very patchy night, and these local factors are kicking in like I've never seen in a general election before.
Yeah, Chesterfield definitely one to watch. And the Lib Dems, you can imagine arguing, even with that huge swing, they're still in second place. This has been their argument all along.
Thank you very much. Let's just have a look at these gains. Thanks, Emily. Stroud, Conservative gain, 2% swing. Labour to Conservatives. Dudley South, all over the shop, 9.5% on a Conservative gain. Brigham Goole, 9.8%, 9.5 for the other one, sorry. Corby, another Conservative gain, the Steel Town. Swing, 3.4%. And Northampton South. And a swing here much bigger, swing of 9.6%.
We're getting news just now of another bit of bad news for the Liberal Democrats, losing Oxford West and Abingdon, very big student population there. The Conservatives have gained Oxford West and Abingdon from Evan Harris, who was the Liberal Democrat MP. It's another blow for them.
Evan Harris was another famous MP for his views on euthanasia and
well, doctor before he was an MP, yes. Outspoken representative of the junior BMA, who fought very hard for his causes in the House of Commons, wasn't always popular with his party leadership, but was an independent-minded, feisty member of Parliament. We'd be deeply disappointed to have lost his seat.
We must join Kirsty Walk, who is with Nick Clegg, and has perhaps news, Kirsty, of the Liberal Democrat mood or state of mind?
Well, Evan Harris will be a very big blow. As yet, Nick Clegg has said absolutely nothing. He arrived 5 minutes ago with his wife, cased the whole hall, had a very long talk with the returning officer. I have to say he's looking his usual relaxed self. I would like to think that his handlers were quite as relaxed. They are not as relaxed. There's a lot of very jittery atmosphere around him at the moment. He's gone off to a private room, presumably to take stock of the gains and the losses, the loss of Lembit Opik on a 210 on the Tories list. And yet, Chris Huhne does a lot better. And then we see that Evan Harris has gone. So very uncertain.
Can I interrupt you, Kirsty? Luton South, we can't fail to say what's happened to Esther Ranson.
Returning officer at the election of a member to serve in Parliament for the Luton South Borough constituency, held on the 6th day of May 2010, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Tony Blakey, British National Party, 1,299. Farouk Chowdhury, Independent, 130. Joe Hall, Independent, 264. Nigel Paul Huddleston, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,396. Kaban Hussein, Liberal Democrats, 9,567. Stephen Philip Lathwell, Independent, 84. Charles Samuel Lawman, UKIP, 975. Esther Ranson, Independent, 1,872. Stephen Rhodes, Independent, 463. Mark Shyman, Green Party, 366. Gavin Shuker, the Labour Party candidate, 14,000. It's 14,725. Frank Sweeney, Workers' Revolutionary Party, 75. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 59. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 2. Unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty.
So, Esther Ranson's attempt to emulate Martin Bell in Tatton when he took on Neil Hamilton, who'd been asking questions for cash, failed in Luton South. Margaret Moran moved away and another candidate went in for Labour, and Labour hold Luton South, and Esther Ranson just got 1,800 votes, a paltry number of votes, despite a lot of work on the streets there. Here's the change.
But no publicity, David. I mean, what the television debates did was suck publicity away from virtually every other race, and where Martin Bell got enormous amounts of coverage, Esther Ranson, in truth, didn't get much, partly, of course, because the woman she was protesting against was no longer there, which made it
Swing
harder.
of 4.6% from Labour to the Conservatives. And here's David Cameron arriving at his Conservative Party headquarters on Millbank. Still just dark here. This was the place where Labour fought their campaign. The famous campaign in '97 was fought from here. A rather grim building, to tell the truth. Not particularly charismatic, but anyway, this is where Tory Party headquarters have been, and where he and Andy Coulston and Steve Hilton and all the others have been planning this election for many months. He goes in with his wife, Sam. And at 4:30 in the morning, he can't have expected this. It's still not at all clear what the Conservatives have achieved in this election. They've certainly beaten Labour, but it's not clear whether they'll have an overall majority or whether they're going to go into negotiation, Nick.
But as he was travelling, a couple of new seats which were not on their target list that they have gained. Warwickshire North, Mike O'Brien, the minister's seat is gone. That was 145 on their list of targets. Cannock Chase, 198 on their list of targets. So they are, by my reckoning, they picked up 5 seats that were way off their list of targets, although there's quite a lot more than that were on the list of targets they failed to get. I think Mr Cameron will know tonight, David, he can be Prime Minister. There is enough of a Tory swing, but he has to work out a way in which he can say to the country, this can be a stable government and it can win the votes it needs
well,
to.
In effect, he has to seize the crown, doesn't he? I mean, he has to show the chutzpah to say, look, this is crazy, of course, you know,
let's get on with it. And the chutzpah, the question is, does he do that by saying, I can govern in a minority, or does he have the boldness, although controversial it would be in his own party, to actually pick up the phone to Nick Clegg?
Normally on election nights we have an exit poll and then we have a prediction based on our exit poll. And interestingly tonight, it's so complicated, it's so muddled that we can't come up with a prediction of the number of seats Conservative, Labour and Liberal Democrats will have at the end of the night. All we can say is, as a prediction, it's going to be a hung parliament. And that doesn't get you very far, does it? Conservatives will be the largest party, Labour in second place. So much for the exit poll. Jeremy.
David, well, we've got a bit of a salon des refugees up here. 3 former MPs, Kitty Usher, David Wilshire and Mark Oaten. Joe was almost unconfined in your chair when you saw restaurants and go down in flames in Luton South.
I don't wish her ill personally, but she was standing as a kind of anti-politics ticket, and actually I think the people realise that they do need politicians and mainstream parties most of the time. So.
The politicians haven't done themselves any favours, and yet, interestingly, I mean, you take the case of Bromsgrove, Julie Kirkbride, all that question about where exactly she lived. Various other people not too far away here had similar problems, but actually, the Tories have held it.
I would have thought that was predictable on the basis that the person who might have been the focus of some difficulty wasn't there as the candidate. But I don't actually, the impression I get is that expenses themselves have not been the big issue, but they have triggered something which is one of the big issues, and that is they have focused the elector's mind on localism, on the local candidates, the local MPs. And if you look at the strange swings, where an incumbent has a hugely high reputation, in the main, that incumbent has done better than other people. And I think that was triggered by, do we have a good MP or don't we?
OK, I'm going to come to you in a second, Mark Oaten, but in the moment, Jack Straw's able to join us, I think, from his count. Can you hear me, Jack Straw?
I can hear you, yeah, absolutely.
Who's running this country, then?
Who's running the country?
Yeah.
Well, Gordon, sorry, there's a lot of feedback on this, but Gordon Brown is the Prime Minister, and he's gone to London, and he'll be holding talks, I'm sure, in the morning, consulting his senior cabinet colleagues as well. And that's what happened back in 1974, which was the very first election I fought, and we will see from there.
Apparently, there is some talk that there may be a challenge to Gordon Brown. Do you know anything about that?
Absolutely not. Why on earth should there be? Gordon ran a really good and effective campaign. And if people think about where we were 6 months... Well, hang on a second. You think about all the difficulties we faced, including the issue of expenses, which, although it affected directly all parties in equal measure, it impacted on the government of the day more than on the other parties. One understands why. We also had to deal with all the difficulties of the economic tsunami which has engulfed the world, including its effect on the United Kingdom. And 6 months ago, people were saying we were down and out and the Conservatives were going to sweep to an overall majority. Well, that hasn't happened.
Thank you all.
And we saw, particularly in the last few days, a very vigorous campaign.
I'm just going to cut across you there, Jack Straw, because on the subject of expenses, we're going to hear the declaration in Redditch, Jackie Smith's constituency.
For the Redditch County constituency.
So Jackie Smith has this seat with a majority of just over 2,000. First woman Home Secretary, challenged by the Conservatives in second place. And here is the result.
Is as follows. Scott Beverley, the Christian Party, 101. Anne Davis, UK Independence Party, 1,497. Derek Fletcher, Nobody Party, 73. Andy Ingram, British National Party, 1,394. Nicholas Lane, Liberal Democrats, 7,750. Karen Lumley, Conservative, 19,138. Vincent Schittoni, English Democrats, putting England first, 255. Jackie Smith, Labour Party, 13,317.
So Jackie Smith, that's a resounding defeat. That's a big, big scalp for Labour. Jackie Smith, the former Home Secretary, the first woman to be Home Secretary, hugely embarrassed by claims for putting films on expenses that were said to be pornographic films, mocked for having her sister's house declared her main home and all she had there was a single bedroom, forced to apologise to the House of Commons, is trounced by the Conservatives in Redditch, Hereford and Worcester. She had a majority of 2,000 and the Conservatives now have a majority of nearly 6,000, a swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 9%. It does have to be said that this was well within the target range for the Tories. They were expecting to take this scalp, but it was a pretty resounding defeat.
But the problem Jackie Smith had is she became synonymous with expenses abuse before the Telegraph got hold of its version of every MP's expenses claim. She was, in this sense, unlucky, which is, as that disc was being touted around Fleet Street, her name came up.
Dewsbury now, Shahid Malik. We have the result from Dewsbury in West Yorkshire. It's had many boundary changes.
The election is as follows. Crudden, Adrian Hugh, Green Party, 849. Fells, Michael James, English Democrats putting England first, 661. Hutchinson, Andrew, Liberal Democrats, 9,150. Iqbal Kizar, Independent, 3,813. Malik Shahid, the Labour Party candidate, 17,372. Revel Simon Justin, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,898. Roberts Roger, British National Party, 3,265. And I do hereby declare that the said Simon Justice Revel is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Set constituency.
Local Government Minister Shahid Malik defeated here by the Tories. Here's the figures. Majority of 1,500 to the victor, Simon Revel, who's a barrister based in Leeds. This is a West Yorkshire seat in Dewsbury. A swing, 5.9%. Labour to Conservative. Let's hear Jackie Smith now from her constituency. She's just speaking about her defeat.
Helped everything to run so. Karen, I'd like to offer you my warmest congratulations. And thank you as well to the people who staffed the polling stations, who've helped everything to run so smoothly, alongside the police and others. And I'm grateful as well to my Labour team and to my agent, Graham. And thank you to my fellow candidates. I'm proud that we live in a country where 10 candidates can peacefully contest an election. And I'm pleased that I've been part of that contest too. It's a good thing to take part in an election when you fear you're going to lose, as well as when you hope you're going to win. It's an immense honour to have served the people of the Old Redditch constituency for the last 13 years. And I'm obviously sad that that's come to an end tonight. But I hope that the work that I've been able to do alongside a Labour government to stand up for local families and older people, to get involved with local groups and the community, to support local schools and children's centres, the Alex Hospital, and those who want to serve the public right across the constituency, to help businesses and to campaign for jobs and fairness, will set Redditch in good stead for what I think will be tough times to come. And finally, in all this work, I've had the unfailing support of my constituency staff. People often express their thanks, in particular to Mark and to Becky and to Richard, and so do I. Thank you.
Well, Nick, what do you make of Jackie Smith's defeat? Is there personality problems about all the expenses and the rest of it?
Oh, I'm sure there
is. The swing from the Tories?
Well, both, I think, is the answer. The Tories would expect to get a seat like this if they're going to get a majority, but obviously the publicity that she had was gruesome, and therefore it's no real surprise that she's lost her seat. But you can see the disappointment etched on her face. She rose incredibly fast, suddenly made Home Secretary by Gordon Brown, and then fell very badly when those expenses headlines came in.
I heard that we were having Ed Balls, yes.
Ed Balls, I am hearing, has held his seat.
All right.
We don't have the official result yet, but I'm getting...
We were going to go to the count, and I don't know whether we can go to the count. Apparently it hasn't quite happened, but your information is he's held it.
My understanding he's held it. But
so maybe the Jackie Smith is the biggest scalp that they have.
There's a number of ministers, Shahid Malik, but no big name.
No big names, no.
If it weren't going to be Ed Balls or indeed Alistair Darling, although Labour perform much better in Scotland than anywhere else in the rest of the UK, there are not other prominent ministers at stake. And Jack Straw was once talked about as a target. He did very, very well in his constituency.
Well, just a reminder then of who has gone. From Labour, Jackie Smith and Shahid Malik, Bill Rammell and Mike O'Brien, who used to be the foreign minister, junior foreign minister, and Bill Rammell, defence minister. Liberal Democrat losses, Lembit Opik and Evan Harris, and Peter Robinson from the DUP in Northern Ireland. Let's go to Pudsey for the declaration there.
Andrew Stewart, Conservative Party, 18,870. David Allen, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,221. Gibson Ian, British National Party, 1,549. Hanley Jamie, Labour Party, 17,215. Matthews, Jamie, Liberal Democrats, 10,224. I hereby declare that Stuart Andrew has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
Conservatives gain from Labour in Pudsey. Conservative share of the vote has fallen consistently here since way back 1987. And Stuart Andrew, who's a Leeds City Councillor, takes it from Jamie Hanley, who's a solicitor. It was 100, and it's on the outer limits of what the Tories wanted to take, 111th on their target list. We don't have the full figures yet or the swing, but we'll bring them to you when we do. Let's join John Simpson now. John.
David, the Prime Minister's plane's just arrived at Stansted Airport, and he's heading on to central London. He talked to the assembled journalists on the plane a little bit. He seemed actually quite upbeat, I have to say, looking quite, relatively speaking, relaxed, and just kind of concentrated on the idea, he says, that it's his duty as Prime Minister to establish a stable, strong and principled government. And a lot of what he was saying to us was clearly intended to be passed on as fast as possible to the Liberal Democrats. And he said that he was quite enthusiastic still about the whole idea of re-examining the way in which Britain's electoral system works. And he, when I asked him if he wasn't a bit disappointed by the unexpectedly poor showing, or less effective showing at any rate, of the Liberal Democrats compared with what everybody seemed to think would happen. And he was, he denied it. I suppose a difficult question in a sense for him to answer, but he denied it, and clearly laying out his stall, as indeed other members of his government are, to the Liberal Democrats to see what happens. And again, the constant refrain of, let's just wait and see. It's going to be a long process. It's not going to be a quick thing. But he says he's done better than people were expecting some months ago, a year ago. And the Conservatives have done less well than he or they or other people perhaps expected.
So from what you say, it sounds as though he clearly is anticipating remaining as Prime Minister.
I think that's what he wants you and me to say and broadcast, to be honest. I mean, I don't think it necessarily is the case in the inner councils at Downing Street. I think that but they want to put a brave face on it. They don't want to be seen as losers. I think that's the absolute key thing. Any suggestion of that, both he and other Downing Street officials were anxious to brush away. I think they want to present themselves still as the government in being, and it's up to them constitutionally to make sure that the business of government goes on. I think that's the line they want.
To be plausible in forming some sort of coalition with the Liberal Democrats, he would have to show Gordon Brown at the end of this evening or tomorrow that combined they could get either over a majority of the Commons, unlikely, or close to it. In other words, they'd have to show that this was a more stable government than the one that David Cameron, as the clear winner of this election, could actually achieve. And I don't know that, given the poor Liberal Democrat showing,
still depends on the figures, doesn't it? You just have to add them together and see what they come to. Have you done that?
Well, we don't know them yet.
Well, I mean, no, but I mean, you've got a prediction, and we haven't got a prediction. No, because we don't know. You're quite right. So, 316 Labour and on the exit poll was 316 Labour and Democrat. Anyway, the Prime Minister is on his way down there. I think we should hear from the home of the largest fish and chip shop in the world, the original Harry Ramsden's in Pudsey.
Yes, the place that also lent the Children Need Bear its name. This Tory gain then, quite significant, coming in Leeds, urban seat. And look what's happened here. The Labour share has fallen. The Conservative swing, if I take you to that, is exactly the same one that we showed you in Carlisle just a while ago. And so these kind of just local snippets. I mean, interesting enough, Stuart Andrew, not only is he a Leeds councillor, he's also a fundraiser for the local hospice. Do you think this was a local, a personal vote here?
It could well be. And Emily, what we're seeing again, and it's happening in the north as well as in other parts of the country, a great variety of swings. But if I could pick up what Nick Robinson was saying just now, will the Labour plus the Liberal Democrats outvote the Conservatives? And we don't know. And the reason we don't know is this, that although 420 results have come in, 2/3 of all of them, there's one part of the country where we're way behind, and that's London. Only about 10 or a dozen results have come in. There are a whole range of Labour marginals where we simply don't know how they'll behave. And the answer to that question will tell us whether the Conservatives fall short of Labour plus the Liberal Democrats, or the Conservatives just get past Labour plus the Liberal Democrats. So when we know more about London, we will at last be able to answer the conundrum about whether the Conservatives or Labour plus the Liberal Democrats will come out on top.
The London conundrum, yes. We're going into what's called prediction mode for our next bite, show you some of those London seats and what we think might be about to happen there, with huge caveats, as always.
Right, we're going to Morley and Outward now in West Yorkshire, and we're hoping to get the declaration from there. Ed Ball's constituency.
For each candidate
Secretary of State for Children, Schools and Families. Of course, very close ally of Gordon Brown.
Party, 18,365. Beverley Chris, British National Party, 3,535. Calvert Anthony James, Conservative Party, 17,264. Daniel David, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,506. And Monaghan James, Liberal Democrats, 8,186. And I hereby declare that Ed Balls has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
So the Tories have been denied their Portillo moment. They'd hoped to decapitate Ed Balls. It hasn't worked. His majority is way down on what it was, 1,100. Let's hear what he has to say. Close ally of Gordon Brown, as I said before we got the result.
Could I start by thanking the returning officer and the police and all the staff for doing a great job tonight in the glare of the TV cameras. I'm of course sorry for the cameras that they didn't quite get the moment they were looking for, although I have to say it was quite close. And I would like to pay particular tribute to the Conservative candidate, Anthony Calvert. Anthony fought a very straight and decent and honest campaign, and he focused on local issues. And he said that he wanted to put this fantastic new constituency on the map for the national media, and he certainly succeeded in doing that. And I'd also like to thank my agent, Neil Dawson, and all the brilliant team of volunteers we've had working for us. They've been absolutely brilliant. And I'd also like to thank all the thousands of Co-op and Unite and Unison and GMB members who've all worked and given their subs so that we could fight this campaign in Morley and Outward over the last few weeks. They've been brilliant. And above all, I'd like to thank the electors, the voters of the constituency, who decided that we would put local jobs and public services before an inheritance tax cut for millionaires, and whether they
so Ed Balls making a gracious reference to his Conservative opponent, but now we're going to Norwich South,
at the election held on 6th
where
of May
Charles Clarke is defending
is as follows.
Majority of 3,000 last time
Charles
around. There
Rodway
he is,
Clarke,
standing in the centre there.
13,650. Stephen Michael Emmons, known as Steve Emmons, 1,145. Leonard Alfred Heather, 697. Anthony Daniel Little, 10,902. Gabriel Alexander Clark Polly, 102. Adrian Philip Ramsey, 7,095. Simon James Wright, 13,960. The total number of ballot... The total number of ballot papers rejected was 70. The total number of votes cast was 47,621. I therefore declare that Simon James Wright is duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Norwich South constituency.
The Liberal Democrats take Norwich South from Labour. Charles Clarke, a long-standing opponent of Gordon Brown and everything he stood for, always saying he should go and the party needed change, calling him a control freak and all other kinds of things, who'd been Home Secretary, who'd been Education Secretary, is out. And Simon Wright is in. This is the change since the last election. Labour down 9, Liberal Democrats down 1 percentage point, but the Greens go up 8 percentage points. So Labour's lost it without that huge swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, 4%.
Two results of huge significance to the future of the Labour Party. Charles Clarke, the principal critic on the backbenches of Gordon Brown, an enemy of Ed Balls, but Ed Balls keeps his seat, keeps the possibility of being a future leader of the Labour Party, perhaps sooner rather than later. Charles Clarke, on the other hand, is out, and he will be ruining the day, and he will no doubt blame Gordon Brown for the fact he's lost his own seat.
Before the sun comes up, we ought to have a look at Big Ben once more and just see how things are on the Tower of Big Ben at 4 minutes to 5 in the morning. And I think our projection will still cut through the dawn. There we are, the Conservatives to the left there on 222, Labour on 165, the Liberal Democrats on 35. We're looking there at the House of Commons, and that is where all these discussions are going to be taking place, there and in Westminster tomorrow and in Downing Street, about how the government of the country is carried on at a time of what you could call economic crisis. The market's opening tomorrow, they will have comments to make on it, and this whole thing will have to be sorted out. Well, it has to be sorted out soon, because a country can't afford just not to have a government for a week or more while people dither around and talk to each other. We have a government nominally and a Prime Minister and Chancellor of the Exchequer, but one rather emasculated by these results until some better deal is arranged. Let's have a look, can we, Fiona, at how things stand just coming up to 5 o'clock?
Well, certainly at this time of the morning I had expected to be telling you who is going to be Prime Minister, but here we are. Over 2/3 of the seats have been declared. It is still impossible to say who is going to be Prime Minister. Only one thing is sure, and that is that we are heading for a hung Parliament. It is not at all clear what form it will take. The Conservatives are likely to have the most seats, but are not on course to get an outright majority. And the Liberal Democrats don't seem to be making significant headway. Maybe some time before we know which party or parties may take overall control, and it may all hang on a handful of seats. So this is the current state of the parties. Let's have a look where we've got to so far. Got the Conservatives there, 223 seats, Labour 166, the Liberal Dems there just 35, and other parties on 26. Now, there have been some significant political scouts claimed through the night and just in the last few minutes. The former Labour Home Secretary, Charles Clarke, as you were hearing there, has lost Norwich South to the Liberal Democrats by just a whisker, by 310 votes. Another former Home Secretary, Jackie Smith, who was caught up in the expenses scandal, of course, has lost her seat in Redditch to the Conservatives by a landslide, well, not a landslide, by a significant amount, by nearly 6,000 votes. The Liberal Democrats' health spokesman, Dr. Evan Harris, has lost Oxford West and Abingdon to the Conservatives. And his fellow Lib Dem, Lembit Opik, on the right here, lost his safe seat of Montgomeryshire to the Conservatives. Of course, Mr. Opik's attracted some headlines for his colourful private life, not least his former engagement to one of the cheeky girls. The Democratic Unionist Party leader Peter Robinson has lost his seat in East Belfast. The Northern Ireland First Minister, who's held the seat since 1979, was ousted by a candidate from the Alliance Party. The result follows the political scandal which surrounded Mr. Robinson and his wife earlier this year. The election watchdog, the Electoral Commission, is to investigate what went wrong at a number of polling stations where people were turned away and denied the chance to vote. There were long queues right up to the 10 p.m. deadline as election officials struggled to cope with the turnout. Hundreds of people who'd queued for hours were turned away in Sheffield, in Leeds, in Manchester and in London. and we will bring you all the results through the morning here in the studio, but you can also follow live updates from your constituency through to the final result when we eventually get it online at bbc.co.uk/election. So there we are. It is a minute to 5 a.m. and at the moment we have no clear idea yet who the Prime Minister will be, and we're heading for a hung Parliament.
Westminster North, which was, excuse me, a seat the Conservatives might have thought to take, has been retained by Labour, Westminster North in central London, and it is to Westminster we now go. Now, Andrew Neil's had a number of fascinating guests with him all through this evening with comments on things, but he has a particularly special guest with him who I think probably hasn't given an interview before during this whole election in which he's wielded great influence. Andrew.
David, thank you very much. We are indeed joined by the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, Michael Ashcroft, a major fundraiser and a major supplier of funds to the Conservative Party. What's gone wrong?
Well, I think from the time that the Conservatives were ahead, we then had the debates, which has quite obviously turned everything topsy-turvy, and what were natural assumptions before those debates changed the whole of the playing field. And this is the type of result that we're now seeing as a consequence of those debates.
Was it a mistake for the Conservatives to agree to these debates?
It's a balanced argument in a way, is that it brought greater awareness of politics. We've seen a greater voter turnout tonight. There has been greater discussion as to what is going to happen over the next few days.
You sound like you regret it, though.
No, I think if you took a pure strategic hindsight view, that you'd say that you'd much prefer the Tories going into today 10 points ahead than 3 or 4 points ahead.
Now, your job was to pump funds into the marginal seats and give the Tories a better chance of winning. Is there any evidence that strategy has worked?
Well, we've had some very significant swings in some of the marginals and in some not. But some of the outer marginals, we've seen swings close to double-figure percentages. So it's a mixed bag right the way across.
If your strategy for the marginal seats was a plus, was that not countermanded by the negative of all the controversy that surrounded you and your tax status?
Well, that's a good debate, and I'm sure that that will continue. But I think it's a little bit academic now at this point.
Why didn't you clear it up long before the election?
I think that's a matter that I took a view that one's tax status was a personal matter. However, that now becomes irrelevant in terms of the new law that has been passed. And in fact, that whatever one's tax status, if you wish to remain in the Lords, you are deemed taxed on your worldwide income. So that now remains a moot point, and I don't think there's much mileage in going over that.
But what will you do now? As I understand it, your party wants to change the law so that if you are a non-dom, you can't sit in the House of Lords.
No.
So are you going to sit in the House of Lords or give up your non-dom status?
That's not correct, Andrew. The law has already been passed, not about to be passed.
So what will you do?
Which I shall look forward to be sitting in the Lords for many years to come.
So are you going to become a fully taxed person in Britain?
If I remain in the House of Lords, I have to be, as everyone will be.
And will you remain in the House of Lords then?
I hope so, until the point of time when retirement takes me away.
So you're joining Britain again?
Well, you could put it that way, but I'm very happy to do so.
Do you think you damaged your party?
I think anything negative by anybody in a party for a small period of time causes something adverse. As to whether it has affected this election, I very much doubt it. In fact, we ran a survey at one particular time out of interest on awareness of people, and we put in the obvious names of Tony Blair, etc., and my name and a fictitious name. There was a greater brand awareness of the voters of the fictitious name.
If you stay in the Lords, would you like a job in the government if there is a Conservative government?
No, I've already said that I'm stepping down from the party, and I'd like to now get back and develop my own commercial interest, which is my objective.
Why did you do it? Why did you give all this money to the Conservative Party? Why did you get yourself into a position where you caused all this controversy? What was in it for you? Other than the peerage, I guess.
No, that was already done 10 years ago. I think it was the challenge of the marginal seats, is that is where the resource should be in any particular election.
It's a system in which the Americans have fine-tuned over many, many years of knowing where the battleground is, identifying the target voters. And I think to that extent, it's been quite an interesting exercise.
Do you think there was a stage when you misled William Hague and David Cameron on your status? That they thought you were joining the tax system and in fact you were becoming not a tax exile but a non-dom?
No, I don't think that's what happened. But that, if you want to reread the correspondence, you'll see that there was no undertaking to be fully taxed in the UK.
When we wake up on Saturday morning, will there be a Conservative government?
I think from tomorrow morning it depends on that final result. If you take at the moment the way it's going and extrapolate it out, it would appear that the Tories will land over 300 seats. Whether it reaches the magical 320 plus, I think we have to sit and wait further.
Well, I'm sure the Inland Revenue will be happy to learn that you're going to be paying all the tax in Britain now.
I'm sure
that may solve the need for cuts. Back to David in the studio.
Andrew, thank you very much. When you say when we wake up on Saturday morning, it rather assumes we're going to be able to go to sleep on Friday night. At this rate, I'm not sure we're going to be able to go to sleep at all. Emily, what do you think?
I think that were you still up when Ed Balls held Morley isn't quite the same ring as the Portillo moment, is it? But let's have a look at what happened there, because it was actually a phenomenal swing, if reports are right, helped by Lord Ashcroft's money. We know that the Conservatives were targeting this very strongly indeed. David Cameron was up there himself. A 9.3% swing is huge. It's a kind of swing that they would have loved to see and would have got them seats virtually anywhere else. But this seat required, what, 10.5% swing? Close, but they just couldn't do it.
That's right, and I think Andrew Neil was a bit unkind to Lord Ashcroft when he said he'd failed, because overall, in the target seats, the Tories were the Labour seats that the Tories were targeting, the swing on average was about 7.5% to the Conservatives. Across Britain as a whole, it's 5.5%. So there was a 2% bonus swing in these Labour marginals, and that will undoubtedly have made the difference between the Conservatives having a chance of forming a government and the Conservatives falling well short. So I'm not sure that Lord Ashcroft's money was badly spent.
Yeah, this was a scalp, certainly, that the Conservatives wanted. But one decapitation that has come is Charles Clarke, former Home Secretary and a staunch critic of the government. I'm just going to take us to Salford. I think we've got a declaration there. Hazel Blair's seat.
Is as follows. Hazel Ann Blears, the Labour Party candidate, 16,655. Richard Carveth, Independent, 384. David Henry, Tusk Hazel Must Go, 730. Stephen Morris, English Democrats, Putting England First, 621. Joanne Benjamin O'Dwyer, UK Independence Party, 1,084. Norman Owen, Liberal Democrats, 10,930. Matthew Joseph Sefton, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,497. Tina Dorothy Rose Wingfield, British National Party, 2,632. The total number of votes cast was 41,702.
So Hazel Blears, who famously got embroiled in the expenses scandal, was accused of flipping her houses to avoid capital gains tax, and then was seen on television waving a cheque for £13,000 and saying, "Here it is, I'm giving it back to the revenue." Not a very convincing performance, some thought, and then left government just before the local elections wearing a badge saying "rocking the boat," which didn't exactly endear her to the government, and she went back to Salford, and she's always said she would take it. She said she was popular there. Anyway, she's held it. Swing, Liberal Democrats are in second place there, swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats of 9.4%, but her majority is not even halved, 5,725. Hazel Blears back in Salford, and Eccles let's rejoin Jeremy Paxman.
Yes, well, we're joined now by Ed Balls, the Cabinet Minister, who's just hung on to his seat. Ed Balls, how are you reading the situation now? Who's going to be governing this country the day after tomorrow?
Well, I've been here in this aircraft hangar for the last hour or so with no mobile phone coverage, so I'm slightly out of touch about what's been going on.
So you've not had a single...
All I know is I won my seat.
Well, congratulations.
And you've not had the moment you were expecting.
Congratulations. Have you spoken to Gordon Brown in the last 2 or 3 hours?
I spoke to him earlier on to congratulate him on his majority, which is rather larger than mine.
And what
I think that's partly because he didn't have all the Ashcroft millions spent in his seat as the Conservatives threw at mine.
And what did he tell you was his strategy now?
I think, like everybody, it's been a very uncertain night because so many results have gone in different directions. And so I think he was waiting to see how things unfolded as the results came in, and he wasn't prejudging anything.
What's been your advice to him?
Well, as I said, I'm not quite sure what's been happening. I'm an hour or two out of touch. But I would say that we need to see the full result first. And as the Prime Minister, he will then consider the next step as his prerogative.
If the Conservatives got to a figure like 300 seats, they would surely morally be entitled to have a crack at forming a government, wouldn't they?
Well, that's not our constitutional system. The first question is, can the Prime Minister form a government? And Gordon Brown's the Prime Minister. And I don't know what the balance of seats is going to be. And so I think we have to wait and see, Jeremy.
So morality doesn't come into it. It's a question of constitutional niceties, is it?
Well, no, it's about the way our country is governed. We've had an election. The voters have voted. But we're still finding out what the votes have actually meant for individual seats. And the question will be, can the Prime Minister form a government? And that is something which will be discussed, I'm sure, over the course of the next hours as we see the result. But you understand from my point of view, I don't really know what's happened in the last couple of hours, so...
Well, let me tell you what's happened.
Running commentary on that.
Gordon Brown has taken your party down to defeat. You have not got the largest number of seats.
The issue a few months ago was whether David Cameron was going to get a majority. And I don't know whether he is or not, but it's nowhere looking as clear-cut as he hoped it was going to be 6 months ago.
Aren't the public entitled to expect that the party which gets the largest number of seats has a crack at least at forming a government?
Well, that isn't the way our system works. And constitutionally, in the last 100 or so years, it hasn't worked that way.
OK, Ed Balls, thank you. David Dimbleby.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. Birmingham Edgbaston, we have a result from Gisela Stewart. There were recounts here. When you see the result, you'll wonder why it was necessary.
The officer for Birmingham Edgbaston constituency declared that the votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Deirdre Caroline Alden, Conservative Party candidate, 15,620. Karith Harsha Fernando, the Christian Party, 127. Roger Kingdom Harmer, Liberal Democrats, 6,387. Trevor Sidney Lloyd, British National Party, 1,196. Phil Simpson, Green Party candidate, 469. Gisela Gescheide Stewart, Labour Party candidate, 16,894.
So loud cheers in Birmingham Edgbaston for Gisela Stewart. held on here. 39th target for the Conservatives.
Takar impacts
Tiny
Party,
swing from Labour to the
146.
Conservatives.
Grenville, James,
Under
Guy,
1%
Warwick, UK
swing to the
Independence
Conservatives.
Party,
Quite astonishing result.
732.
Gisela Stewart, who
88,
made herself quite unpopular with the Labour Party for arguing that the Lisbon Treaty was, for all intents and purposes, the old constitution and should have had a referendum on it. Born in Germany.
Well, it shows an extraordinary success for her personally in that campaign, and it is yet another on that list of seats where the Tories have not got seats they needed to get their majority, but another came through at the same time, Weaver Vale, 137th on their list, and they did get that. So each time we get 2 or 3 they should get, they don't, then we get 1 that they weren't expecting to get that they do, and it means that David Cameron is painfully close, by my guess, painfully close to being able to form a minority government, but can't know for sure that he could do that without having to pick up the phone.
What do you call painfully close to forming a minority government? What do you think he has to get?
Well, in other words, what we're looking
300?
at is, does he need 300 and above? But does he need just Ulster votes? Or does he have to then go to Scottish nationalists or Welsh nationalists or Liberal Democrats to go over that 326?
But there's always the possibility of people abstaining. They don't have to vote with him necessarily.
No, but
by not voting against him, they let him through.
That's right. That's right. But in order to want to present a Queen's speech on May the 25th, he would want to know in advance that people would abstain to let him get his
So you'd
way,
have to make the
and that
deal.
would involve negotiations too.
Vernon.
The Conservatives have just gained Wolverhampton South West, which was Enoch Powell's old seat, so they'll probably be pleased about that. We are seeing some extraordinary results. Birmingham Edgbaston, a university seat, resisting the swing to the Conservatives, but Oxford West and Abingdon, another university seat with a very heavy swing to the Conservatives from the Liberal Democrats. And the Liberal Democrats indeed are disappointed at both Oxford seats. They hoped to win Oxford East, which was within their reach, but they failed to, and they lost Oxford West. And the Conservatives also won Cornwall South East, and that's very important because it's the first seat the Conservatives have won in Cornwall since 1992. All the MPs in the last election from Cornwall were Liberal Democrats. It was a Tory-free zone, but now the Tories are back there in strength. So it's getting more and more difficult to draw a very clear pattern from this election.
Birmingham Edgbaston then, Gisela Stewart holds it, where the third prime ministerial debate was held on the campus of the university there. Emily.
Yeah, if you told the Conservatives at the beginning of the night that they wouldn't have got Birmingham Edgbaston, I think they would have been pretty alarmed. It needed only a 2% swing. Perhaps what this tells us is more about the localism of this election. Gisela Stewart, as you've heard, very popular. Yes, she may have upset the Labour Party with her stance on Europe, but possibly she endeared herself to her own constituents. They saw her as something of an independent within the Labour Party. So she has taken a little hit, but not nearly as much as we've seen elsewhere. The Conservatives also taking a similar hit. The BNP haven't stood here before, so it's hard to make sense of that result. But what are you reading into this on its own, Peter?
Emily, Vernon just made the point. It's a university seat. Now, in 2005, the last general election, Labour suffered particularly badly in 2 kinds of seats. They suffered badly in student seats because of the tuition fees argument, and they suffered badly in Muslim seats with a high Muslim electorate because of the Iraq War. And tonight, we've seen some of the lowest swings in university seats and in seats with a large Muslim population. But in terms of the big picture, at the moment, we're heading for somewhere in the order of 310 Conservative MPs and somewhere in the region of 310 Labour plus Liberal Democrat MPs. So each seat the Tories take or fail to take might just give one party or the other, one side or the other, the edge as to which is the larger bloc.
Peter, we're going to take you straight to Colne Valley. This was a late Lib Dem target. Let's just see what's happened here.
893. Grunsell, Jackie, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 741. McCartney, Jason Alexander, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,440. Roberts, Melanie, UK Independence Party, 1,163. Turner, Nicola, Liberal Democrat, 15,603. And I do hereby declare that the said Jason Alexander McCartney is duly elected Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
Colne Valley in West Yorkshire, and a swing from Labour to the Conservatives brings Jason McCartney, former television presenter for ITV Yorkshire, into this seat in Colne Valley, again from Labour, swing of 6.5% from Labour to the Conservatives.
Very early in the morning. It's been a very long day and a very long night before as well. A few thank yous to Rob Vincent, Susan.
So there we are. We've had now 478 declarations. We've got 172 to go. Just a reminder, the Conservatives are up 66, Labour's down 60, and currently the Liberal Democrats overall are down 5. Jeremy.
David, maybe, just maybe, we can spot a pattern for you here. Here is the UK coloured in now with nearly 500 seats that we've got. So lots and lots of seats in. I'll bring up the swingometer, and we see here Conservative Labour seats from last time, from the last election. And let's just ask the swingometer to give us the actual swing that we're seeing to the Conservatives against Labour. And there it is, 5.3%. 5.3%. From Labour to the Conservatives. Now, the election began with an assessment that the Conservatives need a bigger swing, 6.9% for an overall majority. And if we now ask the swingometer to colour in the constituencies that have been won and lost and see the results, you will see the beginnings of a pattern here. Let's have a look at this. So, in the middle, you can see, here we are, the pivot point remains at 6.9. And essentially, the problem for the Conservatives, and the reason they're falling short here, is that before 6.9, there are Labour seats, about a dozen, which they haven't managed to take. Birmingham, Edgbaston will be a way back. They have, and this is the irregular nature of the results that we're getting, they have taken all the way over there, Cannock, for example, from Labour. So there have been some extraordinary results. But the place to focus, really, is here, just before the 6.9%. So in that space between a 5.5% swing and the swing they actually needed for the overall majority, you're seeing Labour managing to defend themselves. And that is the Conservatives' problem at this point in the night. David.
Jeremy, I think there's one other thing we should look at this stage, because we've now had 480 seats in, and that is the change in the number of votes that the parties have got, ignoring the constituencies, the overall change in the vote. And remember, during the discussions about what this election would mean if it were hung, a lot of attention was focused on how many people voted, not how many seats people got in the House of Commons, that the two taken together were important. And at the moment, the Tories are running up 4% from their vote in 2005, with very nearly 8 million votes. Labour is running down 6.6% on 6 million votes, so there's a 2 million vote gap. And perhaps most surprisingly, in view of all the talk about the Liberal Democrats, the hype, if you like, about the Liberal Democrats, they're only up 1%. They're not even reaching 5 million at the moment. They're on 4,891,000. So the Conservatives are clearly in the lead on the popular vote. Labour in second place, 2 million below, and the Liberal Democrats 1 million below that. Now it's dawn here in central London, and Gordon Brown is approaching with our helicopter following him. And I'm not precisely sure where he's going. I think he may be going to Labour Party headquarters in Victoria, because we spotted Lord Mandelson standing out on the street. At least I think we spotted Lord Mandelson. We think we spotted Lord Mandelson out on the street there. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that, and if we do see him, when he was doorstepped a moment ago when he arrived in London, he just said it's been a very long night, which didn't get us very far, because we all know that. Jeremy?
I think not.
Jeremy's back.
Okay. Hazel Blears, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Excellent, good. So you didn't seem to be much affected by your embarrassment then?
Well, I'm just absolutely delighted that the people of Salford have re-elected me as their Member of Parliament. And the issues that Salford people are concerned about are exactly the issues that at the heart of the election campaign. Jobs, the economy, the health service, policing, and people have voted on those issues.
And why didn't the fact of your embarrassment and the embarrassment of other MPs over what they were doing with their expenses affect how people voted?
Well, I think in my particular case, I've been the MP for Salford for a long time. It's where I live. The people here know me better than anybody else. They know what I've tried to achieve for the city, and they believe that Labour and myself have the right policies on a whole range of issues which will protect them in the future.
And that outweighed the sight of you waving a cheque around, did it?
Well, clearly people here have voted on political issues, quite rightly. I have a huge respect for the electorate, and what they've decided is that they want a Member of Parliament who's going to have a strong voice for them, who's going to make sure that we protect the health service and we invest in education. That's what they cared about.
Can we look at the question of what moral legitimacy a claim by Gordon Brown to be entitled to carry on trying to form a government has, when we now learn from these latest figures that so far 2 million fewer people have voted for your party than voted for the Conservatives?
Well, I think that, you know, these discussions are really for a few days hence. I've not seen very many of the national results. I saw some of the earlier ones today, and I think they're very varied in the way that they're coming through. There is no one singular pattern, and I think any talk about this, it really has to be when all the results are in and we see exactly what the distribution is right across the country.
OK, Hazel Blears, we're going to go. There's a declaration coming up in Hammersmith any moment now. Let's hear it.
Andy Slaughter for Labour is defending this seat in Hammersmith with a ferocious challenge from Sean Bailey, black co-founder of the My Generation charity working there, standing on the right there.
The Conservative Party candidate.
Here are the figures.
17,261. Stephen Patrick Brennan, the Independent, 135. Vanessa Crichton, the UK Independence Party, 551. Merlene Emerson, Liberal Democrats, 7,567. Rollo Miles, Green Party, 696. James Searle, British National Party, 432. Andy Slaughter, the Labour Party candidate, 20,000.
Labour hold Hammersmith. Labour hold Hammersmith. Sean Bailey's attempt to take it. It was halfway up the Tory, a bit more than halfway up the Tory target list.
20,810. And I declare that Andy Slaughter is duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament.
The Tories put a lot of effort behind Sean Bailey's campaign. David Cameron went there to campaign for them, and they had great hopes of taking Hammersmith, but Labour has held it.
They'll be desperately, desperately disappointed. Sean Bailey, in many ways, was the symbol of what David Cameron said was the renewed, modernised Conservative Party, not just because he was a black candidate in a winnable seat, but also because he had a working-class background, he was involved in social action. They were so keen on him, David, that when Nick Griffin appeared with you on Question Time, their original plan was to put Sean Bailey up against him for the Tory party. They will be very, very upset that he hasn't won.
The Prime Minister no doubt will have heard this on the news or on his mobile as he goes here down through the streets of Westminster. A swing of only 0.5% from Labour to Conservative. And on the whole, in London, the Labour Party has done much better than might have been expected. He's just a couple of minutes away from Victoria, I think. The crowd there.
Well, and as he gets out of his car, David, he will be thinking, I'm not out of this yet. I'm not out of the game. It is still possible.
Well, he's greeted there by Labour Party workers. Difficult in the gloaming to make out, or in the early dawn, I should say, to make out who's there. Harriet Harman, I think, is there. Lord Mandelson is somewhere in the thick of it there. Anyway, applause from the Ministry of Workers. And why would he be going to party headquarters? Because I suppose the party headquarters have been staying up all night. I mean,
well,
what a difference from 1997.
Absolutely.
When there was a great party on the south bank of the Thames at the Festival Hall with Peter Mandelson dancing his dances and Tony Blair beaming with pleasure, and now this.
Yes, and that, of course, is where the experts will be who are telling him. And as we talk about him maybe surviving in government, it is worth remembering that on the vote share we've got currently, he's doing worse than Michael Foot in 1983. So when we talk about him staying in government, whether he would have the moral claim to do it, he has got a lower vote share than Michael Foot.
That's at 28%.
It was 28.3 it was
for Michael Foot,
for
yes.
Michael Foot.
And it's 28.1 at the moment. Vernon.
Well, there's a lot of talk about moral legitimacy in this election, but the Conservatives will probably have around 37% of the vote. Now, they're a bit unlucky because the Labour government, the last one in 2005, was elected with 36% of the vote. But what does it have to do with majority rule in a democracy if you have parties governing which have nearly 2/3 of the voters against them? Is that any more morally legitimate than another combination? And the answer seems to me to have a referendum on whether voters want to continue with an electoral system which continually gives them governments which secure under 40% of the vote.
Let's just see the share of the vote as it stands at the moment. 495 declared. There it is on the wall up there. 37% of the popular vote for the Conservatives, up 4 percentage points. Labour on 28, down 7. Liberal Democrats on 23, up 1. Others on 12, up 2. And Emily's just going to take us through the A-list, is that right?
Yeah, rather mixed
the stars
fortunes.
of the Tory candidates.
Yeah, a lot of controversy. David Cameron very much trying to change the face of the modern Conservative Party, and quite interesting to see very mixed results along those lines. These are 3 spots where they have failed to make those breakthroughs. Chippenham, a brand new seat. Wilfred Emmanuel Jones called himself the Black Farmer. Indeed, he makes sausages under that name. He has failed to secure this new seat for the Conservatives. The same picture you've just seen Sean Bailey, a youth worker, a community worker. He works with kids from inner cities. He grew up in a council flat himself, failed to take that seat for Hammersmith. And another one here, Westminster North, Joanne Cash, who got involved in a row within her own party as to whether she was the right candidate here, went straight to David Cameron, who endorsed her, but she failed to take it. I should say, Pete, just bringing you in, we have seen some successes for the A-lister. Louise Bagshaw, for example, in Corby, to name but one. Charlotte Leslie, Bristol North West. A sense that people do or don't like these candidates being foisted on them unless there are other qualities.
I think that's right. I think David Cameron will be particularly disappointed because he did make a big thing, and I think absolutely genuinely wanted to get more women MPs and more ethnic minority MPs on the Conservative benches. And a few days ago I would have predicted there would be more ethnic minority Conservative MPs in the new Parliament than ethnic minority Labour MPs. I think that doesn't look likely now. More Labour MPs have been successful than we expected, and some of these Conservative candidates have failed to make it.
Yeah, we've been starting to look at London. We're going to look at in a bit more detail the sort of predictions for London as promised to see what's happening in the capital. Have the Tories or Labour Party got the majority there?
Thanks very much. Jeremy, are you? I was told you're going to do a prediction. It seems a mighty rash thing to do.
We can give it a go, shall we? I'm just going to ask the team if we loaded the numbers in. If we have, I'll bring the MPs onto the benches. Here they come. And we started the night, didn't we, with a projection inside the House of Commons that was based on our exit poll. Now we have something that's based on all of these results, more than, we're going on 400 and more. So winning margin, remember, 326 MPs a party needs to have more than half and be able to outvote all the other parties put together. Let's have a look at where we are now. I have to stress, because this election has been so extraordinary and the results have been so uneven, this is still, we've got results in here, but we've also got part of it projection, and we may yet need to adjust this. But here we go, counting the Conservatives on the government benches. Let's have a look how far short they are. So we have them on 306 seats. That's 20 seats short of an overall majority. 306, that could change. Almost where we started the night, though, on the back of our exit poll. Let's have a look at Labour and the Liberal Democrats on the other side of the House now. Count these Labour MPs. Remember, they were on 349 at the last election. We've got them down to 262 on our projection, 262. And the Lib Dems confirmation here in the projection that it's not been the best night, certainly not against their expectations, down from 62 to 55. So the question really is whether, if the 306 goes up, whether the Conservatives can get together with the Unionists in Northern Ireland, can get past the 326, or if we look over at the opposition benches again, whether the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats can get together and govern as a coalition. I should add the others as well. Let me just put them in, 27 others, the Scottish and Welsh nationalists, and so on. So, David, that's where we are right now. The Conservatives still short, but over 300, which has been talked about as a significant mark for them.
Jeremy, thanks so much. Well, you raise a lot of issues which we'll talk about around this table in just a moment, but let's go to Reading first of all, Reading West in Berkshire. Another seat the Tories were after. Martin Salt had been the MP there since 97, standing down.
For each candidate.
And Naz Sarkar
is as follows.
Is standing for Labour.
Benson Daisy, Liberal Democrat, 9,546. Hay, Bruce Alexander, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,508. Sarkar Arunes, the Labour Party candidate, 14,519. Sharma Alok Kumar, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,523. Thomas Howard, Common Sense Party, 852. Windisch Adrian, the Green Party, 582. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
A Conservative victory, and quite a handsome one, in Reading.
Mark 2 being unmarked or wholly
Alok Sharma takes the seat. The previous majority was 5,000 for Labour. And the Conservatives have moved in and taken that. We'll have the exact figures in just a moment. I'm not quite sure why they're being held up, and when we get them, I'll give them to you along with the share. Chartered Accountant, Mr. Sharma.
Mr. Returning Officer, I want to start by thanking you and all your staff for doing such a fantastic job this evening. It's been a pretty
So
late
here are the
night,
figures
and I know
then.
some people are coming back.
The
for
Labour majority was just under 5,000. The Tory majority is 6,000 in Reading West.
fellow candidates.
And it's one of the biggest swings we've had from Labour to Conservatives, a 12% swing. 12 and 100 people shifting their allegiance.
And on a personal level,
That kind of thing would have got the Tories in home and dry with no problem at all. You were picking up on what Jeremy Vine was saying about the balance of parties and our new prediction. I mean, the thought arises that actually there's nobody here who can put together a government that easily.
Well, it's on a knife edge.
Without maybe some really major concessions being made to the Liberal Democrats.
Well, but it could be. It only would take our projection to be wrong by a handful of seats, 2, 3, 4 seats. And that would just ease David Cameron into the sort of territory which, if he could come to an arrangement with the Ulster Unionists and DUP, for example, if he could persuade the Nationalists to vote with him on occasions, not that he could do this. He could actually form a government. The other direction, if those 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats go in the other direction, it is plausible that Gordon Brown could form a coalition with the Liberal Democrats and hope with the SDLP and others. It is that tight and that close, and I think you will now see a battle, first of all for legitimacy, where David Cameron say, look, we clearly won this election, he will argue, in terms of votes and seats. Gordon Brown will say he's pursuing what is constitutionally right and trying to form a stable government, and this may take many, many days. Now, we still have a government in that time.
Yes.
Gordon Brown stays Prime Minister, Alistair Darling stays Chancellor. They're allowed to carry out their duties.
The Liberal Democrats have been arguing for proportional representation for as long as you and I have been alive and following politics. And indeed, in my case, that's rather longer than you. And the objection to it is always, it ends up with horse trading. We have first past the post, and what are we talking about tonight? Horse trading.
That's
We've got
right.
it without PR. just constant argument about who should be in office and who not.
And that argument will be made both in favour of a change of voting system and against it, of course, by people. Remember, again, I hesitate with Professor Bogdor over this, British politics went through this sort of spasm when the Labour Party first came up and rose in the 1920s and challenged the Liberal Democrats. And there was a promise then of electoral reform in 1929, and it never happened.
Absolutely right. The first-past-the-post system works when you've got just two major parties, as we had in the 1950s and 60s. When you have a three-party system, it doesn't work. It gives you very erratic results.
Now, hang on. I mean, it's still going to lead to some sort of horse trading decision, compromise and all that. Exactly what
Yes, but
PR's
you don't get an accurate representation of opinion in Parliament. It takes many more votes in this election to elect a Liberal Democrat MP, about 4 times as many as to elect a Labour or Conservative MP. And it's not giving you a party which can get more than 37% of the vote. This is the second general election which we could have a government on less than 2/5 of the total vote.
So the logic is, if you're going to have this kind of argument over in first past the post, you might as well have PR, because at least it would be a fairer way of having the horse trading.
Just briefly, David, we were saying that Labour's vote share was poor historically. I compared it with Michael Foot's, but so too the Conservatives. I mean, we're estimating them on about 37%. John Major got 40, almost 43. Before that, Margaret Thatcher's figures were 43, 43, 44. Even Ted Heath, when he eventually left office in February 74, got a higher vote share, 38.8%. So even though the Tories will claim the legitimacy to form a government, it's a small vote share.
He actually got, if the present thing is right, exactly the same share of the vote that Ted Heath got in the second election in 74, in October 74.
Which he lost.
36.7.
Which he lost
by
all
three
three
votes
parties have reason to be disappointed with this election. Yes. None of them have got the sort of result they would have wanted. Labour has been repudiated. The Liberal Democrats haven't made a breakthrough. And it looks now as if the Conservatives may not have secured an overall majority.
The most easterly point in Britain, as every student of geography knows, is Ness Point in Waveney constituency. And here is the result from Waveney, a Conservative gain. The seat's taken by a chartered surveyor, helps run a farm, Peter Aldous, and he defeats a government whip, Bob Blizzard, who's only the second Labour MP to have defended Waveney or to have represented Waveney. A 6.8 swing from Labour to the Conservatives in Waveney.
And that is the 117th seat, the one the Conservatives need to get an overall majority. But part of the trouble is they haven't won a lot of seats, which should have been easier to win.
It's the 116th seat, actually. It's the 116th.
On my list, 117.
Well, you've got a funny list. You've got a Professor of Government's list, not the same as our list. Anyway, let's rejoin Jeremy Paxman.
Indeed, and I have with me now Andrew Lord-Adonis, Transport Minister in the last government, Chris Grayling, Shadow Cabinet Minister, and still with us, Mark Oaten. Well, Andrew Adonis, I suppose, as a former Lib Dem, you'll be intimately involved in this horse trading, won't you?
Well, we're still waiting to see what the final result is. And with all these alarms and excursions, you can't be sure.
But you can justify it morally, can you?
But what does appear to be clear is that the British people have decided not to give a majority to any party. That being the case, we have a duty, the parties, now, to engage in a way that does produce a strong, stable and principled government.
And as
Gordon Brown said, well, obviously we'll now be in discussion with the other parties. As Gordon Brown said, our aim is to provide a strong, stable and principled government. And of course the Constitution is very clear that Gordon Brown now has the first opportunity to seek to form that government. But we shouldn't prejudge this final result.
And these talks have to start today, don't they?
The talks will need to start soon, obviously, because we want to put a government in place.
Have they already started, as far as you know?
We're still waiting for the final result, Jeremy. And at the moment,
have they started?
No, of course not.
There are no negotiations going on, as far as you know.
Not until we get a final result.
Right, Chris Grayling, you can't deny constitutionally Gordon Brown is the Prime Minister. He's entitled to see if he can form another government, isn't he?
Well, I mean, I think the reality is tonight Gordon Brown has had a very clear thumbs down from the British people. He does not have a mandate. He wasn't elected as Prime Minister in the first place. This is the first time he's gone to the country as Prime Minister, and they've given him a big thumbs down.
So you would like to be the people doing the horse trading, would you?
Well, I think it's very clear that the country has voted for change. I think there's still the best part of 150 seats left to come in. I'd like to see what the results are first before we start getting into thinking about what happens if there is a hung parliament. Tonight's been a strange night in terms of the results that have come through. We've got many more seats to come tomorrow morning. But it's absolutely clear that Gordon Brown has received a big thumbs down. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party have gained more seats at a general election than we have at any stage since 1931.
But not enough, of course.
Well, we're going for a historic low. We have gained a huge swing in terms of seats.
You failed.
We were starting with fewer seats than Michael Foot's did in 1983, and the reality is we've still got 150 more to go.
You were 20 points ahead in the opinion polls about a year ago, so there has been a dramatic decline in your support.
We've always said this election was going to be a challenge because of the point we were starting from, and we have gained more seats at this election we will have done at any point since 1931.
That's the sort of observation people make after the votes have been cast, but you rarely hear it beforehand.
Well, we've been saying that for some time, that this is just to achieve a majority of one requires a historically enormous swing to the party.
Mark Oden, what would you demand if you were leading the Lib Dem negotiating team with Gordon Brown's Labour Party?
I think what Nick will be trying to do is to look at the results and deliver as best he can what the British public want. And I don't think his number one priority will be a deal on this or a deal on that. It will be to try to use what seats we have to reflect the votes of the country.
You've taken one hell of a pounding in this election, and yet potentially you're the kingmakers. Now, what's the price?
It's not exactly a pounding, because actually our vote has gone up from the last general election, so I don't describe that as being a pounding, actually, Jeremy.
Well, it is hardly the course to whatever it was, we were told you were going to get 110 seats after your leader's triumphant performance in the debates, but let's leave that aside. Sure. What is the minimum price?
I think the critical issue is to deliver a government which reflects what the British public want and to deliver as firm a form of government as possible. That's what the public will be looking for Nick and the party to do in Westminster.
Of course the country wants government, but what is the price of your supporting such an arrangement?
Well, we've always said that it's about cleaning up politics, it's about having fair education and tax, and we're going to obviously try and put those issues forward in any arrangement that's made.
The important thing is that nobody arrogantly supposes that they have a majority and behaves as if they've got a majority.
But we already have Gordon Brown starting the horse trading before the results have come in.
There is a constitutional position which is, is the way that we run the country.
All right, I'm going to cut across to you because there's lots to get in before 6 a.m. David.
Thank you very much. Well, we've got the result in from Twickenham in southwest London, where Vince Cable was re-elected for the Liberal Democrats. Their shadow Treasury spokesman. Here was his result. His majority 12,140. Sorry, it's obliterated by Arundel. There we are. There it is. Turnout of 75%, which is up a bit. It's one of those high turnout areas of London. And a swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrats of just under 1%, of 0.5%. Odd that these London seats are counting so late, but it's because of the local authorities being counted at the same time and the ballot papers having to be sorted two ways and then the postal voting and all the rest of it. Anyway, Vince Cable, who was sainted for apparently, according to the Liberal Democrats, having spotted the economic crisis coming, was speaking at Twickenham. Let's just hear what he had to say.
Thank you very much. Could I just first of all thank the returning officer and her staff and the police. We normally say this out of politeness at the beginning of these events, but when you hear about the chaos that's prevailed in some of the elections around the country, it is a real achievement. I want to acknowledge it. I'd like to thank my opponents. We've had several good-natured, constructive debates of the kind that were replicated on a national level. I'd like to thank my team, led by Dee Ducey, my organiser, who's organised 3 of my campaigns here with great success. And I'd also, perhaps above all, like to thank the people of Twickenham for returning me with a very healthy majority. I've been doing work, obviously, around the country for my party, but in the final analysis, what really matters is the constituencies that we serve, and I look forward to continuing as a constituency MP for the next few years. I won't attempt any wise comments on the election nationally. There are results all over the place. It seems unlikely that we'll know the outcome until the morning, so I won't make any passionate outpourings of thoughts on that broad subject. But I thank you very much thank my opponents, thank my team, and thank the staff here. Thank you very much indeed.
So, Vince Cable not telling us anything about what he thinks about the Liberal Democrats. I suppose he's somebody who might be included in with a job, mightn't he, in a government of Labour and Liberal Democrat, or Tory and Liberal Democrat.
That's right. We've tended to think of this so far as what the policy negotiations would be, but we could be talking about jobs in government. If we're talking of full coalition, if that's what Gordon Brown decides to attempt, I don't think he'd make Vince Cable Chancellor, but he could get an important job along with a few others.
Let's see if the Greens have won Brighton Pavilion. We've been waiting a long a long time for this one. It may be a tight run thing, therefore, but let's go down to Brighton and see whether Caroline Lucas, the leader of the Greens, has done what she said she was going to do and managed to take this seat. It's a seat held by Labour, by Nancy Platts, standing in for David Lepper, or taking the place of David Lepper, who was the MP and had been there since 1997.
Ryan and Carver, Citizens for Undead Rights and Equality, 61. Caroline Lucas, Green Party candidate, 16,238. Bernie Millen, Liberal Democrats, 7,159. Nancy Platts, the Labour Party candidate, 14,986. Charlotte Beer, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,000.
Taken Brighton Pavilion. Caroline Lucas has achieved what the Green Party has been focused on for months and months, trying to get the voters of Brighton Pavilion, a green area, it has to be said, of Brighton, and Brighton's had a very green council for some time, but also, of course, Caroline Lucas, who's been a member of the European Parliament, has been a focal point for the Green Party, and this is the first seat at Westminster that the Greens have won. Let's just listen to Caroline Lucas.
Tonight, the people of Brighton Pavilion have made history by electing Britain's first Green MP to Westminster. Thank you so much for putting your faith in me and in the Green Party.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for putting the politics of hope, not the politics of fear. I pledge that I will do my very best to do you proud. Thanks are due to so many people.
Hello.
To the returning officers and their team, to the other candidates, to my amazing campaign team, all of those well-wishers, all of those supporters both in the city and...
Well, apparently I could hear that perfectly well, but apparently you at home might not have been able to hear it. Anyway, it is a big moment for the Greens. They had a lot of candidates. They had over 500 candidates in the UK. That's the only seat they'll take. But they have taken it and have got their first MP in the House of Commons.
Hugely significant because a new party joins the nationalist parties that we had already, other parties in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, in addition to the big three parties in Westminster. It also means, though, David, in a hung parliament, she could have huge importance. Votes may hang on one or more votes, and what we've seen in the Scottish Parliament, for example, is where the Greens have relatively low representation. They've been very effective at using their votes to get things that they want. Negotiating, for example, over the Scottish budget. Alex Salmond lost his budget, had to make concessions, and even one person in a hung parliament, they matter.
Well, she'll be hoping for that. Richmond Park, we have a declaration coming there. Another late entry.
29,461.
Goldsmith for the Conservatives against Susan Kramer for the Liberal Democrats. That's Zach Goldsmith there. And it sounds as though he's taken it. It looks as though he's taken it. We'll have to wait for the full figures. Interesting, following on from Brighton Pavilion, he himself is an environmental campaigner, editor of The Ecologist.
Kramer, Susan Veronica, Liberal Democrat, 25,370. Susan Jane, Christian People's Alliance, 133. Page James Richard, Green Party, 572. Tunnicliffe Eleanor, the Labour Party candidate, 2,979. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0.
All right, let's just have a look at the figures for Richmond Park because they're interesting. Conservatives gain Richmond Park from Susan Kramer, who's a former banker, who's been there since 2005. Now there's his majority, 4,091. Look at the turnout, 77%. The change since the election of 2005. Conservatives up 10 percentage points. Liberal Democrats down 4. Labour down 4. A swing from Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives of 7 percentage points. What do you make of that one, then?
Well, who would have expected it? After the performance of Nick Clegg in the debates, we keep referring to the fact that Lib Dems have underperformed compared with what was expected. There were lots of predictions that Zac Goldsmith would not get that seat, that the rise of Nick Clegg after the debates would help Susan Kramer to hold on, and it's a pretty substantial swing away from them.
And there was a lot of sniping at Zac Goldsmith, being sort of
for being a non-dom.
Too rich, spending his money, being a non. He converted from being a non-dom to being a dom during the campaign.
That's right. Suddenly, it probably cost him a lot of
well,
money.
one doesn't know.
The Liberals have 5 seats in South West London, or did have 5 seats. 4 of them were marginal, and this is the only one the Conservatives have been able to take. As Nick says, no one would have been able to predict this. I'd also like to make a comment about the Greens, because it's the first time so far this evening that one of the smaller parties has made an impact. And a lot of people thought that as a result of the expenses crisis, there'd be a reaction against the 3 major parties, and a lot of people would vote for the Greens if they're on the left, or perhaps for UKIP, or perhaps for the BNP. And apart from Brighton Pavilion, that hasn't happened. They've made no impact on the election at all.
That's right. We've not seen independents winning seats, and indeed we saw Dr Taylor losing his seat in Wyre Forest.
Quite interesting to add up the number of Green votes. Let's just see it. We've got the figure here. 200,000 Green votes overall in the country, with 531 declared. And Caroline Lucas got 16,000. So there you are. 200,000, 16,000 gets you 1 MP.
Well, it's a reminder, of course, that if there were a change of the voting system as a result of the sort of haggling that we're going to see, you'd probably see more than 1 Green MP.
It's coming up to 4 minutes to 6. Breakfast would normally be on the air, but we're going to stay on the air for the moment because we've got more results to come. 118 to go in. Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
David, I've got Evan Harris now joining us from Oxford. He lost his seat. It's been a pretty disastrous night for the Lib Dems, hasn't it? What's gone wrong?
Well, I haven't heard all the results, but there have been some big gains and some big losses, so it's certainly been choppy, as I understand it. And I've been at my count for a long time and a recount. Our vote was up, we've gained some, and we've lost possibly a few more, which just shows how crazy the electoral system is, even in what might be considered minor details.
What in your case caused you to lose so comprehensively?
Well, I lost by 176 votes. It wasn't comprehensive, but it was a decent swing to the Conservatives. Well, no, I mean, it's a marginal seat, but yes, I accept that a week ago we certainly weren't expecting it to be that marginal.
I'm going to interrupt you there because I'm going to interrupt you. There's a declaration coming in from Barking.
Dominic Carman, Liberal Democrat, 3,719. Thomas Darwood, Independent, 77. Christopher Downing, Monster Raving Loony, William Hill Party, 82. Jane Forbes, the Green Party candidate, 317. Nicholas Griffin, British National Party, 6,620. James Hargreaves, the Christian Party, 482. Margaret Hodge, Labour Party, 24,628. I will repeat the figure, 24,628. Francis Maloney, UK Independent Party, 1,300. Simon Marcus, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,073. 8073. Dapo Sijawola, Restoration Party, 45. There being...
Well, this is a very significant result in Barking. Margaret Hodge, who all along said she was under threat from an attack from the BNP under Nick Griffin, has hugely increased her majority for Labour. It's gone up by 6,000 votes. No wonder she's looking pleased. Nick Griffin...
The BBC will continue to track the election overnight. You can watch more live election results from the BBC 4 hours from now at 5 a.m. Eastern Time.